Chapter 1 First Day of Registration, Reward Lamborghini Reventon. Parallel World, Kyoto, University of Finance and Economics. Have you heard? Shangguan Wu got into a fight with someone in the freshman group. That rich kid Shangguan Wu from junior year? Yeah, that's him. Why did you argue? Shangguan Wu bought a Porsche 718 Boxster and showed pictures of it in the freshman group to flirt with girls. Then a freshman jumped out and said his car was trash, and that the Porsche 718 Boxster didn't deserve to be called a sports car. Porsche 718 Boxster is trash? It costs at least $700,000 to $800,000 on the ground. What's that freshman's story? I guess he's just a loudmouth. Porsche 718 Boxster is a piece of junk. What kind of car does he have to drive to be a piece of junk? That's right, now some people have watched too many Netflix videos on the internet, thinking that there are million-dollar sports cars all over the place, and they don't put the Porsche 718 in their eyes. I don't know, in reality, the Porsche 718 Boxster is a car that is unattainable for the average person in their lifetime. What are you talking about? The new students have arrived at the door, but you still don't help guide the new students. Kyoto University of Finance and Economics Student Union Vice President Su Shaoyan said with a slight frown on her brow. The two student union officers hastily nodded and shut up, and ran to receive the new students. Su Shaoyan was dressed in the standard uniform of the student union, the upper half of which was a small suit with a white shirt. Her proud figure held up the suit buttons to the point of falling apart. The lower half was the standard knee-length hip skirt and flesh-colored stockings combination. Her hot body coupled with her 8-point face value made her the recognized schoolflower of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. Rumble. The distinctive roar of a sports car's gas pedals sounded. A red Porsche 718 Boxster slowly stopped in front of Su Shaoyan, the windows of the Porsche lowered, and the driver inside was a young and handsome boy. Shaoyan, do you have time tonight? I made a reservation at the Blue Brick restaurant. Su Shaoyan saw that the other party was Shangguan Wu, immediately put away her smile and coldly said no time. The Blue Brick restaurant is the top Michelin 3-star restaurant in Kyoto. I have booked 2 months in advance to get an appointment. How many people want to go cannot go? No interest, do not go. Su Shaoyan is most disliked as this group of rich second generation, every day on the basis of their own family has money, think the whole world of girls will surround them. She refused without hesitation and turned around to leave. Shangguan Wu was furious, and the Nutrient Express in his hand was splashed directly at Su Shaoyan. Su Shaoyan. My Shangguan Wu's passenger seat, how many women want to sit without a chance, don't give your face. Su Shaoyan's upper body was drenched by Nutrient Express, her white shirt was soaked through, clinging to her snow-white skin. The other students are afraid of Shangguan Wu's prominent family background, and they do not dare to come forward to rescue them. Suddenly, a strong and powerful hand knocked away Shangguan Wu's hand. Shangguan Wu froze. How could anyone dare to disobey him? He looked at the person. Only to see the other party is a sportswear, basketball shoes, ordinary students dressed boys. Do you know who I am? Shangguan Wu asked angrily. The boy coldly returned it trash. When Su Shaoyan saw the boy, her cold eyes instantly became warm and her tone became gentle as she easily called out Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan reveals white teeth sister Shaoyan. He took off his jacket and draped it over Su Shaoyan, solving the embarrassment for her. Su Shaoyan and Qin Chuan grew up together in the staff dormitory since they were young, and was a year older than Qin Chuan. Every time Qin Chuan saw her, he would call him Sister Shaoyan. While the two were recognizing each other, an image appeared before Qin Chuan's eyes that only he could see. Congratulations, Challenger. Completion of side quest, Heroic Rescue. Quest reward, Transportation Centurion Black Gold Card with unlimited credit card swipes. Qin Chuan touched his pocket and a card really appeared inside. Qin Chuan, right? You think you can fight? What's the point of you being able to fight? In Kyoto, it's all about money. Look at you with a poor look, you see Su Shaoyan living with you for a few days. After saying that, Shangguan Wu confidently took out the Porsche's car key and pressed the unlock button. The toad headlights immediately flashed with dazzling lights. The eyes of the car-loving boys all around put out light. Some women were dumbfounded that if Su Shaoyan was on it, they would have a chance to be on it themselves. Qin Chuan did not even look at it, and said disdainfully, so it was you who was barking in the group yesterday. Shangguan Wu's face changed, angrily asked fuck, you are the one who said that I Porsche trash. In my eyes, you are also trash. Shang Wanwu did not get angry, but sneered and said, I thought it was some kind of luxury family son yesterday, so it is a little punk. Have you ever touched a luxury car? Know how much the Porsche 718 Boxster costs? Do you know how big a battle $800,000 is? It's just a piece of trash. You have a car, you. Su Xian pulled Qin Chuan's corner, signaling to hurry to leave. Xiao Chuan, let's go, do not provoke him. His family is rich, and may do something out of the ordinary. Qin Chuan, gently pacified, casually took out a car key, press unlock. Not far away under the shade of a tree, an inconspicuous place violently emitted a roaring sound. Shang Wanwu was startled and looked at the source of the sound. At once, shocked, his jaw dropped. Lawn. Lamborghini. Lamborghini Revington. Is the Lamborghini Revington very powerful? Someone on the side asked. That's a god car. The Porsche 718 Boxster is just a brother's car in front of it. Do you know how much it's worth? $15 million. It's limited to 21 units worldwide. Measured acceleration is 2.8 seconds. $15 million? Compared to the Porsche 718 Boxster, it's a piece of junk. Whispers in the crowd. Qin Chuan took Su Xian by the hand and pulled open the scissor door of the passenger side for her under the attention of the whole crowd. Su Xian was stunned as she sat in the supercar, which was limited to 21 units worldwide. Everything happened too suddenly. Before Su Xian could react, Qin Chuan stepped on the gas and left the crowd. Shang Wanwu viciously spat a mouthful of fuck. When did the little wave hoof hook up with this kind of man? Rich, right, in Kyoto as not rich can be. Shang Wanwu took out his cell phone and dialed a call. Hey, Brother Long, I am Xiao Wu, I was bullied at school. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man covered in tattoos of dragons and phoenixes slapped the table. Angrily, who the hell dares to bully my younger brother? Does he not want to live? Kyoto, SKQ Mall. This was the largest luxury goods sales place in Kyoto, bringing together all the luxury brands in the world to open their flagship stores here. Qin Chuan pulled Su Xiaoyan and went directly to the Chanel store. When the two entered, the little hand just looked at them up and down from afar, and then chatted to himself. Qin Chuan also did not care, directly pulled Su Xiaoyan to the women's Xiaoyan sister. You are dirty, choose a replacement clothes. Su Xiaoyan looked at the price tag, basically no clothes below 4 digits. Xiao Chuan, why don't we go to another store to look at it? Chanel is too expensive, not for me. It's okay, Xiaoyan's sister, you can pick whatever you want, I'll pay. Qin Chuan pushed again and again. Su Xiaoyan then carefully chose the clothes. She was very slow in choosing clothes, not because she was picky, she just wanted to choose the cheapest clothes to save Qin Chuan a little money. After looking around, Su Xiaoyan picks up a short sleeve that is labeled at 999 yuan, the cheapest pure white short sleeve in the whole place. Hey, you guys just look at it, don't move your hands and feet, you can't afford to pay for it if it's dirty or broken. Chapter 2 $10 billion group said to send. A counter sister who was about 30 years old, walked to Su Xiaoyan in front of her in a graceful manner. She grabbed the clothes. You have all wrinkled the clothes, and I have to take them to nursing again. We buy it directly without nursing. Qin Chuan said. The cabinet sister sneered and choked. Oh, pick the cheapest buy, but also pretended to talk like a big money. Your girlfriend touched so many clothes, you buy off. Can not all buy? Qin Chuan frowned. Oh, I've seen a lot of people like you pretending. We are a top luxury brand. Do you know how much these clothes add up to in total? Looking at your outfit, I guess you can't even shell out $1,000. Qin Chuan didn't pick up the other party's words, but was scanning the entire room. His sharp eyes immediately landed on a timid face, looked at the other side of the chest of the license plate and said, Zhou Ling, is it? Zhou Ling nodded nervously. First day of work? Qin Chuan saw at a glance. Zhou Ling is still not very good at talking, and continued to nod her head. Just now my girlfriend touched the clothes, all help me hold up. Qin Chuan pulled out that Express Centurion black gold card and handed it to the other party. Zhou Ling looked at Mr. Qin Chuan incredulously. Which piece of clothing are you talking about? Qin Chuan shook his head. Not which one, but all of them. Zhou Ling only felt the sky spinning. She hurriedly took the black gold card and ran to pack the clothes. Qin Chuan walked back to Su Xiaoyan, glanced at the counter sister who was dumbfounded in place. Alas, the other little sister's first day on the job, she sold a year's worth of your sales. Big sister, hurry up and retire. Chanel store manager after lunch back to the store, looked at the new Zhou Ling as the rack of clothes all removed, the store shelves are empty half. She couldn't help but be annoyed and scolded Zhou Ling when I had a meeting. I didn't say, don't do clothes care during working hours, you take my words as a wind in the ears? Zhou Ling aggrieved that the store manager, I did not do care, these clothes are customers want. What customers want? How can someone buy so many at once? These clothes add up to a total of millions. It's your first day on the job, if you don't understand, you have to ask your co-workers. You think Chanel is some kind of stall goods that you can't just move around and buy all of them. Has the customer finished paying? Zhou Ling shook her head. The store manager angrily said the customer did not pay you pack for others. You are not what a commission want crazy. Roll to mop the floor for me. Zhou Ling agreed to take out the credit card Qin Chuan gave him, handed the store manager customers have left the credit card, and so packaged directly to the hotel. The store manager was about to scold, but found Zhou Ling hand holding an Express Centurion black gold card. Store manager took the card, immediately check out a single experiment authenticity. The result is that the card is completely normal, no problem. Immediately, the store manager's blood pressure violently rushed up to the head to black. Black gold card, this customer must grasp, he is our super VLP, our store this year will all rely on him. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side quest, Chanel store shopping. Mission reward, character attributes upgraded to the peak of the 4th level of the martial way. Note, Wudao is divided into 9 levels, with each level divided into 4 stages, introductory, minor, major, and peak. Qin Chuan looked at the prompt bar in front of him and could not help but feel a tremor in his heart. Since obtaining the system the day before yesterday, he had successively obtained the Lamborghini Reventon and the Luck Pass Centurion Black Gold card. The attribute reward was still the first time. When the image in front of him returned to reality, Qin Chuan only felt the power in his body climb dramatically. The people around him, their movements were broken in their own eyes, their movements were like slow motion. Qin Chuan felt that he could now beat 10 of them one by one. Could this be the strength of a peak level 4 martial Dao? Xiao Chuan. Su Xiaoyan softly called out, interrupting Qin Chuan's thoughts. Sister Xiao Yan. Qin Chuan returned to his senses in embarrassment. At this moment, the elevator had stopped at the 79th floor. Because Su Xiaoyan was splashed with a whole bottle of drinks by Shangwan Wu, Qin Chuan directly opened a room at the most luxurious Waldorf hotel in Kyoto. So that Su Xiaoyan could do a freshen up. Qin Chuan swiped the room card and led Su Xiaoyan into the room. Along the way, the deer in Su Xiaoyan's heart kept jumping around. Seeing her little brother again in a foreign country, the mood is very excited. However, the Qin Chuan she ran into today was a bit different from before. He was no longer like the little brother who followed her ass back then. Today's Qin Chuan stood in a straight posture, and his face was angular and manly. Today's behavior is also like a domineering president, doing things decisively, without dragging his feet. But 2 people share a room, or a big bedroom. Su Xiaoyan's white face is full of redness. Xiaoyan's sister, hurry to wash it. Well. Qin Chuan's words made Su Xiaoyan's face even more red. Qin Chuan did not think, directly lying to the 2-meter-long big bed, opened the TV, watching cartoons giggling. Looking at the giggling Qin Chuan, Su Xiaoyan felt that the penis was back at this moment. She walked into the bathroom, removed the clothes that had been contaminated, rinsed in the warm water flow. Su Xiaoyan felt soothed all over. After washing up, Su Xiaoyan reacted to the fact that Chanel's clothes hadn't been delivered yet. There was nothing for herself to wear right now. But always staying in the bathroom was not a solution either. Thinking about it, she had no choice but to wrap her bath towel and walk out of the bathroom. Su Xiaoyan's deep groove was like an abyss, rounded peach, her proud figure could not be covered by a bath towel. Just when she was too shy to face Qin Chuan, she realized that her little brother was lying down and had fallen asleep. A faint shout sounded. Su Xiaoyan caringly walked up and leaned over to help Qin Chuan cover the quilt. As a result, the movement was too large, and with a carelessness, the bath towel slipped, and the spring light was leaked. Shapely and graceful, a glimpse of it. Su Xiaoyan was busy picking up the towel and wrapping it again. Seeing that Qin Chuan was still snoring, she spat out her tongue in embarrassment. Luckily Xiao Chuan is asleep, or else I'm really ashamed. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side quest, sitting on the edge of your seat. Mission reward, acquire the Silton group. The sleeping Qin Chuan was awakened by a system prompt. He was baffled. I was just sleeping, how did I trigger a side mission? Reward for obtaining the Silton Group. This is a Fortune 500 company. The rewards for the branch line's quest are so generous, wouldn't the rewards for completing the main quest be even more tantalizing? Qin Chuan uses his consciousness instead of his hand and clicks on the system taskbar that appears in front of him. Mainline mission: complete 4 years of university studies and graduate successfully. As expected, the difficulty of the mainline mission is not low, requiring at least 4 years of time to settle. Xiaochuan, you're awake. Qin Chuan sniffed and looked over, only to see that Su Xiaoyan had already changed into the evening gown sent by Chanel. She chose a black velvet gown with a one-shoulder design, her shoulder and necklines were as elegant as a swan's, and she was white and round. The black long dress and snow-white skin formed a stimulating visual contrast. The waist follows the pace of the slight twist, peach buttocks followed by a light tremor. Let a person's eyes cannot be detached. Sister Xiaoyan, you are so beautiful today. Qin Chuan complimented. Su Xiaoyan's pretty face reddened and she lowered her head in shame. Qin Chuan took Su Xiaoyan into his arms as he attempted the peak martial arts strength technique tactical strength. 3 hours later. Knock knock. A sharp knock came from the hotel room door. Qin Chuan got up and opened the door, only to see a professionally dressed woman standing at the door with a short black skirt wrapped around her slender thighs. With a pair of half-rimmed glasses on her face, she looked lustful and valiant. Excuse me, is Mr. Qin Chuan in? I am. Qin Chuan said with a yawn. The woman froze. The mysterious tycoon who had wholly acquired the Silton Group was actually so young and somewhat handsome. Chapter 3: Obtaining a Reward, 100,000 Douyin Carnival. Rice Country, Wall Street. There was a 13-hour time difference between here and Kyoto. Today, Gao Shang, Magic Root, and several other major consortium presidents received an urgent email in their mailboxes. Sitting on the top floor of the 70th floor, Claude, the president of Gao Shang Consortium, was savoring his breakfast coffee. As per usual, he clicked on his mailbox and checked the email, and in the next second, the coffee in his mouth sprayed out, and Claude looked at the computer screen incredulously. Following the readout early this morning, China's mysterious funds wholly acquired the Silton Group. He immediately turned on the TV, only to see that the Forsyth Financial News in the country of Rice was broadcasting the news of the Silton Group's acquisition with the headline of Breaking News. The camera switched to the scene. Missy Silton Group is receiving a live report from Forsyth News. May I ask, Miss Silton, your group is the wealth left by your ancestors, how come you suddenly sell it, or sell it as a whole package to the Chinese? Miss Silton is the famous Miss Flower. She is wearing a noble deep V dress, holding champagne in her hand, smiling face said, oh, dear, this is all my father's decision, I am not clear. But what I can say for sure is that the Chinese guy gave us a price that was hard to refuse. With that, she threw a wink at the camera. Claude cursed, Fark. Turned off the TV. He immediately recruited his assistant to quickly go and find out which Chinese consortium had acquired our rice industry. Oh God, how can those despicable Chinese deserve to own army property? For a while, the entire Wall Street was shocked, and every consortium sent a team to fly to China to investigate this mysterious person who had acquired the Silton Group. China, Waldorf Astoria Hotel, 79th floor. The woman standing at the door of Qin Chuan's room put away her out-of-control expression and presented a document with both hands. Mr. Qin, you have just wholly acquired the Silton Group. This is the document of your acquisition, please consult it. Qin Chuan took the document and casually flipped through it. Who are you? Sorry, Mr. Qin, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xia. I work at the headquarters of the Westin Hotel Group, your secretary. Secretary? I don't need a secretary. Qin Chuan threw the document back to Xia. You take it back, the group has a professional manager to take care of it, I'm not asking about this small business. Xia took the document, her heart trembled. Silton Group, the world's top 500 companies, annual income of nearly $10 billion of mega multinational enterprises. The other party actually said it was a small business, but not ask, let go to the professional manager to take care of. And then see Qin Chuan and a look and body can be said to be the top of the beauty talking and laughing. Xia heart sure, the other party is a playboy, super loser. The Silton Group was an asset that his parents had left for the loser. The super rich parents would always pave all the way for the children with no talent beforehand, and the losers didn't need to work hard at all to have everything that ordinary people couldn't reach in several lifetimes. Xiaoying most despise is this kind of people, their own cold window hard study more than 10 years, finally set foot on the road to Rome. And people, born in Rome. Xiaoying turned her head and left, not giving her new boss a good look. Qin Chuan didn't care about Xiaoying's attitude, a small secretary of the group, not so much as to get on his nerves. He led Su Xiaoyan to the hotel's 99th floor restaurant to dine. The Waldorf Astoria Hotel was a first-class hotel, and its top-floor restaurant was renowned throughout Kyoto as the top Western restaurant, which had won the title of Michelin 3-star. The people who come in and out of the restaurant are either rich or rich, and everyone treats coming to eat a 3-star Michelin as a sacred thing. All the men who came here were dressed in suits and the women were in gorgeous evening gowns, each dressed to the nines. Su Xiaoyan had one hand on Qin Chuan's small arm, her happiness overflowing. "Sorry sir, you can't go in the restaurant." The waiter at the door stopped Qin Chuan and said, "Why can't you? Is the restaurant not open today?" The waiter smiled contemptuously. "Our restaurant is a Michelin 3-star, inside the dining customers are dignified characters, you were too cheap, affecting the image of our restaurant." Qin Chuan looked at the interior of the restaurant, only to see a few blonde foreigners inside, wearing short-sleeved pants flip-flops, talking and laughing and drinking red wine. Why are they allowed to enter with short sleeves and pants? The waiter revealed a smiling expression. People are crooked people, they love the feeling of unrestrained, they wear so, is a symbol of freedom, we have to respect their beliefs. Su Xiaoyan was about to argue, when a cell phone suddenly stretched out beside her. A girl holding a cell phone, disliking the face of the waiter to shoot the family. Today Xiaomei explored the store live to the Waldorf restaurant, which is known as a luxurious top restaurant. As a result, at the main entrance, we encountered a restaurant waiter who took the appearance of the customer, because the customer was wearing a sportswear, preventing the customer from entering the dining room. However, we can see that the interior of the restaurant. Crooked people wearing short-sleeved pants, flip-flops are no problem, can enter the normal. And we Chinese people are going to be turned away. Family, this is our country's territory, the era of the great powers to oppress us is over. I never thought that a top Western restaurant would still treat us differently. This is clearly discrimination against us Chinese. When the waiter saw the other party causing trouble, he just wanted to grab the phone, but he suddenly realized that the other party was a store scouting anchor on Douyin. "Xiaomei takes you to eat." The anchor kept inciting the atmosphere in the live broadcast room, and the Waldorf restaurant's behavior of differentiated treatment instantly captured the nerves of more than 2,000 people in the live broadcast room. Netizens have live broadcast interactions, condemning the behavior of the Waldorf restaurant. They also began to impact the Waldorf Astoria bib, Douyin account, and leave messages. Xiaomei's live broadcast room was so effective because of the interaction that Douyin's backstage recognized the situation and immediately gave him additional traffic. The number of people in the live broadcast room immediately soared from more than 2,000 people, straight to more than 5,000 people. As the situation was discovered, the front room manager of the Waldorf restaurant had to run out and understand the situation. He turned to the camera and immediately said that there was no problem with Qin Chuan's dress and that he could enter the Waldorf restaurant to dine. He also apologized to everyone for the performance of the waiter at the door just now. Regarding the performance of the lobby manager, Qin Chuan nodded his head to indicate that he was quite satisfied. Similarly, he thanked Xiaomei at his side and said thank you. Xiaomei laughed and said it's no big deal, I just can't stand the way they look at people with their dog's eyes. As the incident subsided, the number of people in Xiaomei's live room slowly receded, and the watching crowd switched to the rubbing small anchor end. Xiaomei long sigh, he prepared a week of live broadcast, not as good as others rubbing anchor or brother. The live room that peaked at more than 5,000 people was now watched by less than 1,000 people, which was also interspersed with a large number of atmosphere group robots. The atmosphere of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel is extremely suitable for dating. Qin Chuan and his duo sat down. The waiter immediately lit candles to set the mood. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side quest, candlelight dinner. Mission reward, receive 100,000 Douyin Carnival. Qin Chuan frowned slightly, 100,000 Douyin Carnivals? What's the use of me wanting this kind of thing? A few moments later, Qin Chuan's cell phone balance showed an inventory of 100,000 carnivals. This was a page specifically tailored by Douyin for large customers, convenient for Gold Master Dads to use for rewarding. Chapter 4: Eating a meal that cost $500,000. Qin Chuan resentfully closed the cell phone screen, beckoned the waiter, ready to order food. The next table happened to also sit down a man and a woman. Male in a black suit, details can be seen as a set of pricey Armani. The woman is a red backless deep V evening dress. It can be seen that the two are after some careful dress. Aya, honey, what's going on today? Waldorf restaurant, such a high-class place, how come there are poor people mixed in? Is it a charity dinner? The woman clamped her nose and said in a conspiratorial manner. The man glanced at Qin Chuan and frowned. What happened? The Waldorf restaurant has degenerated to such a degree that you can come in and dine in a tracksuit? It is simply a loss of our noble status. I want to find the manager to complain. He is not worthy to sit and dine with me at all. Su Xian Han gently caressing Qin Chuan, slightly shaking his head. Xiao Chuan, do not take care of them. Qin Chuan smiled and nodded. What is his status now? How would he be able to have a general understanding with mole crickets? The waiter walked over to Qin Chuan with the menu. Mister, what do you need to order? Qin Chuan did not even look at the menu and directly said, one chef's set meal for one person. The chef's recommended set meal is the most expensive set meal combination of the Waldorf restaurant. It brings together all the dishes crystallized by the 3-star chef George. Of course, the price is also not expensive, 19,999 yuan, and it's still for one person. For two people, it was nearly $40,000. The waiter froze. Sir, that's a 19,999 renminbi set meal, are you sure? Yes. The waiter immediately wrote it down and ran back to place the order. A few moments later, he seemed to recall something and ran back again. Sir, what kind of drinks do you need? Yes, the 19999 chef's set meal is just the dishes, drinks are not included. Qin Chuan thought for a second and said 74 years Conti bar, 2 bottles. The man at the next table was instantly dumbfounded and wanted to find a crack in the ground. Seeing this, the woman quietly asked her husband, what the hell is the 74-year-old Conti? Is it better than the 82 Lafite? The man sweated. He was talking about the 1974 Romane Conti, a bottle of which now sells for 240,000, 82 years of Lafite. In front of it is a younger brother. The woman was also shocked and said 240,000? How can he ask for 2 bottles at once? How can someone spend nearly $500,000 on a dinner? The woman then measured Qin Chuan a glance, dressed in ordinary, empty wrists and even a watch or not. In her heart, she was sure that the other party was charging a large sum of money, first consume and then play rogue, eat bully food. At this time, the head of the waiter cold sweat, customers order their own food, originally is the normal operation. However, the first time I encountered someone 1974 Romane Conti, but also once 2 bottles. More than $400,000 of wine. If the other party is a liar, how to do, sell themselves, cannot afford to lose. He hurriedly ran to the lobby manager and explained the situation to him. The hall manager is also like a big enemy. He walked up, politely said a few words, meaning that the wine is too expensive, want to check the capital first. Qin Chuan thought about it. The hall manager approach is also right. After all, 2 bottles of red wine totaling 480,000 yuan, the risk is too big for them. But when he reached out and touched his pocket, he realized that his black card seemed to still be in the hotel room. So Qin Chuan said, sorry, I forgot my black card in the hotel room. The man at the next table seems to have caught the tail of the rabbit, excited beyond measure. I said he is a liar, to cheat food and drink, pretending to be a big money to pick up girls, but in fact, it is to eat the king's dinner. The woman smiled contemptuously. Sure enough, people rely on clothes, a person to come to such a high-class place, but also wear sportswear, not super rich. That is certainly a gangster liar. Scum man. The man who pretends to be a god to cheat the woman. The hall manager at this time also began to suspect the identity of Qin Chuan. The other party came up and ordered a chef-recommended set menu worth 19,999 yuan, and then also asked for 2 bottles of 74 years of Conti in one breath. If it wasn't a godly man, it was definitely a fraud. Now, since he had nothing and couldn't even pay for his meal, he could definitely only be a liar. Just when the hall manager was ready to kick Qin Chuan out of the store, a voice came from the entrance. So you are here, I looked for you for half a day. Only to see Xia Ying panting and running to the table, looking at Qin Chuan. Ha 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 ha, there is a good show. It seems that this scum has cheated more than one woman. Another gullible one is on the doorstep. The man at the next table said cheerfully. The lobby manager recognized Xia Ying. He had seen the other party's introduction on the internal website. She was the secretary of the group's CEO, the group's senior executive. Secretary Xia. The lobby manager greeted tremblingly. Xiaoying ignored him and instead opened the document in her hand and pushed it in front of Qin Chuan. Boss Qin, you forgot to sign the document just now. Qin Chuan calmly reached out and wanted the waiter to borrow the pen he had on him to write the menu and wrote the word Qin Chuan on the document. Okay. He signed his name and handed the document back to Xiaoying. Looking at Qin Chuan's carefree and indifferent attitude, Xiaoying became angry. Mr. Qin, no matter what, our Silton Group is also one of the top 500 companies in the world, with an annual income of $10 billion. Can't you show a little respect? Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. A group with a revenue of only $10 billion. What do you have to be so arrogant about? You. Xiaoying was so disliked that she couldn't say anything. Who told her that she was the boss and had the capital to say such things? She twisted her head and left, not giving her young boss a good look in the slightest. Qin Chuan just smiled, not bothering with this kind of little girl. The faces of the man and woman at the next table went green. What were they doing just now, mocking the big boss of the Silton Group? The woman thought about it and a cold sweat seeped out behind her back. She had just been saying that the other party was a dead pauper. The two did not order food, secretly slipped away, afraid that if the other side is angry, the consequences are unimaginable. Tens of billions of group big boss, pinch them to death is not the same as pinch an ant. Hall manager Cold Sweat, Waldorf Restaurant and Waldorf Hotel, are attributed to the Weston Group. Waldorf brand is just a brand within the Weston Group only. The man in front of himself was the boss of the entire group. Qin Chuan slowly raised his head and asked flatly, now, do you still need me to check the capital? No need, I will arrange for you, must package your satisfaction. After saying this, he immediately fled the scene. In the face of the pressure of the superior, he as a small front office manager is unable to stay a second more to be too much psychological pressure and collapse. Su Xiaoyan witnessed everything today, her heart slowly began to accept from shock. Although she had 10,000 questions she wanted to ask Qin Chuan, she was a smart woman. There were some things that Qin Chuan would not take the initiative to ask himself as long as he did not want to say. As long as you are there, Xiao Chuan, nothing else matters. What did you say, Sister Xiaoyan? Su Xiaoyan hurriedly covered her mouth. How did she say what was in her heart? Families, look, if you eat here, you can see the CBD of Dongcheng. Wow, families, look, tonight's Boston lobster is so big. Fans eat first. Boston lobster is eaten with Q-tip meat. Xiaomei sits in the corner and broadcasts live. His voice is not loud, but it can be clearly seen that he is trying to mobilize the atmosphere in the live room. During the wait for the food, Qin Chuan opened Douyin and followed Xiaomei. He had a good feeling about Xiaomei's righteousness just now. When clicking on the avatar, he entered Xiaomei's live room, only to see the viewing figure of 788 people in the upper right corner. The audience's interaction is also closely related to the number of people online, excluding the bots. The only few live people are choking Xiaomei. Anchor, quickly go back to the factory to screw, you are not suitable for this business. Xiaomei should change her style and be a rubbing anchor. Right, Xiaomei change black silk, I'll give you a reward for a light sign. In the face of the obscenities in the comments, Xiaomei could only endure in silence. Her own original intention was just to share her life. Even if she had a proud body, she never thought of making money with crooked ways. Xiaomei silently calculated in her mind that tonight's live broadcast hadn't earned a 3-digit income by now. With the 4-figure dinner she ordered, she hadn't even returned a tenth of her capital. She faced the camera and let out a long sigh. For tonight's live broadcast, she had eaten instant noodles for a month. Just as she was about to click off the air, she only saw the phone screen suddenly flash out a few squares, followed by 3 words Carnival slowly rising from the bottom of the screen. Chapter 5 One Night Rising Pink Million. Crap, someone rewarded a carnival. This kind of conservative food broadcast actually has someone rewarding a carnival? It's not a mistake. Xiaomei, tell me honestly, did you secretly give yourself a reward and deliberately create a topic? In the comments section, there were constantly questions. Xiaomei was already speechless. This was the first time she had seen carnival. That was a $3,000 gift. It was a month of her own living expenses. Just as Xiaomei was about to look at the rewarder's name and give thanks, the cell phone screen flashed the square again, another carnival reward. At this moment, Xiaomei was confused, and the fans in the live broadcast room were also confused. Before she could regain her senses, the third carnival rose, the fourth, the fifth. 10 minutes had passed, and Xiaomei's phone had issued an overheating alarm. The comments section was dead silent, with only the constantly scrolling prompts of newcomers entering the live room. No one dared to speak out and question Xiaomei anymore. The special effect of a carnival is 8 seconds. In 10 minutes, the person with the screen name Qin Chuan had already swiped 75 carnivals. 75 carnivals, more than 200,000 soft sister coins off. After the silence in the comments section, there was a frenzy. Crap, witnessing history. I'm honored to see a godly man descend, please accept my knees. What's the identity of the one called Qin Chuan? Too good to be true, 75 carnivals in 10 minutes. The carnival didn't stop with the comments blowing up. The mysterious person with the screen name Qin Chuan still kept brushing the screen with special effects. The popularity of the live broadcast room went from 788 to 99.99. In the blink of an eye, it turned into 30,000 plus again. After a short period of 30,000 plus, it turned into 100,000 plus. I heard that there was a divine hero descending in this live broadcast room and came over to clock in. Is the live room stuck? Why does it keep playing carnival special effects? Idiot, that's Papa Qin Chuan rewarding. Crap, it's too fierce. This is the first time I've seen such a brush of money, and I've never seen such violence in burning money. The comments section of the live broadcast room completely fell, and the people who came over to take pictures and record the screen crowded the server. Going backstage, the engineer responsible for the live broadcast data just made a cup of tea and came back. Going to find the server in the server room issued an overload alarm. His first reaction was that there were bad people making attacks on the server. After checking, he realized that it was a small anchor's live room that had exploded in numbers. The number of people online at the same time was about to exceed 1 million people. 1 million people watching a live broadcast online at the same time, that was a figure that could only be found on top anchors. It is simply impossible for a small anchor to happen, and the frightened engineers immediately replaced the server line for the anchor called Xiaomei to take you to eat. Expansion to the top anchor's server, the maximum can carry 2 million people to watch online at the same time. Just as the engineer switched the server, he saw the alarm light come on again. He wondered and cursed, damn, it won't be stuck in a bug. As a result, he clicked on the alert and instantly froze. The number of online viewers, which had just broken 1 million, was about to approach 2 million. The engineer was not calm and immediately reported to his superiors. Start the emergency expansion plan, the 2 sets of servers in series, so that the anchor called Xiaomei take you to eat live broadcast room expansion to 3 million. Xiaomei in front of the cell phone screen has been frozen, 20 minutes have passed, her own live room screen has been only her forehead screen. The new fans who came in had never even seen what Xiaomei looked like. The images of the lower half of his face were all blocked by the carnival's special effects swipes. Xiaomei couldn't even count how many carnivals there were. Luckily, there were enthusiastic netizens who kept solitaire and counting. 150. 151. 152. 153. Just when the number reached 154, the signal of the live broadcast room was suddenly interrupted. Xiaomei in the corner had a disoriented look on her face. Things were moving too fast. It had only been 20 minutes or so since the first carnival, yet she felt like she was in a big dream. In 154 carnivals, the private messages underneath her Douyin were already 99 plus, and the number of fans had skyrocketed from 1.3 W people at the beginning to 315 W people now. Xiaomei pinched her cheeks, everything was not a dream. Not far away, Qin Chuan looked at the cell phone screen, thought he brushed too much was blocked. As a result, the black live room appeared a few big words due to technical problems in the background, live suspension, the staff is actively repair in the middle of. This Douyin background system is really not moving on the collapse. I 100,000 carnival, how long do I have to brush to send finished? It took me half a day to send out 154 of them. Qin Chuan secretly complained in his heart. Xiao Chuan, what are you doing? Hurry up and eat. Su Xiaoyan watched Qin Chuan keep pressing his cell phone, thought he was dealing with official business, and never called him. But almost half an hour passed, she still couldn't help but remind Xiao Chuan, it's not good for the stomach if the food is cold before eating. Qin Chuan put down his cell phone and smiled faintly at Su Xiaoyan. At this time, the system's prompt rang. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of the side mission, Wise Eyes. Mission reward, obtaining the Kyoto Manor King of House Villa. This time, the reward was unexpectedly a house in Kyoto Manor, or that king of floor villa. Qin Chuan was slightly surprised. Remembering that a netizen had previously purchased a villa in the same neighborhood to send to his mom, it cost 10 mini objectives. Quickly, Qin Chuan closed the system tip interface and the world in front of him returned to reality. The present time belonged to his own little research sister. A king of floor villa was just a villa, not so much to get himself too excited. Qin Chuan looked towards Su Xiaoyan by his side. Although he hadn't seen her for 2 years, she had grown more and more beautiful. And because of a year older himself, between the eyebrows and eyes a few more points of mature charm. Su Xiaoyan's cell phone rang. She looked at the caller alert. It was her mentor's phone. Su Xiaoyan immediately connected, and after a burst of communication, she said to Qin Chuan very apologetically, "Xiao Chuan, I am really sorry, something happened in the school, I have to hurry back to the school trip." Su Xiaoyan looked very anxious. Qin Chuan also did not say anything more. "I send you back to school, buy clothes today, I will let someone send to your dormitory." Su Xiaoyan, originally bright eyes, dimmed a little. "I still have a lot of words to tell Xiaochuan, but something happened in the school." Just as Qin Chuan and Su Xiaoyan were about to leave, the hall manager came over with 2 bottles of Romane Conti in his hands. When he saw Qin Chuan leaving, he asked, "Mr. Qin, are you leaving?" "HM. Then these 2 bottles of Romane Conti, I will save them for you and wait for your next visit." Qin Chuan shook his head and pointed to Xiao Mei in the corner and said, "Give it to her, and say that I thank her for speaking for me at the door just now." After saying that, Qin Chuan pulled Su Xiaoyan away. Corner location. Xiao Mei's live broadcast room finally returned to normal after the backstage staff struggled to repair it. As soon as she opened the live broadcast, the number of people in the live broadcast room instantly soared to 1 million people. The live broadcast room was entirely filled with water users who had gathered to watch the godly Ho reward. But a few minutes passed, and the familiar carnival special effects did not appear again. I saw the hot search inside said, "This Anchor live room has a divine hero." I looked at half a day, even a light sign is not. Is it a lie, or would someone brush 154 carnival? Yeah, the record of Mudo Huang's reward is only 82, who can be more luxurious than him? I think it's a deliberate hype. 154 carnivals, that's 460,000 soft sisters dollars. No matter how rich he is, he can't spend his money like this. In the live broadcast room, the questioning voices continued. Xiao Mei didn't know how to defend herself for a while, so anxious that her tears were about to fall. Just then, the hall manager accidentally broke into the camera with 2 bottles of red wine in his hands. "Hello miss, Mr. Qin asked me to give you these 2 bottles of 1974 Romane Conti as a gift for relieving him just now." The lobby manager's voice was not loud, but just enough to be clearly captured by the live cell phone. Chapter 6, $15 million luxury car, say scrap? Roman what? It's Romane Conti. Fuck, it's a Romane Conti. It's from 1974. Is it expensive? It looks so ordinary to me. Many of the water friends in the live broadcast room heard the name Romane Conti for the first time, and some of them went to the internet to check. There are also gods who know what they are doing, directly on the public screen to type a series of shocked emoticons and popularize the science. Romane Conti is one of the best red wines in the world. The production is rare, the price is ridiculously expensive. Generally rich ones can't afford to drink it, and those who can afford to drink it are exceptionally rich. Just now the man said, his hand is the 1974 Romane Conti. I checked the price on the internet, a bottle of 240,000 yuan. He's got 2 bottles, that's $480,000. I'm sorry. 480,000 for a red wine. Made of gold? Translated, it could be more expensive than gold. Xiao Mei looked at the Romane Conti in front of her, froze for half a day, and opened her mouth to ask which Mr. Qin, please? Qin Chuan, Mr. Qin. The hall manager replied respectfully. The live broadcast room instantly exploded, shocked, questioned, petrified, and so on emoticons, the discussion of the speech crazy screen. Qin Chuan? It was this person again. Has the god Ho descended into reality? Dad, where are you? Qin Chuan husband. The water users, who had just questioned Xiao Mei, all collapsed. They witnessed history once again, as the mysterious tycoon swiped 154 carnivals furiously before appearing in reality, lightly giving away 2 bottles of top red wine worth $480,000. Too crazy, too violent. Kyoto University of Finance and Economics, West Campus Gate. A limited edition Lamborghini Reventon slowly parked at the end of the road. Xiao Chuan, just send it here, Su Xiaoyan said in a low voice. Qin Chuan's car was just too flashy, with a 12-cylinder engine. Just a little bit of throttle would wake up the girls in the whole building. Even if it was parked at a distance, there were people who wanted to come up and take pictures. Su Xiaoyan struggled with her thoughts for a moment, and quickly flicked her vermilion lips to nod over Qin Chuan's face. Then quickly opened the scissors door and trotted back to school. Qin Chuan touched his kissed cheeks and revealed a pleased smile. Sister Xiaoyan is not here, so I don't have to go back to the hotel tonight. It just so happens that I was rewarded with a villa, so let's go take a look. Qin Chuan made up his mind to take a look at his new home first and was about to start the car. Caught off guard, a silhouette appeared beside his car. Qin Chuan lowered the car window unhappily. Outside stood a woman with a hot body. She was wearing a small halter top, her plump peaks holding up the thin fabric. Seeing Qin Chuan lowering the window, she immediately leaned over and pressed herself tightly against the car door. Qin Chuan slightly frowned, asked, "What's the matter with you?" The woman lightly raised her eyebrows, winks at Qin Chuan. "Handsome, your car is really nice, can take me for a ride?" Qin Chuan turned back to come, face icy cold back to say no. Then he stepped on the gas and took off. Only left the woman standing in place. Looking at the distant back of the Lamborghini, the woman's flirtatious smile gradually subsided. She took out her cell phone and dialed the number. "Hey, Brother Long, I'm sure he's the only one in the car, heading towards Shun District." "Good." On the other side of the phone, Brother Long flicked his index finger. The Audi A8 on the side then accelerated away. Qin Chuan's car was traveling on the road to the villa. It was not early, and the third ring road of Kyoto was not that crowded. Because of his peak martial arts ability, Qin Chuan's insight was dozens of times stronger than that of an ordinary person. He quietly realized that there seemed to be a car trailing behind him. He immediately realized that he was being followed, so Qin Chuan shifted the gear to sport mode. The 12-cylinder, mechanical beast with 650 horsepower let out a roar on the ring road. Instantly, the meter pointer pleasingly moved. The A8 behind him realized that his tracking was exposed, and immediately stepped on the gas and followed closely. The two forces, chasing after each other, kept the initial distance at all times. Just as Qin Chuan was about to accelerate and upshift again, an ambulance turned on a fork in the road ahead. Qin Chuan did not hesitate to slow down and give way. The rear A8 took advantage of the situation to catch up, half a car space between the two parties. A8 passenger seat lowered the window. The black-clothed man inside pulled out a weapon, aimed at the Lamborghini half a parking space ahead of himself. Qin Chuan saw the other parties move in the rearview mirror, and quickly hit the steering wheel half a handful of times, and the car bit hit the front of the other party's car. A8 instantly lost control and hit the side guardrail. Looking at the rearview mirror of the A8 has no power to catch up, Qin Chuan was relieved. But just as he came back to God, a white Corolla ahead suddenly braked sharply at the fork in the ring road. Qin Chuan reacted quickly, jerked the steering wheel to avoid tailgating. But the horsepower of the Lamborghini was just too great, and after jerking the steering wheel, the entire car sped towards the exit and crashed into the roadside barrier. There was a rumbling sound. Lamborghini entire front end, including half of the body all deformed, airbags all exploded. Fortunately, the multi-million-dollar luxury car was guaranteed in terms of safety, coupled with Qin Chuan having the strength of a peak level 4 martial Dao. His body was only slightly bruised, and his muscles and bones were not seriously injured. He pushed open the already bent scissor door and sat sideways on the car seat. Who was the person just now? Qin Chuan pondered in his mind. But due to the impact, his head was still buzzing at this moment, making him unable to think for a while. Forget it, it's better to go back to the villa first. The car for transportation had already been scrapped. Qin Chuan could only take out his cell phone and call for an online car first. The sound of the Lamborghini hitting the barrier was so loud that it caused many passers-by to watch. Crap, the collision is also too tragic. Isn't this car a Lamborghini Reventon? My God, it's the $15 million Lamborghini. Passers-by have taken out their cell phones. A burst of wild shots at the car sent the Douyin circle of friends. In just a few minutes, several headlines appeared on the Douyin hot search. Shocked. Limited edition Lamborghini domestic first crash. 15 million luxury cars suddenly car accident, repair costs $4 million. Trenchless. Tens of millions of supercars crashed, the owner calmly plays cell phone. Several hot searches, in addition to the Lamborghini crashed into scrap metal, there is also Qin Chuan calmly sitting in the car looking at his cell phone. The news department of Kyoto TV received the news at the same time. The director of the TV station immediately at everyone in the workgroup, telling the news reporters near the crash to immediately rush to the scene for the first shot and interview. Xiao Charan, who had just gotten off work and was having a late-night snack, saw the news and realized that the scene of the car accident was on the next street. She immediately dropped the fried noodles she had just eaten a bite of, straddled the backpack, took off her high heels, and ran quickly to the scene. After running for a few hundred meters, she saw a group of people gathered in the middle of the road, and Xiao Charan realized that that was the scene of the incident. She took out her cell phone and turned on the video function, ready to start recording the interview. Xiao Charan squeezed through the crowd, and the first thing she saw was a boy sitting leisurely on a supercar playing with his cell phone. Definitely a big news, a big hotspot. Xiao Charan celebrated. He was worried that his internship was about to end and he hadn't gotten a hot news interview yet. As a result, God immediately arranged a breaking news. She slightly tidied up the gray trench coat she was wearing and was about to put on the studded high heels of Valentino that she had just bought. As a result, when she looked up, she found that the other party had gotten into a white net car. Xiao Charan was in a hurry, and seeing that the other party was about to leave the range of vision, he hurriedly stopped a cab. "Master, follow the white net car in front." "Sister, is that your man in the car?" Cab master frowned, bumped into catching cheating. Xiao Charan was stunned, then nodded in the affirmative. "Maisie, this job I do not pull, men have men's hardships, he needs to be free." Xiao Charan took out money and threw it into the arms of the cab master. The master took a look, at least $1,000. The old sister caught well, brother to take you to punish the evil. Chapter 7, Moving Reward 10 billion. Black silk reporter chased to the house. Shun District. Manor adjacent to the exit of the highway, once the highway straight for 3 minutes, arrived at the gate of the Kyoto Manor. Kyoto Manor covers an overall area of 170,000 square meters, and there are more than 200 top-quality villas inside. Kyoto Manor convenient transportation, the surrounding commercial bodies, landscape areas, parks, hospitals, schools and other supporting facilities are complete. Security is even more top-notch. Netcar slowly drove to the gate, was stopped by the security guard. In and out of the Kyoto Manor, which is not a billionaire, in and out of the car are all supercars and luxury cars. This is a private neighborhood, foreign vehicles are not allowed to enter. The security guard said seriously. Qin Chuan lowered the window. "I am the owner of the number 1 villa, I want to go home now." The security guard's pupils shrunk slightly. The number 1 villa, that is the king of the whole neighborhood. He did not dare to slack off, and immediately took out the tablet he had with him. "Sorry sir, I need to perform face recognition on you." Qin Chuan nodded his head and agreed to the other party's behavior. The security guard aimed the camera at Qin Chuan, and a moment later, the screen displayed Qin Chuan's property information. The information was clearly labeled that Qin Chuan was the owner of Villa 1. The security guard immediately pressed the switch and raised the railing to let in the car. The net car drove straight in, just now entering the entrance of the neighborhood. The car continued traveling for about 10 minutes before officially arriving at the gate of Qin Chuan's own villa. Villa number 1 was the king of the building of Kyoto Manor, and its gate specifications were the most top-notch luxury. Its architectural style is French architecture. The gate is for the central axis symmetrical cast iron gate, weighing 3 tons, 10 meters long and 5 meters high. Above the falling leaf pattern, all artisans hand-forged, extremely luxurious. On the way here, Qin Chuan briefly looked at the basic information of the house. Luxurious fine decoration, all with the top materials. The entire villa plus garden covers an area of 10 acres, with a floor area of 3,300 square meters, 12 bedrooms, 10 oversized parking spaces, as well as indoor and outdoor international standard swimming pools, spa, wet and dry steam, jacuzzi, billiard hall, gym, audiovisual room, and other ancillary recreational facilities. After getting off the bus, Qin Chuan passed the fingerprint identification and entered his home smoothly. Into the eyes is a huge fountain, surrounded by planted acacia magnolia, ash, maple, Japanese red maple and other valuable trees to create a sense of colorful seasons, restore the true meaning of beauty. Qin Chuan briefly familiarized himself with the house, and then returned to his bedroom, ready to rest, and in the meantime, think about the night's events. The car accident at night made him realize that he might be targeted by certain people. Just as he was thinking, a prompt from the system appeared before his eyes. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side mission, moving to a new house. Mission reward, receive 1 billion yuan cash reward. A reward of 1 trillion yuan, just right. I've been a bit short-handed lately, and the previous rewards were all physical items, no cash. Although the Express Centurion Black Gold card can be overdrawn, credit cards have to be repaid. Just as Qin Chuan was about to close the reminder interface, the system sent out another message. Warm reminder, if you fail to complete the mainline mission, the system will withdraw all rewards from the challenger. Qin Chuan's heart was flabbergasted. It seems that tomorrow he still has to go to school to study hard and complete the mainline mission. 4 years of college cannot be skipped at will to skip classes. This is the biggest constraint that the system has brought to him. At the gate of Kyoto Manor, Xiao Churan's cab slowly stopped at the side of the road. The driver probed and looked, surprised. Sister, brother-in-law is afraid of being adopted. This is the Kyoto Manor, the top mansion in Kyoto. Xiao Churan has naturally heard of the Kyoto Manor. The residents inside are at least 1 billion level up Big Brother. She swallowed her saliva with some trepidation. But thinking about her own internship period to stay in the TV station, so she had to put up a fight. Xiao Churan walked to the gate of the neighborhood. The security guard stopped her. Here is a private neighborhood. Idle people are not allowed to enter. I'm here to find my friend. Please ask the name of the other party. Xiao Churan at once made it difficult. She did not know each other's name yet. It's the one who just went in by internet car. Are you talking about Mr. Qin? Yes, that's him. The security guard looked Xiao Churan up and down and saw that she was well dressed and had a high face value. He wondered if she could be one of Mr. Qin's confidants. Xiao Churan saw the other side hesitation, pulled out his own work permit. You do not feel confident? Can look at my work permit. I guarantee that I am not a bad person. The security guard took the work permit, a look, Kyoto TV, and then compared to the photo, is the person without error. With the Kyoto TV station's work permit as a guarantee, the security guard reluctantly notified the monitoring room and asked them to call Mr. Qin to notify him. Qin Chuan had just finished his bath, wrapped in his robe and ready to rest, when his cell phone rang. Hello, Mr. Qin, there is a friend of yours, Xiao Churan, visiting you at the gate of the district. Please let him through. Xiao Churan? Qin Chuan was confused. Mr. Qin, you can watch the situation at the gate through your home monitoring tablet. Qin Chuan picked up the tablet beside him and looked at it, only to see a girl of about 20 standing in the screen. The girl was wearing a gray trench coat that covered her knees, and underneath were 2 long legs wrapped in black stockings. Qin Chuan furrowed his brows and was about to tell the monitoring room that he didn't recognize the other party. In the next second, he saw Xiao Churan's bare feet. The black silk under her feet had been worn down and there was blood flowing out. Qin Chuan, moved with compassion, faintly said, "Let her come in." At the gate, the security guard received Qin Chuan's message of release, and immediately respectfully invited Xiao Churan to enter. Because the gate from Qin Chuan Villa there is still a long drive, the district specially arranged an electric car to send her in. On the way in, Xiao Churan was greatly shocked. Inside the Kyoto Manor are all single villas with separate courtyards. Each villa is magnificent and covers several acres of land. In any one of the villas, a toilet could be bigger than the apartment that she herself is currently renting. 10 minutes later, Xiao Churan stood at the entrance of the huge and thick villa number 1. Her heart was very nervous. She was very nervous in her heart. She had played smart to blend in and fooled the security guards, but if she met the main person right away, and if the other party was not happy, she would fall into a situation of doom and gloom. With the other party's strength and energy, playing with oneself is no different from playing with an ant. Xiao Churan took a few deep breaths and encouraged himself. Xiao Churan, don't be nervous, you're doing this for a job, you must keep this job, you must take root and live on in Kyoto. What kind of work do you do? Suddenly, an icy voice came from the gate. Frightened, Xiao Chu then retreated 2 steps and fell on her butt on the ground. She looked at the person who spoke in shock. The other party was officially the owner of the car who was playing with his cell phone in the car accident just now. You are Mr. Qin? Xiao Churan asked with a trembling voice. Qin Chuan smiled playfully. You are that, my friend? Xiao Churan's pretty face reddened, her eyes dodged embarrassed. In a hurry, I had to. Said she took out her work card and handed it up. I am a reporter from Kyoto TV. My name is Xiao Churan. I came to visit you because I want to interview you about the details of the car accident just now. A car accident? That was just an ordinary accident, I didn't hit anyone else, and only my car was scrapped in the whole incident. Qin Chuan answered the other party's question in a few simple sentences. Xiao Charan were willing to give up, that one collision is a direct hit scrapped a limited edition Lamborghini worth 15 million. The other party gave himself the same attitude as crashed a toy car of $12. Inside must not be so simple, there must be insider. She wanted to go forward to pursue the question, when a stabbing pain from the bottom of her foot made her body lurch and fall to the ground. Bright red blood seeped out of the black silk of the Parisian. Chapter 8 Recruiting a housekeeper to take care of the villa. On the first day of work the owner actually wants. Qin Chuan, who was originally going to end the conversation, sighed lightly when he saw this scene. He walks forward and picks up Xiao Charan with one hand. Go inside and put some medicine on it, otherwise it will leave a scar. Xiao Charan nervously gave a light Just after taking 2 steps, the stinging pain in her legs makes it impossible for her to continue walking. Seeing this, Qin Chuan had to pick her up in a princess hug. But after all, the first time to hug, Qin Chuan's hand unintentionally touched the soft and warm taboo place. Xiao Charan felt like she was stimulated by a hot electric current and reflexively let out a light Afterwards, she notices that she lost her temper and buried her head deeply in shame. The autumn night in Kyoto was cool. It took at least 10 minutes to walk from the front door of the villa to the villa. It was a good thing that Qin Chuan possessed peak martial arts strength after receiving the attribute reward. Walking with one person in his arms didn't take much energy at all. When arriving inside the villa, Xiao Charan's pupils violently shrunk. Extremely luxurious French decorations, antique paintings, crystal chandeliers, and artwork piled up with money as far as the eye could see. It was the first time she had seen such a luxurious mansion, and the 100 Willows Academy that she had gone to before was not even a magnitude of existence. In front of the mansions of Kyoto Manor, Bailu Academy was as ridiculous as the slums of San. Qin Chuan puts Xiao Charan on the sofa and goes to bring the medicine box himself. He first medicates Xiao Charan's palms, and the irritation from the antiseptic solution makes Xiao Charan's eyes teary and tears keep swirling in her eyes. Take off the stockings. Ah. Qin Chuan's words made Xiao Charan tense up for a moment. If you don't take it off, how can I give you medicine? Qin Chuan said with some displeasure as he held the disinfectant and face towel in his hand. Xiao Charan then reacted. The last moment she thought that Qin Chuan wanted to make some attempts on her. Her white face became more and more flushed, and her hands slowly removed the already worn Parisian family. The snow-white thighs were unreservedly displayed in front of Qin Chuan's eyes. After careful sterilization and medication, the wound was finally considered to be treated. Qin Chuan brought a cashmere blanket and handed it to Xiao Charan to let her cover it to avoid catching a cold. I don't want to have too much coverage of the car accident, so if you take a picture of me, I hope you can delete it as soon as possible. Qin Chuan nonchalantly put forward his request. On the one hand, he didn't want to be too flashy, lest he invite another assassination by the men in black. On the other hand, he didn't want to be seen by his parents, lest they worry. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't want anyone to disturb him and prevent him from completing the main quest. Xiao Charan pursed his lips, very hesitant inside. In return, you can make a price. Seeing that Xiao Charan didn't promise, Qin Chuan threw out his chips again. Xiao Charan immediately retorted, I am not here to ask you for money. Then what do you want? I just want to rely on my own hands, work well, and live on in Kyoto. Your car accident tonight is a big news. It will be an important achievement for me to stay in the TV station after my internship. I can't. The word give up, Xiao Charan never said it. Qin Chuan treated her as a gentleman tonight and helped her with her wounds, and she kept that in mind. But Qin Chuan's request was inextricably linked to her own promotion and transfer. The job at the TV station, she had been studying at night for a whole year and had gone through many written tests and interviews to get it. As long as he can be transferred to stay in the station, he will have the capital to take root in Kyoto. The corner of Qin Chuan's mouth lifted up, and asked, how much is your yearly salary when you get regularized at the TV station? Xiao Charan thought for a moment and replied, I heard the older siblings say that counting the year-end awards and benefits, you can get at least $20,000 a month. $20,000? A year is also $240,000, right? Xiao Charan nodded. In the real world, monthly income of $20,000 has exceeded 90% of the people. Those on the internet who don't move to earn $1 million a month, 9 times out of 10 are bragging and making things up. $20,000 in Kyoto, How many years do you have to go without eating or drinking before you can buy a house and put down roots? Xiao Chuan was dumbfounded, a question she hadn't thought about. Buying a house in Kyoto was something unattainable. Even if you earn 20,000 a month, buying a house in Kyoto is still a drop in the bucket. You come over and work with me, I'll give you $1 million a year. Qin Chuan rested his head on his hands and leaned on the sofa, saying faintly. Xiao Chuan felt that her ears seemed to have a problem. She repeated, 1 million? Too little? No, no. Xiao Chuan shook her head violently. I don't mean that, it's just that I don't think I'm worthy. Qin Chuan laughed. What is worthy or not worthy? Managing this house is also need to consume quite a lot of experience. Xiao Chuan gave a doubtful ah. If you are willing, you can start working tomorrow as my housekeeper here and take care of everything for me. Xiao Chuan lowered her head in shame. It turned out to be self-centered. Qin Chuan did not mean anything else. Butler, an annual salary of 1 million, dry a year worth the income of the TV station for 5 years, but also do not have to run around, irregular work and rest. The workplace is not easy to cheat. Xiao Chuan thought a little, and immediately agreed. Qin Chuan stood up and stretched. Well, it's not early, I still have class tomorrow. There are 12 rooms in the villa. Other than my room, the others, you can choose one to stay by yourself. After saying that, Qin Chuan turned around and went back to the bedroom to lie down. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a familiar beep sounded. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side quest, hire a subordinate. Mission reward, obtain a bottle of Life Original Liquid. Note, Life Original Liquid is an extremely precious material with the effect of bringing the dead back to life. The system prompt faded down, and Qin Chuan's hand had an extra bottle of 10 milliliters of golden liquid. This is the original life liquid? Qin Chuan will Life Original Liquid high up, golden liquid in the light of the light, blooming infinite vitality. Having money is important, but life is more precious. The collision made Qin Chuan's heart palpitate. With this, it's equivalent to having one more life for me. Qin Chuan put away the Life Original Liquid as a wave of drowsiness hit him and his eyelids drooped. Gradually, he fell asleep on his large, luxurious 3-meter by 3-meter bed. The next day, Qin Chuan yawned and came down from upstairs, ready to go to the kitchen to eat something. Just after taking 2 steps, he saw Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan's pretty face blushed and turned sideways. I found that you seem to love blushing when a reporter rarely interviews the opposite sex? Qin Chuan was a bit puzzled. Ever since he met this girl, the other party always loved to blush and be shy. Shouldn't I reconsider the candidate for housekeeper? Qin Chuan pondered in his heart. Xiao Chuan stretched out her hand and pointed towards Qin Chuan. With a puzzled face, Qin Chuan surveyed himself, only to realize that he was now wearing his summer shorts housecoat. His own brother stood guard angrily, holding an umbrella against the wind. The scene was abrupt and spectacular. Qin Chuan's face did not blush and his heart did not jump, as if there was nothing wrong now. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side mission, early to bed, early to rise, good health. Mission reward, Tianchang BMW 4 store. This can all be rewarded? Qin Chuan can't help but report foul language. The system's rewards are also a bit too much. Gulp, Qin Chuan's stomach growled. What are you still standing there for? Say goodbye to work today. Hurry up, I can't stand it anymore. Xiao Chuan sniffs and his breathing intensifies by a few points. Didn't he say yesterday that the housekeeper doesn't have to do all that? Qin Chuan saw that Xiao Chuan had not yet moved, so he took 2 steps forward. What, don't want to do it? The closer Qin Chuan is, the hormones emanating from his body and the body temperature of his body, the more he makes the nervous Xiao Chuan's mouth dry. After more than 10 seconds of long thought struggle, she hard across faced Qin Chuan, squatting down. Chapter 9 Limited Edition BMW M4, for you to buy food. Qin Chuan is startled by Xiao Chuan's sudden move and takes several steps backward. Distance is drawn between the two. What are you doing? Qin Chuan said unhappily. Xiao Chuan has a puzzled look on her face. Didn't you tell me to work quickly? You're not going to be able to stand it. I'm telling you to hurry up and make breakfast. I'm starving and can't take it anymore. Qin Chuan has a head full of black lines. His rating of Xiao Chuan in his heart once again drops a few points. Xiao Chuan is dazed. She can't even lift her head up in shame. What was I thinking? She self-criticizes in her heart. So she hurriedly got up and went downstairs. but before she took 2 steps, she stopped again. Boss, what do you want to eat? Whatever, anything, I'm not picky. Okay. Xiao Charan continued to go downstairs. But before taking 2 steps, she stopped again. What's wrong again? Qin Chuan even wanted to cook by himself. Boss, the villa is too big, I still don't know where the kitchen is. Qin Chuan was speechless, so he had to lead Xiao Charan to the kitchen by himself. The two of them walked for 5 minutes and finally arrived at the kitchen. In Villa 1, the kitchen alone is divided into those that do Chinese or Western food. In the kitchen, there are pots and pans and so on. Very quickly, Xiao Charan made a small noodle and a drawer of soup dumplings. The small noodles look simple, but Qin Chuan ate it and praised it without stinting. Seeing that you are a bit dumb, your craftsmanship is not bad. Hearing the boss's praise, Xiao Charan's eyes smiled into a curved moon. Boss, can I take 2 days off? Because the TV station resigned, I still need to go back and do the handover. Also moving here, I need to go back to the rental house to pack my bags. Qin Chuan took a bite of the dunked soup dumplings and nodded. Both of them walked out of the villa after eating and drinking their fill. Suddenly, Qin Chuan realized a very serious problem. After the Lamborghini crashed, it seemed like he had no replacement car. It just so happened that the system had sent a Ford store, so he could go get one. He looked at Xiao Charan again. Do you have a car? I can't even afford a cartwheel? How can I have a car? Go, accompany me to buy a car first. Xiao Charan Fong just thought that yesterday Qin Chuan's car was scrapped, and there is no means of transportation today. Alas, the world of rich people to buy a car with the same as buying food. The two called a network car, straight to Kyoto Tiancheng BMW 4 store. 2 people walked into the BMW showroom. The hall is full of BMW cars, from the cheapest 1 Series to 8 Series, everything. Qin Chuan is not familiar with cars. Sweeping a glance over, his attention fell on a cement gray M4. He had seen this car on Douyin. A certain automobile class netizen picked up the car and gave it a bad rap, making this model of BMW instantly on the hot search. Qin Chuan circled around the car. The size is appropriate, the 2-door hardtop model is just right for transportation to buy food. He pointed to the M4 and asked, the size is just right, you go to the street to buy a dish or parking. Boss, what do you mean? This car with you to buy food with. Boss, not good. Xiao Charan stole a glance at the price tag next to the car, more than 100 na. You don't like it? Doesn't it look good? Xiao Charan quickly shook his head. No, it's very nice, it's just that. Of course it looks good, don't you see the edition 50 jar BMW M slogan printed on the car? This car is based on the current M4 Thunder Edition Company Special Big Morning 50 years anniversary tribute work. Limited to 150 units worldwide. A female salesperson clasped her hands on her chest and said coldly. Qin Chuan did not pay attention to her and said to Xiao Charan, do you think it's good, do you want to test drive it? Not waiting for Xiao Charan to speak, the female sales immediately interrupted. Hey, who said you can test drive? This is the 50th anniversary limited edition. This is the 50th anniversary limited edition. There is only one in the whole Kyoto, not anyone can test drive it. Before the female sales came over to measure Qin Chuan, 2 people to take a car, online car, one wearing ordinary domestic sportswear, one dressed like a college student just internship. Once look, take a picture on the line. Don't touch it, you can't afford to pay for it if you touch it. How can we buy without test driving? Xiao Charan is also a girl who was not afraid of things, and immediately asked the question back. The saleswoman smiled coldly, you can afford it. Look at you all, poor look, you have to say out of the bottom of the family to buy a 1 Series, I still believe, to buy this limited edition M4, are you kidding me? You what you, I say girl, you are not just to take a picture to send a circle of friends to pretend a pussy, you this kind of students I have seen a lot. 1.05 million, if you can now pull out a 50,000 yuan I believe you can buy. Xiao Charan was angry, pretty face and read up, $50,000, emptied her branch, negative treasure, prestige fear are not out. Call your manager. Qin Chuan does not want to talk to the minions, directly communicate with the superiors. Sales white Qin Chuan a glance, although the boy who spoke looks okay, but he spoke too dragged some. Oh, you what people not moving to call the manager, each like you to come in white dabbing card to take pictures to call the manager to come, our 4 store is still open, not open. May. At this time, a thick voice came from behind the sales. Walking is a middle-aged man with glasses. Sales Ami pouted and shouted Manager Wang. Manager Wang stroked the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said with a straight face, "What is happening?" The commotion. Ame body bones are crooked, half leaning on the chest of Manager Wang, plump buttocks back slightly top. Manager Wang felt all crispy. "Manager, these two people came to the store to cause trouble. People are maintaining order in the hall." "We didn't make trouble, we came to buy a car, we just want to test drive it," Xiao Charan defended. Manager Wang cold-face surveyed Qin Chuan and Xiao Charan, cold voice said, "Oh, this is a limited edition BMW M4, priced at 1.05 million yuan. Can you guys afford to buy it?" Ame twisted her body and whispered, "Manager, don't talk nonsense with them, they are just two poor people, just kick them out." "I see that man is so pretentious, very upset," said secretly pinched a manager of 2 inches of tendons, the crisp of his body trembling. "Hear that, hurry to me to roll." Manager Wang now cannot wait to drive the two away, so that he can take Ame to the office to explore the operation principle of the single-cylinder piston engine. Xiao Charan didn't want to get into trouble on her first day of work, and she pulled Qin Chuan away quickly. "Boss, why don't we go to another house to take a look?" "Why should we look elsewhere? This is my store." Qin Chuan's words have just come out, causing Manager Wang and Ame to laugh. Manager Wang laughed and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, buy a car or buying out of the magic, but also your store. Kid, I have been working in Tiancheng for 8 years, I can still not know who is my boss? You don't know who your boss is before you act like one. Dead poor people dare to say anything. Manager, hurry to call the security guards to drive them away, look at this kind of poor people are disgusting," Ame said with disgust. Ame's words crispy bones numb Wang manager, he immediately called for security. But he found that the security guard was not in the hall, but outside to open the door for someone. "Holy shit, the big boss is here." Manager Wang immediately pushed Ami away and straightened up his grooming. Outside the door of the Force store, a middle-aged man came down from the back seat of a BMW 7 Series. The man was wearing a decent suit and had silver hair. He got off the car and directly entered the showroom, looked around, and walked in the direction of Manager Wang. As his pace approached, the man's hand reached out in a handshake motion. Manager Wang immediately greeted him and at the same time stretched out his hand in preparation to shake the big boss's hand. But in the next second, Big Boss directly brushed past Manager Wang and walked towards Qin Chuan. Chapter 10, Triggering a Time-Limited Quest, Rewarding a Gulfstream G650 Private Jet. "You are Mr. Qin Chuan, right? I am Lu Yong, the boss of Tiancheng BMW 4 store," Lu Yong said with a flattering face. Qin Chuan nodded his head without much expression on his face. "Mr. Qin Chuan, are you satisfied with this store? If not, I still have a Mercedes-Benz store, you can go and take a look, the same price." His indifference caused cold sweat to break out on Lu Yong's forehead. Not long ago, he just speculated in futures lost close to a small target, soon to be forced by the institution to close the position, is worried about how to do. Today, someone directly acquired a Force store under his name, and still bought it at a price double the market price. Out of such a generous, must be an uncomplicated character. When he saw Qin Chuan, Lu Yong more sure of his idea, young age, surrounded by beautiful women, the other party is definitely a family son. See each other attitude cold, Lu Yong heartbeat accelerated a lot, for fear that the other party backtracked, this pile of business will be lost. Lu Yong's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck Manager Wang and Ame. The two were petrified on the spot. Manager Wang was in a cold sweat and his legs were shivering. What? The big boss sold the Force store? How did he not know? Or sold to this kid in front of him? Is he really the new boss? I don't know. Just now, I had to ask the security guards to kick people out. Qin Chuan raised his eyelids and looked at Manager Wang and said, "I'm qualified to look at this car now, right?" Manager Wang stumbled and almost didn't stand still. Lu Yong's eyes narrowed slightly, looked at the situation in front of him, and understood the scene at once. "Wang Yud, you are fired. Pack up and get out." Ame's eyes were quick, and she immediately undid the 2 buttons and stuck Qin Chuan. "It turns out that you are really a big boss, and people have just been joking with you." Between the words, her body of force, soft boneless body straight-paced Qin Chuan arm. Qin Chuan pushed her away, said contemptuously, "Roll aside." At this time, Qin Chuan in front of the emergence of the system's prompts. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of the side mission, identification of scum female. Reward, 30% of the shares of Wanda Group. Wanda Group, a joint stock limited company founded by former richest man Wang Lin, the group operates in the scope of commercial real estate, high-class hotels, culture and tourism, film and television, sports, network finance. With total assets of $1 trillion, it could be said to be a giant industry in China. 30% of the shares, converted to about $300 billion. Without waiting for Qin Chuan to think about it in detail, immediately afterward, another prompt surfaced in front of Qin Chuan's eyes. Time-limited mission, get to the school within 30 minutes for a special reward. 30 minutes to the school? Qin Chuan opened his cell phone map and looked at the drive. The route planned by the cell phone map was almost in full red, and it was estimated to take 1 hour and 30 minutes to arrive at the school. The road traffic in Kyoto during the day was like this. There was no such thing as not being stuck in traffic. Qin Chuan switched to public transportation and found that there was a rapid transit bus that could go straight to the school, taking exactly 30 minutes. He immediately bid farewell to Xiao Charan and ran towards the bus stop. Half an hour later, the bus steadily stopped at the nearest station to the University of Finance and Economics, which was still 1 kilometer away from the west gate of Li. Qin Chuan glanced at his watch. The countdown on it showed that there were still the last 25 seconds to go before the 30 minutes were up. Qin Chuan immediately mobilized the power of martial arts in his body and ran towards the school gate. At the same time, Qin Chuan's back whistled past a silver GTR. The GTR was incredibly fast, and its loud roar attracted the attention of countless people on the road. The car drove towards the west gate of the University of Finance and stopped at the west gate entrance. Li Jun intentionally parked the car at the main entrance just to show his strength. During the university period, if one could drive an Eastern Ing God of War GTR, one could not find a second person in the entire University of Finance. The people passing by had sideways glances at this silver God of War sports car. Qin Chuan stepped over the line and entered the school at the last second. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of time-limited task, rush to the school within 30 minutes. Mission reward, Gulfstream G650 business jet. Qin Chuan had some impression of the Gulfstream G650. It was currently the most luxurious model in private jets, priced at around $400 million. The fuselage is 30.4 meters long, with a wingspan of 30.35 meters and a height of 7.72 meters. It has a super spacious cabin that can accommodate up to 18 passengers. Restrooms, galley, and dining bar are all standard, and the king-size bedroom is even more luxurious. The maximum cruising speed is Mach 0.925, and the range is up to 13,000 kilometers at Mach 0.85. It has the largest cabin in this class of aircraft. As it happens, you can go home for the winter and summer vacations and go back on a private jet, so you don't have to worry about the return airfare anymore. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, and was quite satisfied with the rewards of the time-limited mission. Students, the car pull over and stop, do not block the main entrance. The school security guard behind Qin Chuan said to Li Jun in the driver's seat in the GTR. Li Jun glanced at the security guard, viciously back to your fucking dead security nosy? Tell me to pull over. The security guard is a grandfather, age about 50 or so, see Li Jun to their own rude words, but also did not get angry, still as to persuade the students, you parked in this side, affecting the normal traffic of the school, the trouble to move a move. The security guard's persuasion did not play the slightest role. On the contrary, it is enraged Li Jun. He got off angrily. You a dead security guard, do you know who my father is? You know how much money he donated to the school, your salary is my father donated money to send. The security guard was a bit nervous by Li Jun's yelling, and said timidly, even if your dad is the principal, he can't be like this. Li Jun heard the anger, raised his hand to slap the past, more than 50 years old security uncle knocked to the ground. Immediately after that, flew up and tucked a foot in the uncle's body, stomping hard. You are a fucking security guard, how dare you tell me what to do, a word from my old man, directly let you roll back to your hometown. Li Jun's punches and kicks on the security uncle, watching the students on the roadside a moment of fear, no one dared to go forward to stop. When he was about to swing his fist again, he was stopped by another hand. I will give you 1 minute to drive your garbage truck and roll. Li Jun froze, someone actually dared to stop him. Still talking to him like that? Who the hell are you? Mind your own business, do you know who my father is? Not waiting for Li Jun to finish, Qin Chuan slapped him, sending his back teeth flying out. Li Jun's mouth was full of blood, whimpering. You still have 40 seconds. Seeing this, Li Jun was afraid that he wouldn't be able to beat the other party and immediately got into the GTR. Before leaving, he lowered the window and screamed at Qin Chuan, "You wait for me, I will go to the principal's office company to sue you, and I will see that you don't want to mix in the University of Finance and Economics again in this life." After saying that, Li Jun stepped on the gas and entered the University of Finance. The security uncle climbed up with difficulty and looked at Qin Chuan with tearful eyes. "Child, you shouldn't have stood up for me. You are in big trouble." That freshman beat up Li Jun? Crap, Li Jun, he dared to do it. Isn't he afraid that Li Jun will call his dad to retaliate? Who's Li Jun's dad? You don't even know Li Jun's dad. He's the general manager of a listed company. He donated $10 million to the school last year. Many of the students passing by knew Li Jun's identity and were worried for Qin Chuan. The evil young man is not scary, what is scary is the power behind the evil young man. Li Jun drove for a while before he stopped and touched the swollen half of his face. He took out his cell phone and dialed the number. "Dad, I was beaten up at school." Chapter 11. You're in big trouble. Do you know who his father is? Li Jun is Li Gang's only son. Li just old son, and because of work, little time at home, weekdays will rarely go to discipline Li Jun. All along, Li Gang has been using money to make up for Li Jun. This also allows Li Jun to develop a bullying personality. Last year's exam he did not get into the University of Finance and Economics. Li Jun used the power of money. With a donation of money, his son borrowed to study in the University of Finance and Economics. This makes Li Jun feel that as long as there is money, there is nothing that can't be done. His own father can help him deal with everything. "Son, don't be afraid, there's Dad. After I finish my meeting with the chairman, I'll come to you. Make sure the school gives a statement." Li Gang hung up the phone angrily. As the general manager of the northern region of a listed group company, his status was a cut above the chairman of an ordinary company. Moreover, he had donated money to the University of Finance before, and also promised the president of the University of Finance that he would make another donation afterward. With these two layers of relationship, Li Gang concluded that Kaisha University would not dare to favor the other party. Qin Chuan glanced at his cell phone and prepared to make a trip to the dormitory first. The Kyoto Manor house was good, but it was too far from the school. If you go back and forth every day, the delay on the road is too long. It would be more convenient to stay in the dormitory and wait until the weekend to go back to the villa. Anyway, the villa has Xiao Charan to take care of it, so he doesn't have to worry too much. Walked to the 5th floor of the boys' dormitory, room 511. Qin Chuan pushed open the door of the dormitory room, which is a 4-person dormitory. The bed and desk are connected together. Above is the bed, below is the desk. There is also a balcony in the dormitory where you can dry your clothes and do your washing. It was also equipped with an independent bathroom, heating, an electric fan, and hanging air conditioner. Qin Chuan briefly swept a glance. All 3 of his roommates had already moved in. Seeing Qin Chuan's arrival, the boy wearing glasses excitedly said, "Hey, the last brother is here." He walked forward in a self-congratulatory manner and reached out to shake Qin Chuan's hand. "Hello, my name is Tang Yuming." "Hello, my name is Qin Chuan." Tang Yuming pointed to the side of a tall, thin man, said his name is Kong Huijun. Kong Huijun was eating dumplings. He waved the chopsticks in his hand and greeted Qin Chuan. Then, Tang Yuming introduced another dark-skinned boy who was doing bicep curls with dumbbells. That person was called Wu Ming, who had just been discharged from the army. Qin Chuan nodded and said hello. Tang Yuming pointed to an empty bed and said, "Our dormitory is in first-come first-served order, and your bed is over there." Looking at Qin Chuan seated, Tang Yuming continued to say, "The basic information of our dormitory individuals I have read. Wu Ming is the oldest, is the dormitory boss, followed by me, and then Kong Huijun. Qin Chuan, you are the youngest, is the oldest 4. Qin Chuan nodded his head and had no comment. Kong Huijun ate dumplings and brushed the school form. Originally, he wanted to look at the post of the school flower selection. But when he looked at it, he saw a hot post that was topped, and he called out, "Brothers, look, big news." Tang Yuming hilarious to go forward, only to see the school forum, now top the hottest post titling "In God of War GTR blocked the school door, the new student for the security guards to teach a lesson to show off the rich young man." Kong Huijun immediately clicked into the post. only to see that there are a few fuzzy photos of the scene. The following text briefly describes the details of what happened at the school gate. The rich young man in a GTR parked illegally. The school security guards persuaded him to leave, but to be humiliated by the rich young man. A freshman stepped in and taught the rich young man a lesson. After Kam Huijun read the description, he only praised the good. Well done. Now some people rely on the family has too money all day to act recklessly, no one in the eye. If I were on the scene, I would also step in and give that what rich young too big pussy fight. Tang Yuming carefully browsed through the post and looked at the photos seriously. Subsequently, he was surprised to say, how is the rich man on the top of the photo a bit familiar, as if. Seems to be Li Jun. Wu Ming put down the dumbbells in his hands and also came over. He carefully looked at the characters inside the photo, and then pointed to a person above, said, wait, you see, this ought to teach Li Jun's people, is not exactly our dormitory's old four well. Tang Yuming took Kong Huijuan's cell phone, came to Qin Chuan's side, pointed to the photo and asked Lao Si, the person in the photo is not you? Did you teach that rich young man a lesson? Qin Chuan did not deny it and nodded his head. Crap, you actually even dare to hit Li Jun. Wu Ming put down the dumbbells in his hand and said with a difficult look on his face that Li Jun I know, the counselor told me, his father is the general manager of the northern region of Wanda, and his background is not ordinary. Old 4, you are too impulsive. Kong Huijun stopped chopsticks, incredibly said the Wanda you said is the Wanda Group? The Wanda Group that the richest man founded? Wu Ming nodded yes. Wanda Group is the country's leading large enterprises, its northern region general manager is not ordinary people. Before I heard to go to our county for investment inspection, the county inside the 1 or 2 hand personally accompanied. He moved his hand, said a sentence to invest in building a commercial body, that is several $1 billion of business can be said to be powerful, not to mention in the school, even if it is our principle to see, have to courtesy 3 times. Kong Huijun described. Tang Yuming face ugly, full of anxiety, said Lao Si, you are in big trouble. Lao San, do you have any contacts that can calm this matter? We need to hurry before Li Jun's father comes, so that the school can mediate this matter first. Wu Ming opened his mouth and asked. As the oldest, he was the most calm at this time. Wu Ming began to analyze the arrangement and immediately began to prepare to solve the problem. Kong Huijun and Tang Yuming shook their heads. Both of them were students who entered Kyoto from the county. Their parents at home were ordinary company employees, where could they have any connections? Wu Ming's face was grave, and he bowed his head and contemplated for a moment. Then, biting his lip, he said, since this is the case, I will go to the counselor and see what he has to do. After saying that, Wu Ming put on a sweater and hurriedly went out, running towards the counselor's dormitory. As the big brother of the dormitory, for his brother to have an accident, he wouldn't sit idly by, no matter what method he used, he had to keep Qin Chuan. Tang Yuming was also like an ant on a hot pan, constantly walking around the dormitory, thinking of ways for Qin Chuan. Kong Huijun, on the other hand, began to contact his fellow villager. He was under the impression that this hometown friend of his was already a senior who was the vice president of the student union. Hey, Senior Chen, this is Kong Huijun. Oh, what's up? It's like this, something happened to my brother today. Kong Huijun told the other party a brief rundown of Qin Chuan's affairs. As a result, he was only halfway through his sentence when the other party hurriedly interrupted. Huijun, it's not that I won't help you. There's nothing I can do, he's Li Jun, his father is Li Gang. The general manager of the northern region of the Wanda Group, I still want to go to the Wanda Group for internship this year. If you ask me to put in a good word for him with Li Jun, I'm afraid I won't have any internship opportunities. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Kong Huijun looked like a deflated ball and let out a long sigh. The vice president of the University of Finance and Economics Student Union seems to be a bully in school. But in society, who will recognize your title? As long as out of school, you are a student child, just a rookie egg. Seeing this, Tang Yuming could only hope for Wu Ming. He went to the counselor. As a matter of fact, Li Jun could more or less sell the counselor a face. Tang Yuming seems to think of something, immediately opened the cell phone. Wilson said to Kong Huijun, Lao San, how much money on your side? I still have 800 living expenses this month. You transfer me 500, I have a total of 1500 here all to Lao Si to transfer. Old 4, $2,000 you accept, in case the other side to find you compensation, you can also respond to the emergency. At this time, the dormitory door was pushed open from outside. Wu Ming came in a hurry, followed by a middle-aged bald man. When the man entered the door, the whole person's momentum gives a kind of majesty that cannot be offended. He looked around the room in a circle, opened his mouth and asked who was Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan raised his hand. I am. The man said with a reproachful face, TSK, you are Qin Chuan, do you know how much trouble you have caused? Qin Chuan said with a disinterested face, how much trouble? That man wanted to commit murder against the security Moncler outlet store at the entrance of the school. I stepped in to stop it. I am considered to be righteous and courageous. How is it a trouble? I'm not sure if you can go and ask the master, he can testify for me. See, Qin Chuan still do not take the matter of Li Jun seriously. Wu Ming some anxiety, said Lao Si, this is our counselor, Guo Ming Huaigua counselor, he is here to help you. You do not think that your matter is very simple. Now everyone is trying to find a solution for you, be more serious. Wu Ming did not blame Qin Chuan much, as the eldest brother, a few years older than them, experienced the army as well as social baptism. He understands that a rash young man like Qin Chuan hasn't encountered the storm and how treacherous the situation is now. Chapter 12 Compensation of $1 million. The whole school assembly knelt down and kowtowed to apologize. Guo Minghui walked to the door, poked his head out and looked around, then closed the door and lowered his voice and said, Qin Chuan, you probably don't know the seriousness of the matter. Li Jun's father, the general manager of the northern region of the Wanda Group, previously donated 10 million to the school. This year, the school is preparing for the world's top 200 university rankings. The impact of the top 200 has a prerequisite is the need to have a world-class laboratory. This laboratory alone will cost $15 million. At present, there is still a large sum of money short of raising the full 50 million. Guo Huaiming said here, the rest of the words are too explicit, he is not good to express directly, can only use a look to let them understand. Wu Ming instantly understood what the counselor meant. Now the school lacked funds to build a laboratory, and Li Gang had money and the intention to donate. But just in the window before the donation, his own son got a big forced fight at school. As a father, how could he let it go? Rich people don't care what facts you have or don't have, they only care that they can't suffer. Tang Yuming seemed to recall something and muttered in fear. Guo Huaiming touched his smooth head, thinking hard for half a day, opened his mouth to say so. I try to use the identity of the counselor to talk to Li Jun. Before his father has no action, we all dealt with the big things and small things. This is the best, thank you counselor. With Guo Huaiming's words, Wu Ming's heart was slightly relieved. No matter what, Li Jun was also a student of the University of Finance and Economics, so he didn't look at the face of the monk to look at the face of the Buddha. Guo Huaiming immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Li Jun. Hello, Li Jun I am Counselor Guo Huaiming. What is it? Li Jun's tone on the other end of the phone is not good, with a bit of disdainful attitude. Just now the school gate thing I just know, that Qin Chuan is now my student. Young people, impulsive some. Let's this thing, you see private deal with it. Guo Huaiming attitude is very sincere, even some humble look. But what can be done, he is a district councillor only. People's family is powerful, it is not allowed to let himself off the class. Li Jun on the other end of the phone heard a bit of flavor, feelings are that kid knows he got into trouble, now looking for counselors to mediate. Li Jun sneered and said, oh, Guo Huaiming, since he is your student, I look at your face, can also be private. Guo Huaiming opened the speakerphone. Li Jun's words let a few people in the dormitory are relieved for it. Immediately after, Li Jun continued to say compensation for my spiritual loss, medical expenses 1 million, and then in the whole school assembly, to me on my knees to kowtow. This matter, I'll just forget about it. Li Jun's words instantly hit everyone. 1 million, and then in front of the whole school kneeling kowtowed to apologize. This is simply an insult. Li Jun, your conditions. Li Jun didn't give Guo Huaiming a chance to speak, interrupting, this is all I ask, if you can't do it, let him wait for me. My dad will come to the school in the afternoon, and I'm going to tell him to get out of Kaijing University. Also, his details I checked, Jiangning small broken county people is it, my father to their county leaders to say hello, and then the country blocked him. I want to let him all his life to me to ask for food. After saying that, Li Jun snapped and hung up the phone. Guo Huaiming put away the phone, looked at Qin Chuan, said Qin Chuan, things have come to this. The mistake you made, you have to carry it yourself. The Green Mountain is not worried about the firewood, bite your teeth, it will be over. Otherwise, with the energy of Li Jun's father, can really ruin your life. Tang Yuming persuaded the old four, we can be a man, not just a minute thing, get through it. Kama Hui Jun said yes, Han Xin and crotch humiliation, do not for today's face, give up their own future. Wu Ming is more practical, he does not think that Qin Chuan can for face, give up the identity of the university students and risk the consequences of being blocked by the whole industry and Li Jun bar. The only thing he considered was the issue of Li Jun's compensation. Counselor, the 1 million that Li Jun wants. Guo Huiming said with his eyes narrowed slightly, money, I will find the school leader Zhou Xin again at that time, to see if it can be paid in installments. Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun have given Qin Chuan money, and Wu Ming also immediately opened his cell phone. Lao Si, I was discharged from the army, gave me a subsidy of 200,000, I give home 100,000, the rest I keep 5,000, the rest of 95,000 are to you. Said, Wu Ming immediately 95,000 to Qin Chuan. Looking at the four people in front of him who kept helping themselves with money and effort, Qin Chuan was a bit touched. He opened his cell phone and returned everyone's transfers. Lao Si. What are you doing? Why did you return the money? Wu Ming said angrily. Qin Chuan stretched and yawned and said, I appreciate everyone's kindness, but I won't accept the money. I didn't do anything wrong, why should I kneel down and kowtow to him to apologize? On the contrary, the school gate beating security guards, I am righteous, I am the party of justice, I apologize to him to admit fault, there is fairness to speak of. Guo Huiming shook his head at Qin Chuan's words and sighed, what do you know, you child? There is no fairness in this world, people have the money and power to play with you to death as if you were playing with an ant. You have not yet entered society, you will not understand. After saying that, Guo Huiming shook his head and left the dormitory. In his eyes, Qin Chuan was young and impetuous and would not accept Li Jun's conditions at all. As a counselor himself, he had already done his best. The other people in the dormitory were also like deflated balls, they could help all they could, but Qin Chuan was too stubborn and simply could not listen to their words. The principal's office of the University of Finance and Economics. Ho Yud, the director of the school affairs department, didn't knock on the door and hurriedly barged in. The principal Chang Guoli, who was resting his eyes on the sofa, was startled, and he angrily rebuked him for coming in and not knocking on the door. I have to get a heart attack out of me before I give up, right? Ho Yud was reprimanded, lowered his head. Principal, something big happened. Chang Guoli's eyes condensed, what is the matter? Ho Yud immediately put the school gate things one by one set out. Chang Guoli, face calm, spoke that Li Jun is too much, relying on his father a bit of strength, and acted arbitrarily. Listening to Guo Huiming said, Li Jun refused to settle the matter privately, and had to stab the matter to his father. Principal, you also know that Mr. Li loves this son the most. Chang Guoli slammed the table, angrily said, Li just love his son, I do not love my students? What kind of world is this? You make a mess first, and when you're stopped, you have to fight back. There is no law. Ho Yud watched Chang Guoli finish his temper, and then reminded the president that our university is going to compete for the top 200 international rankings this year, and that world-class laboratory needs $50 million. Mr. Li opened his mouth last year, saying that he would sponsor 10 million. Chang Guoli suddenly remembered this, his face could not help but change. The University of Finance and Economics into the world's top 200 is the key to enter a higher position of their own achievements. If they fall at this juncture, this life's career, even if the end of the road. Just when Chang Guoli indecisive, desk phone rings. It is the defense section. Call principal, Wanda Group Northern General Manager Li Gang said to see you. Chapter 13. Give you 1 minute to kneel down and apologize, or block you. A Mercedes-Benz S350 drove straight to the bottom of the office building of the University of Finance. Li Gang, dressed in a black suit, accompanied by 2 assistants, walked into the principal's office. Chang Guoli, face full of smiles, went forward and stretched out his hand. Mr. Li's big ride, there is a loss to welcome na. Li just squinted at Chang Guoli, cold snorting off. In principal, my son's business, you know it. I've heard a little bit about it. Young people, they are always messing around. Li Gang slammed the table, pointing at Chang Guoli's nose, and said angrily, I spent so much money on sponsoring your university in the hope that my son would have a good learning atmosphere. As a result, my son's personal safety is not guaranteed. Chang Guoli's face changed slightly, as the head of a school, and in the community, identity is not a low figure. In normal times, he would have called the defense section and asked people to blast Li Gang out. However, now is the key time of his career rise. He has a request from the other side, sometimes have to bow down. Call the kid who hit my son over. I want to take a good look. In the end, what is the background? Darren moving my son. Hoyt saw this, immediately ran out, to call Qin Chuan to come. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Chuan walked slowly to the principal's office. Li Gang looked up and down at the other party and saw that he was dressed plainly, and his feet were still a pair of domestic sneakers. You are the kid who hit my son, right? Qin Chuan coldly looked down at Li Gang. Are you the father of that beast? You. Principal Chang, is this the student you taught at the University of Finance and Economics? Chang Wuli glared at Qin Chuan, poured a cup of tea for Li Gang, and said with a snort that the students from the county were a bit temperamental. Li Gang waved his hand, knocked off the tea on the table. Enough, often the principal, I see you are favoring this kid. At this time, Li Junbak feet also arrived at the principal's office. His first sight of Qin Chuan was still a bit intimidated, but when he saw his father present, he immediately became arrogant. Dad, it's this kid who made a move on me. Look, my face is swollen. Li Jun is the only child of Li Gang, usually pampered. See, his son's right half of the face is swollen. Li just heartbroken. Often principal, you look. This is all into what kind of appearance? This matter must not be so forgettable, to be severely punished. Must be expelled. Oh. I have to fire me if I do it. Then he did it. How to count? Qin Chuan took out his cell phone, opened the photo album and flipped out a video. Only to see the video, Li Jun punched and kicked the 50-year-old security guard, beating the other side, holding his head, and fell to the ground. It is this old bastard has been annoying me, but also hard to ask me to move the car, so I did it. Li Jun defended himself. Chang Wuli knew the cause and effect of the matter, said this matter, I also know, Li Jun, he put the car. Did not wait for the principal to finish. Li Gang and a slap on the table. Often principal, now is the discussion of this kid hit my son's things, you pull those have no why, is not it possible that you want to favor this hit the kid? Li Gang's eyes narrowed slightly. Principal, this year is the University of Finance and Economics impact on the world's top 200 universities at a critical time, you do not want to fall off the chain now, right? In case you are not selected, you are afraid that your career will come to an end. For Chang Wuli's pain point, Li Gang pinpointed it very well. His age was in front of him, and if he wanted to further his career, he had to complete the task this year in order to get promoted. Otherwise, once he misses out, he will end up only being able to work in the position of the president of the University of Finance and Economics until he retires. Chang Wuli face hesitation color, one side is his future career development, one side is his student's innocence. Li Jun saw the principal are afraid of his father, more complacent dad. Today this kid's counselor approached me to plead for mercy. I have already told him, as long as he pays 1 million, and then kowtow to me in the whole school assembly to admit his mistakes, I will be a big man and spare him. Chang Wuli sniffed, as if he had grasped a ray of hope that he could settle the matter. Li Gang heard, laughed out, or my son magnanimous. Often the principal you also heard, our Li family has made the biggest concessions, and now it depends on the sincerity of the school. Chang Wuli turned his head to look at Qin Chuan, seemingly asking for his opinion. He had read Qin Chuan's personal information, his parents were both ordinary factory workers, and his family conditions were very average. As long as he was willing to make amends and apologize, the compensation school would find a way to help him advance. But the next second, so that Chang Wuli never expected is, Qin Chuan but on the chair, sneered, and said I give you Li family a choice, let Li Jun to the janitorial grandfather kowtowed to admit his fault, compensation 1 million, I can be when this thing has not happened. Otherwise, I will let your whole family get out of Kyoto and erase all positions from the Wanda group. You only have 1 minute to think about it. The moment Qin Chuan said this, the entire room was silent. Then the Li family's father and son simultaneously laughed out loud. Li Jun said yo, who do you think you are to tell our Li family to get out of Kyoto and erase all my dad's positions on the Wanda group? Do you know what position my dad is in the Wanda group? My dad is the general manager of the northern region of the Wanda group, an existence under one person and above 10,000 people in the group. Qin Chuan ignored Li Jun. There are still 40 seconds. Li just called before he came and asked the director of the school's school affairs office about Qin Chuan's identity. Dual career family, small county origin only. Kid, the factory where your parents are is also under the name of our Wanda group. As long as I make one call, I'll immediately let them lay off and go home, and then block them industry-wide so they can't find work for the rest of their lives. Do you know who you're talking to? I don't know the sky and the earth. Chang Wuli walked over to Qin Chuan and gave him a wink, signaling him to stop talking or else he wouldn't even be able to help him. Qin Chuan helped the principal away with one hand and looked at his watch with 30 seconds to go. Li Gang felt humiliated and furious, immediately picked up his cell phone and dialed Jiangning City made a clothing factory. Hello, is this factory director Zhou Jiangwo? I am Li Gang. Zhou Jiangwo froze. Is it Mr. Li from Wanda Group? It is me. Hello. Mayday Clothing Factory was just acquired by Wanda Group last year, under the northern region of Wanda Group. This northern region of the general manager Zhou Jiangwo only met at the beginning of the year at the annual meeting, has been trying to tie each other, suffering from no access. Your factory, is not there a husband and wife workers, male called Qin Guoming, female Shenhua? Zhou Jiangwo thought for a moment and replied, well, there is. Immediately open them for me. Then in the city of Jiangning to me to put out the word, which company dares to hire them, is against our Wanda Group, against me Li Gang, I will snipe them. Zhou Jiangwo didn't know where Li Gang got the fire from to open fire on two ordinary workers in his factory, but on his lips, he repeatedly promised well, Mr. Li, I will fire them. Hanging up the phone, Li Gang sneered and said, oh, little Yakuza, you now know how much energy I have. If you offend me, I will let your whole family have no good fruit to eat. Chang Wuli long sigh, the current situation is the last thing he would like to see, he whispered alas, originally it was a conflict between students, and now involves adults. Qin Chuan not Qin Chuan. But only to see Qin Chuan face cloudy and light, leisurely said well, time is up, you do not have the opportunity. Chapter 14 Immediate Dismissal. Never hire. Dead duck hard mouth, small county Yakuza love to pretend. Li Jun mocked. Qin Chuan took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, this is Qin Chuan. Right. The general manager of the northern region of the Wanda Group is Li Gang, right? Good, remove him from all positions in the group and fire him directly. If he makes a fuss, let the third-party audit check him to see how much money has been embezzled from the group in the past few years, send it directly to the relevant departments, hire the best lawyers, and sue him according to the maximum penalty. After the dismissal, the country put the word out that whoever cooperates with him and the next 3 generations of his family is working against the Wanda Group, and the consequences will be borne by themselves. Qin Chuan hung up the phone and looked at Li's father and son playfully. Only to see Li Jun laughed up acting up but also fired my father, why don't you just arrest my father? Qin Chuan revealed a hint of ferocious light under his eyes and said locked up, he can still eat a mouthful of free prison food every day. What I want is for your whole family to become the bottom of your most despised life, your relatives and friends spit on you. Li Gang listened to Qin Chuan's words more and more impatient, just about to exit to interrupt. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. When he looked at the caller's name, it was Wang Lin, the chairman of Wanda Group. Li Gang immediately changed his face, fawningly said hello Mr. Wang, what are your instructions? The next second, Li Gang's face changed wildly, becoming pale and without a trace of blood. The cell phone slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, everyone's cell phones in the room received news pushes from various apps. Breaking news! Wanda Group's personnel changes, the general manager of the northern region, Li Gang, was sacked by the group due to personal style issues. There was dead silence in the office. Everything happened too fast, too suddenly. A high-ranking executive, without warning, was sacked, something unprecedented in the Wanda Group. Li Gang came back to his senses in a trance and immediately called Ren Zhongwei, the vice president of the group. Mr. Ren, what's going on? Why did the board of directors dismiss me for a good reason? I was just with Mr. Wang, Li Gang, did you offend someone? Ren Zhongwei lowered his voice and asked. No, Mr. Ren, you know me, I have always been honest and thick, see which leaders are not nodding and waste, can eat the loss of their own ate. Mr. Ren, you give me a bottom, in the end why The other end of the phone was silent for a moment, spoke Li Gang, I'll be honest with you. Sakyu is the board of directors of the largest shareholder, he suspected that you enriched yourself, swallowed a large amount of money group, Mr. Wang opened the mouth cannot protect you. I advise you not to struggle and not to resist. That big man holds 3% more shares than Mr. Wang, you simply can't even fight against others. If you want any dismissal compensation, they are going to start a third-party audit to check you. After saying that, Ren Zhongwei hung up the phone. Li Gang sat on the sofa, how many people in his position have clean butts? He looked at Qin Chuan and trembled as he said you You're the biggest shareholder of the Wanda Group? You know it too late. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Aren't you just a lowly citizen from a small county? You simply cannot be. Qin Chuan smiled coldly, not arguing with him. Li Jun witnessed his father being jerked off by the group, and I'm afraid that he won't be able to keep his identity as Li Xiao. Dad, what should we do? Is our family going to be finished? Li Gang slapped the useless guy. Your father is not finished. It's just a job, I've done enough. I've saved up $100 million in the past few years. Fuck, now I'm not in the Wanda Group. Even if you are the majority shareholder, you can that I do. More than 10 years of work, Li Gang has saved a generous family this money, enough to let his whole family the rest of their lives without worrying about food and clothing. Ding, ding, ding. Li Gang's phone rang again. He slid his cell phone and answered the call. Hello? This is the internal audit team of Wanda Group. After investigation, you have taken advantage of your position and stolen a total of $150 million from the group during your tenure. You are restricted to return all the money within 3 days. If you do not pay after the deadline, we will transfer the relevant materials to the inspection unit and file a lawsuit to protect all the rights and interests of our group. After hearing this, Li Gang stumbled and collapsed to the ground. $150 million is to sell all the real estate in his name. Cannot come up with the number. His first thought was to immediately transfer his property, but he realized that all his accounts were in an abnormal state and were frozen. This is to force himself to the extinction. The moment before he was arrogant and domineering, he crawled to Qin Chuan like a dog, pulling Qin Chuan's trouser leg. Qin, you are generous, put me as a fart. Don't rush all the people. I am wrong, I am really wrong. Qin Chuan took a step back, put his pants leg back, and angrily rebuked, get the hell away from me. Seeing this, Li Gang manipulated the wooden stool in the office and smashed his son Li Jun. You fucking asshole, Lousy sent you to study, but you give nonsense. Offend Mr. Qin, see if I don't beat you to death today. Li Jun was beaten by his own dad and wailed, rolling around on the floor of the office. The wooden chair was broken. Li Gang was not relieved, and drew out his belt. Chang Wuli looked dumbfounded, and hurriedly called the defense section to take the father and son out. After the duo was racked out by a few security department grandfathers, Chang Wuli sighed long and hard, and sat on his butt on the sofa. Li Gang was dismissed by the Wanda Group, and now he is being pursued for the stolen money. The $10 million he promised to donate to the school is definitely out of the question. Finished, the world top 200 ranking, there is no way to realize. He looked at Qin Chuan again, you go back, and pay attention to the proportion next time you see justice. Chang Wuli lay down on his back, his eyes looking at the ceiling. Their own decades of career to come, all the way bumpy, their own in order to be able to further, desperately hard work. Originally, he could still go further, but as a result, he did not expect to fall here. He could not help but recite the poem of the Song Dynasty poet Lu Kuzhuan may mold dynasty clothes dusty boots, once wearing a fine battle against the Yenna. The corner of the scarf has long been looking for the first dress, brocade 10 why love the old nest. Can read the world less, not as good as the things of the ancient times. Half a lifetime of silence due to pedantry, old age is shocked at the age of time. Qin Chuan do not understand why the principal so sigh, then asked to the side of the director of academic affairs Ho Yud. The other side of the laboratory and school rankings of the matter briefly said once. Alas, the door to the door, the success and failure. Is it expensive to build a laboratory? That's for sure. What we want to build is a world-class laboratory, not a face-saving project, a laboratory that is really useful to the country and can develop things. Even the smallest one costs $50 million. The leaders above promised to allocate $40 million. Mr. Li. No, Li Gang also promised to donate $10 million. The result? Oh, it's just $10 million short. I'll pay for it. Qin Chuan said lightly. Chang Wuli's ears twitched, rubbing up from the sofa. Chapter 15 Utilizing the original life liquid to cure the sick and save the people. Reward the top nightclub. You. Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, are you telling the truth? Qin Chuan smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Picking up his cell phone, he called up his internet banking and entered the account number where he had previously paid his tuition. Immediately after, the finger pressed the screen, fingerprint verification. In less than a minute, the transfer was successful. He took the interface of the successful transfer and shook it. I can go, right? Chang Guoli and Hoyud simultaneously gulped, shocked and speechless. This directly donated $10 million? It's also too casual, right? Not even a single request? Just as Qin Chuan pulled open the door to his office, one person hurriedly ran outside. The other party is the director of the school's finance office. Full of consternation rushed Chang Guoli said school principal. The school accounts suddenly transferred into a $10 million of funds. How to do? Qin Chuan had just left the office building when a system prompt surfaced in front of him. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side mission, sponsoring public welfare. Mission reward, gain skill level 1 peak of medical Dao. Note, martial Dao was divided into 9 levels, with each level divided into 4 stages: introductory, minor, major, and pinnacle. The system's interface faded away, and a massive amount of medical knowledge flooded into Qin Chuan's mind at once. He was passively stuffed with medical knowledge unimaginable to normal people. After an hour, Qin Chuan let out a long sigh of relief. In the time just now, he had been forcefully stuffed with 1000 TB of medical knowledge by the system, covering internal medicine, surgery, obstetrics and gynecology, pediatrics, ophthalmology, pathology, laboratory, infectious diseases, preventive medicine, Chinese medicine, and so on. He was now equivalent to the level of an all-discipline professional medical professor. This was still only the strength of the peak of the first-grade medical Dao. If he continued to upgrade, Qin Chuan's ability would be limitless and terrifying. After slowing down, Qin Chuan was ready to walk towards his dormitory. A commotion suddenly rose not far ahead. Grandpa! A girl in a white tracksuit was kneeling on the ground with an old man in her hands. The old man fell to the ground, his eyes closed tightly, obviously fainted. Surrounded by passing students, but everyone is the University of Finance, not medical students, none of them know how to save people. Some people took out their cell phones and dialed the school infirmary. Some dialed the hospital's phone to call an ambulance. However, in the old man's current state, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to wait for the medical staff to come over. Qin Chuan rushed over with a single stride and held the old man's wrist to take his pulse. Brows wrinkled up, he was on the verge of death, breathing stagnation, heartbeat weak and close to nothing, the whole body blood backflow, heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys rapidly decay. The girl has long been panicked. Their grandfather is not easy to come to school today to see her. The result. Outside the crowd ran 3 black-clothed men in suits. The 3 men were obviously practicing, with a sturdy body. Seeing the old man lying on the ground, they were also stunned. Miss, the old man The girl rushed to the men in black and called for a doctor. Quickly call the doctor to come. The man in black dared not to be slow, immediately took out his special cell phone and dialed the number. Wait, it's useless to call a doctor. Qin Chuan opened his mouth. The girl froze, and then retorted, impossible, my grandfather, he has always been in good health, there is no basic disease. Nothing will happen to him. No, he is not sick, he was paranoid about practicing martial arts and went off the deep end, causing his entire body's meridians to break and his qi and blood to flow backwards. The girl's beautiful eyes snapped open, incredulously looking at the young man in front of her. How did he know that Grandpa practiced martial arts? But where to care about that much now? No matter what, let the doctor take a look first. Grandpa, you can't be okay. The girl pulled the old man's hand, crying, and said. Qin Chuan sighed softly and took out a vial from his pocket, which contained none other than the Life Original liquid. He opened the lid and poured it into the old man's mouth. What are you doing? You're going to harm my grandfather. Girl pushed Qin Chuan away with one hand. The glass bottle in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. Luckily, all 10 milliliters of the original life liquid had already been drunk by the old man. The girl pointed at Qin Chuan's nose and angrily said, what did you give my grandfather to drink? Is it because you saw that my grandfather is not dead yet and deliberately poisoned him again? The 3 men in black heard this and immediately went forward to surround Qin Chuan, ready to take him down. Just then, the old man lying unconscious on the ground suddenly spoke out. Don't be rude. The black-clothed men immediately stopped their attack when they heard this. Grandpa. The girl saw her grandpa Shu waking up and cried with joy. The old man stroked his granddaughter's hair, Xiao Chong, scared right, Grandpa is fine. Under the support of his granddaughter, the old man slowly got up. He arched his hand and bowed to Qin Chuan and said, thank you for saving me, may I ask what your name is? Qin Chuan. The old man showed a very humble, while Qin Chuan lightly returned 2 words. The girl looked in the eyes, very dissatisfied. What kind of person is his grandfather? How can he be so condescending to a brat? What kind of attitude do you have, talking to my grandfather like this? Xiao Qian shall not be unbridled. The old man said a granddaughter, continued to Qin Chuan said Mr. Qin, my name is Kung Fu, she is my granddaughter, called Fang Qiong, rude place please forgive me. Qin Chuan waved his hand, how could he be bothered with an ignorant girl in general? Although Kung Fu regained consciousness, but still coughing, the body is very weak. Your disease is the result of fire into the devil, meridian disorders, heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys all have internal injuries. And the time span is too long, one tube of life original liquid is not enough to fully repair your internal injuries. Fang Qiong sniffed and left a tear in her heart. Kung Fu patted her shoulder Xiao Qiong don't cry, Grandpa has lived for 80 years and has lived long enough. It is only my fault that I forcibly raised my martial realm in order to fight the enemy back then, which led to today's situation. Since Mr. Qin understands my grandfather's condition, do you have any methods to cure him? Fang Qiong held Kung Fu's hand tightly as her beautiful eyes looked at Qin Chuan, a hint of expectation flowing from the bottom of her eyes. As the granddaughter of the old man, she often saw her grandfather coughing painfully at home from time to time. The whole family had visited famous doctors all over the country, but they were all at their wits' end. Mr. Qin, as long as you can cure my grandfather, my Kong family can promise you anything. Qin Chuan thought for a moment. Kung Fu's disease is not untreatable, only that it requires a course of 6 bottles of Life Original Liquid to do so. The formula of the Life Original Liquid was a secret that belonged uniquely to the pinnacle of the first-grade medical Tao. The treatment is not difficult, only that the potion for the treatment needs time to be configured, so you give me some time, I'll prepare for it, and then I'll come to your door to give you the treatment, is that okay? Of course. Fang Qiong jumped up in open line. The original pear blossom with rain on her pretty face showed all the colors of joy. Then I'll be grateful to Mr. Qin. After all, Kung Fu had seen the world, and even if the other party indicated that he had the ability to renew his life, he did not express the excitement in his heart. Xiao Chen, take down Mr. Qin's cell phone number, when Mr. Qin is free, you come and pick him up. After saying that, Kung Fu thought again, said to Qin Chuan Mr. Qin, my Kong family in Kyoto is still some contacts, by then if you have any trouble, just open your mouth. Qin Chuan nodded and watched Kung Fu and his party leave. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side quest, saving the dead and helping the wounded. Mission reward, obtaining Kyoto's top nightclub MLXXX. Chapter 16 Biking into a $1 million luxury car, Porsche Cayenne. Qin Chuan had a black line, the main mission let me study well, but the rewards are all about tempting people to get away with it. Use system old 6 very. Just as Qin Chuan spat out the system rewards, ran head-on to a girl with outstanding temperament and a hot body. Xiao Chuan? Why are you here? Su Shayan pounced with tears of joy too. Qin Chuan looked at the tears in the corners of Su Shayan's eyes with a surprised face. Sister Shayan, what happened? I just came out of the principal's office. I saw the post in the forum and recognized that person as you at first glance. Later, I heard that Li Jun had called his father. Li Jun's dad is an executive of a listed group and has a lot of connections with the school. I am afraid that he will treat you. Qin Chuan stroked Su Shayan's hair. It's okay, Sister Shayan, don't worry. It's okay? When Su Shayan heard it, the heart that was gripped was loosened. Shayan, he is your boyfriend, ah? A somewhat sharp female voice came from behind Su Shayan. It was a girl wearing long boots, tight jeans, and a navel-bearing t-shirt. Although she was wearing heavy makeup, she could see that her features were three-dimensional and she was a beauty. But compared to Su Shayan, it's quite inferior. Xiaochuan hasn't even confessed to me yet, I don't know if I'm considered a boyfriend, oops, whatever. Su Shaoyan struggled internally and said well. His name is Qin Chuan. Xiaochuan, she is my best friend, Su Qian. You are Qin Chuan? Su Qian blinked her big eyes and asked in surprise. It's me. You're the one that Shayan has been reciting in her mouth, Qin Chuan, who grew up in the garment factory staff dormitory building and was a childhood friend. Qin Chuan nodded, affirming once again. Su Shayan's pretty face was red at once, and hastily stopped Su Qian. Xiaoqian, how do you say everything, shy people? Su Qian's heart was in awe. Su Shayan rejected those suitors, always said that he was waiting for his childhood friend, so everything is true. Su Qian and carefully measured Qin Chuan glance, seems to recall what. Oh, I remember you, today under the bus that all the way to run late man is you are. Qin Chuan thought about it, he was doing a time-limited task, so he replied, well, it's me. Su Qian, the corner of her mouth hooked up an imperceptible sneer, Su Shaoyan is not very cold, how to find such a dead poor. By the way, Shaoyan, tomorrow is the weekend, my birthday, you let Qin Chuan also come together. Su Shaoyan some difficult, she looked at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled and said yes, the weekend without classes I have time. Oh, it is really a dabbling. Su Shaoyan is also really, there are so many handsome men in Kyoto, but chose the one with the least money. Really wasted a good skin. Waiting to separate from Su Shaoyan, Su Qian took her cell phone and walked to the corner. Hey, Mr. Wang, it's me, Xiao Qian. Wang Cheng seems to be doing sports at this time, talking a little gasping for breath, his tone is a little impatient. What is it? I saw Su Shaoyan's boyfriend. Wang Cheng on the other end of the phone immediately stopped the activities of the body. Curious to ask which family man? Hey, it's not what family man, is Su Shaoyan always mentioned the childhood friend. What is his origin? Nothing to come from, before Su Shaoyan said, the two are Jiangning, a garment factory workers, the two grew up in the factory staff quarters. Workers? Worker's son? That's it? Yes, Wang Xiao. I thought it was a rich young man, but it turned out to be an ordinary worker's son. Wang Xiao, I just had the bright idea to say that tomorrow weekend is my birthday. Su Qian reminded. Wang Cheng froze, then praised very good, tomorrow I will go to meet this kid, I want to be in front of Su Shaoyan to properly humiliate his man. Let her know that in this world, no money is shit. Mr. Wang, then I. Okay, I'll give you an LV bag for your birthday tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Boys' dormitory, 5th floor, room 511. Qin Chuan just pushed open the door. Tang Yuming, Wu Ming, and Kong Huijun all rushed up. Carefully looking Qin Chuan up and down. Lao Si, are you alright? Lao Si, Li Jun, they did not make things difficult for you, right? Lao Si, the money is still enough, not enough for us to think of ways, I go to ask friends to borrow a little, we have more people together to solve the problem. A few people came up to Qin Chuan to ask for warmth, not because he messed with the big man and avoided. This makes Qin Chuan very pleased. It's okay, just in the principal's office are dealt with. Qin Chuan laughed. The principal's office? A few people a sigh of fear, this matter actually still stabbed the principal's side. Wu Ming is from the army, is considered to be the social climbing over. As soon as he heard about the principal's office, he understood the reasoning behind it. The principal of Kyoto University of Finance, the leader of the top academic institutions, there is an existence of an official position in his body. Students are just conflicting with each other, he intervenes to mediate, much better than a counselor. How much was the compensation? Qin Chuan froze, laughed at what money? There is no need to lose money. A few people, you look at me and I look at you, made such a big mess, do not need to pay for it? At that time, Li Jun but swore to pay money plus kowtow and apologize. How could it be possible that he didn't have to pay out money, could it be that? Wu Ming made a wink to Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun, and saw Qin Chuan's face of indifference, forced calm and frank look, a few people heart. There are some things that can't be said even after they are done. Lao Si, since the matter has been resolved, let's get together in the dormitory, as a way to remove your bad luck and embrace a better tomorrow. Good. Boss's suggestion is good. I second it. I second it. Wu Ming one hand patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder. Lao Si, today this meal big brother host, you can eat openly drink. Forget all the unpleasant things. As night falls, the four rode a shared bicycle to the snack street at the west gate of the University of Finance. There is a paradise for late-night snacks, with beer, fried chicken, kebabs, and spicy hot pot. Because of the growing autumn, Wu Ming proposed that we eat kebabs and roast lamb to nourish. Kebabs on wine, the more you eat, the more you have. Wu Ming and Tang Yuming, in order to let Qin Chuan forget the day of shame, one after another to add dishes, add wine. 4 people ate nearly $1,000 of kebabs beer, good thing Wu Ming veterans pension enough, or put on an ordinary student, the next days of the month are to gnaw on steamed bread. Several people are drinking some head, Qin Chuan and Wu Ming walk. Kang Huijun, drink happy, had to stand in the back of Tang Yuming car singing, "Let him all the way back to school." Tang Yuming did not refuse, but just did not ride 2 steps, but he realized that the brakes of his shared bicycle is broken. A did not brake, clang, directly into the front of the Porsche Cayenne illegally parked on the side of the road. The 2 men's faces were blue, then the wine woke up most of the time. Just see the rear bumper of the Porsche Cayenne, with shared bicycle, hit a groove. The owner, who was sitting in the car, heard the loud noise and immediately got out to check. Chapter 17, Crash a Porsche Cayenne, compensation of 600,000 yuan. The owner of the Porsche Cayenne was a man in his 40s with a face full of horizontal meat. He got out of the car to check the vehicle for the first time, and then saw that the crashers were 2 student-like youths. Without saying a word, he came up and clunked to the 2. "Slapped me to throw your mother, you 2 dead poor will not ride, you know how much this car? You know how much this car?" Tang Yuming and Kang Huijun were beaten, dare not fight back, can only stand in place with their heads down. "I'm sorry, we didn't do it on purpose, it's the brakes on this shared bike that's broken. We'll compensate for it." Tang Yuming saw that this Cayenne was an old Cayenne, and the current price should be around $600,000. And at the moment, it's just a bumper that has a problem, so it shouldn't take too much money to fix it. The 2 of them can afford to pay for it if they put it together. The man spat, "You 2 don't run, I let the 4Ss come over to assess the damage now." The other party made a phone call. Soon, 4 store people rushed to the scene. A Porsche Paramila car down 3 undershirt wearing big man. The leader is a bald head. The man saw the situation and quickly went forward to hand a cigarette. "Brother Long, so late, why you personally came?" Brother Long nodded and took the cigarette. "Hong Tao, you wait, I will let someone check the check." Long brother's side of the staff went up to see the vehicle problems, quickly came to the conclusion of the preliminary lookout: the rear bumper scrapped, the car trunk circuit board damage, hydraulic rod rupture, the door was squeezed and dented. Preliminary estimates: the entire car repair costs a conservative estimate of 600,000 yuan. Tang Yuming and Kang Huijun heard the price, shocked. 600,000? How can so much? We do not just hit a little bumper well. Hong Tao angrily said, "You 2 dead poor pussy know what this car? Porsche Cayenne. You fucking sat in a million luxury cars, have not, know how much the repair cost of luxury cars need to be. 600,000 is only the cost of repair. You also need to pay me to repair the car when the cost of lost wages, taxi fare." Tang Yuming argued that your car is clearly the old Cayenne. According to the current second-hand market, the whole car is only about 600,000. You actually dare to open the mouth to ask for 600,000 yuan. I don't recognize this price. See Tang Yuming resistance. Kang Huijun also opened his mouth to say, "I also do not recognize. Besides, who are these people? Look nothing like Porsche 4 store staff. I have to contact a 4 store to see, otherwise I do not recognize the accident identification." Hong Tao, see around the side of the dragon backing. Do not bother to talk nonsense with the 2 boys, go up to 1 person afoot. Stop. Wu Ming and Qin Chuan late step, see their 2 brothers were brutally beaten, immediately out to stop. "Why are you hitting people?" Qin Chuan angrily asked. Hong Tao coldly smiled. "Damn, dead poor pussy is quite a lot of awe. Good, you want to know, I will tell you." He pointed to a dent in the back of the Porsche Cayenne and said, "Your good brother, riding a broken shared bicycle, crashed my baby Cayenne. You say, is it time to compensate?" Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a fierce light flashed under his eyes. "How much compensation?" 600,000. Not counting my lost wages, taxi fare. Forget it, see you a few poor, give 600,000, this matter is over. 600,000? How can you ask for so much? It's just a bumper dent. Wu Ming was shocked. Hong Tao smiled, thumbs up, pointing to the side of the dragon, said, "I have a professional 4 store staff on site appraisal. If pulled back to the store appraisal, compensation will only be more, will not be less." Qin Chuan looked at Long, and then looked at Hong Tao. His fingers together, from the pocket pulled out a black card, handed to the front of the Long brother to swipe the card. Brother Long, who was originally smoking a cigarette with an unconcerned face, violently shrunk his pupils. He looked at the card and looked at Qin Chuan. Hong Tao grabbed Qin Chuan's credit card with a hand, full of joy, and let the staff around him swipe the card. The black gold card had no password, and in the blink of an eye, the POS machine swiped 600,000 away. Looking at the transaction ticket printed out by the POS machine, Hong Tao's mouth was almost split with laughter. Nima, today's luck is also too good, all of a sudden earned 600,000 yuan. Wooming three people saw this scene, shocked. Old four, how so rich? Hong Tao pulled open the door of the car, ready to drive away, to pack his sister to spend. No, he thought for a second, to two. The moment he pulled open the car door, Qin Chuan kicked the door back. Hong Tao turned his head and angrily looked at Qin Chuan. What do you want? Qin Chuan, hands in his pockets, coldly said, the car thing is considered to be over, but my brother's hit, you have to return. Hong Tao heard, not happy. He was busy on the side of the dragon to make eyes, whispered dragon. In the 100,000 given to you, it also includes solving these troubles. Brother Long looked back at Qin Chuan. Hong Tao pointed to Qin Chuan's nose and said, you kid quite capable of it, with me to put a hard word, you do not ask to hear. I Shangang. Hong Tao is what character? Only to see Qin Chuan is not afraid, still look like a light breeze. He lightly opened his mouth and said, long is it? How much he gave you to do this? I give you 10 times. The only requirement, I do not want him to drive in this life. When Brother Long heard this, his eyes bloomed with golden light. Hong Tao's heart was cold. What's the situation? Give 10 times, let me not be able to drive in my life. He immediately pulled Lung's hand. Lung, don't listen to him, he fucking is a poor bastard, he lied to you, you cannot fall for it. Brother Long coldly snorted and took Hong Tao's hand. This gentleman is not an ordinary person. At a glance, Hong Tao, we are one size fits all. I am really sorry, people give is really too much. Only to see Long make a wink left and right, the two staff around him took out 2 wrenches from the trunk, and then dragged Hong Tao to a shady place by the roadside. A few moments later, there came 2 heartbreaking cries. The 2 men walked back. Brother Long, it is done. Brother Long smiled with a fawning face and said, Gongzi, how do you feel about this job? Not bad. Said, Qin Chuan will hand over again. Brother Long waved his hands to do a little work for the gentleman. How can you charge money? Said, he handed over a business card with both hands. This is my business card, if you have to use me in the future, despite the command. Qin Chuan took the card and nodded. Brother Long and the 2 people around him got into the car and left the scene. Lao Si, thank you, that money. We will save up to pay you back as soon as possible. Tang Yuming said timidly. Kan Huijun nodded in agreement on the side. Qin Chuan smiled, put his arm around the shoulders of the 2 wee brothers. Who with who, that a little money, forget it. Porsche Panamera car, the side of the person asked Long, you to that kid so polite, money is not received. Dragon a slap on the call over. You fucking know what the hell, you did not see what you just swiped the card? That is the black gold card of the Centurion of Transportation. There is no chance of getting that card without a powerful family with a 100-year-old heritage. He leaned back on the seat and looked up at the night sky above the skylight to be able to make the acquaintance of such a big shot. I, Zhou Zhonglong, am going to be rich. Chapter 18. Buy a replacement car, even if the Ferrari. Lao Si, where did you get so much money? The counselor did not say that your family are ordinary workers. Can't it be that you are participating in some rich kid reality show? Where is the camera? 3 roommates asked questions in succession, making Qin Chuan did not know how to answer for a time. I am a small county in the ordinary family out, there is no background. That little bit of money is considered to be what I earned myself. A few people sucked in a breath of cold air, only on the first year of college, earn more than $1 million. Old for, what do you do? Qin Chuan thought for a moment and returned to do a little business, open a hotel, and sell a car. By the way. Buy and sell, hotel, sell a car? 3 people. You look at me, I look at you, silently, no longer ask questions. Nowadays, the society, college students abound in entrepreneurship, many people in the school inside the operation of the second-hand car trading, and then do a bed and breakfast hotel or something. A few people a burst of envy, the old 4 is also too promising. Saturday was a rare good weather, bright sunshine, cloudless. Today, I have an appointment to celebrate Su Xiaoyan's best friend's birthday. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Chuan dialed the number, and on the other side of the phone came Su Xiaoyan's lazy, soft and sticky voice, which obviously hasn't woken up yet. Hey, Xiao Chuan. Xiaoyan's sister, when do we meet? I'll pick you up. Half an hour later, I got up to wash and put on a makeup. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs in your dormitory. Aha. Su Xiaoyan mumbled sweetly. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan spent 10 minutes to wash and dress before going out and walking towards the girls' dormitory building. 2 hours later, Su Xiaoyan trotted downstairs. When she saw Qin Chuan's first glance, she embarrassedly spat out her tongue. Sorry Xiao Chuan, let you wait for a long time. Qin Chuan looked at Su Shayan in front of him. She was wearing a white fine linen vintage blouse today, with yellow daisies adorning the neckline and cuffs. The lower body was a knee-length black skirt, and her feet were wearing white mid-calf socks and brown shoes. The whole person looks pure and beautiful, coupled with super high face value. None of the boys passing by did not look sideways. Qin Chuan naturally did not lose his temper. For Su Shayan, he can have unlimited tolerance, all right. They are at the Starbucks in the city center, let's go over and find them. Sister Shayan, my car crashed 2 days ago. Qin Chuan told her truthfully. Su Shayan's first reaction was shock, and she immediately looked up and down at Qin Chuan. Xiaochuan, are you okay? Where is it hurt yet? Qin Chuan shook his head. Su Shayan, this only put down the heart that called a network car. Just to go to the city center of the road is very congested. You do not drive, can take a good rest. Well, but Shayan's sister, the car broke down, is always bad to repair. Go out and need a transportation tool. Why don't you accompany me to buy a car first? Su Shayan looked at the time. It was only just after 12 o'clock. She is clear that a few young ladies, everyone said to the mouth to the, not until the sun goes down, is not to see them out of the house. All listen to your Xiaochuan. Qin Chuan took out his cell phone and thought about it. Although he has a BMW Force Point in his name, but because of what happened 2 days ago, he did not like this brand at once. In the case of Lamborghini, with the collision incident, his heart was vaguely a little twisted. So he entered the destination and called for a special car. After the two got on the car, after nearly an hour's journey, they finally arrived at the Ferrari sales center on the financial street of the Eastern District. This sales center, a store under the direct jurisdiction of the Ferrari headquarters, had higher reception specifications compared to other agents. It can order exclusive models, accessories, and so on. The whole Ferrari sales center occupies 2 floors and consists of 2 stores. From the outside, it seems that the area is not big, but the internal depth is very vast. As far as the eye can see, the walls along the street are all built with a block of glass. Passing pedestrians could see the red soul of the demonic movement inside the store at a glance. Qin Chuan held Su Shayan and walked into the sales center. The elegant and quiet fragrance greeted him, and a sense of superiority that was born instantly surged to his heart. The hall is exceptionally clean. In addition to the various models of Ferrari, and a few suits, long legs and black staff, there is no one else. After all, any Ferrari is priced at millions of dollars, which is not something that ordinary people can afford. Ordinary people would only stand outside the store and look at it through the glass, and very few would have the courage to come in and visit. Those mechanical beasts with hundreds of horsepower sit quietly in the showroom, waiting for their owners. Hello sir, ma'am, welcome to the Ferrari sales center. Do you have an appointment? A young woman with a tall figure and outstanding temperament, wearing black half-rimmed glasses, came forward to greet her. She was wearing a professional sales black suit, a wraparound skirt, and black stockings with high heels. The well-tailored clothing allowed her plump figure to be displayed just right. Although her face displayed a professional smile, her body still exuded a hint of distance. This was the temperament that a luxury car saleswoman should have. Without a 7 out of 10 face value, she wouldn't even be qualified to come over for an interview. No appointment. Qin Chuan replied. That's fine, then I'll register for you. Okay, my name is Qin Chuan. The other party did not treat Qin Chuan and Su Shayan with cynicism because of their student appearance. Super luxury car sales is the primary service attitude. This point is the biggest difference with other car sales. After a few minutes, the other party came over. Hello Mr. Qin, my name is Xiao Xiao, you call me Xiao Xiao on it. Qin Chuan nodded, and Xiao Xiao led the two of them into the showroom, while walking once introduced the vehicles in the showroom. This is a Ferrari Roma, equipped with a 3.9L V8 turbocharged engine, accelerating to 100 kilometers in 3.4 seconds, priced at $2.4 million. This is the Ferrari Portofino 10 hardtop convertible sports car. The car is equipped with a 3.9-liter twin-turbo V8 engine, 100 kilometers accelerated in 3.5 seconds, priced at 2.9 million yuan. This is the Ferrari F8, 3.9-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine has been upgraded to produce 818 horsepower and 930 Nm of peak torque, 0 to 100 km per hour in 2.6 seconds, top speed of 340 km per hour. This is the Ferrari SF90 Spider, Ferrari's first production externally rechargeable hybrid roadster. Powered by a V8 turbocharged engine and 3 electric motors, it has a maximum output of 1,000 horsepower. Equipped with all-wheel drive, it accelerates to 100 km in 2.5 seconds and 0 200 kilometers in 7.0 seconds. The selling price is slightly higher than the first two, with a price of 4.98 million. Qin Chuan, while listening to the introduction of An Xiao Xiao, then looked to Su Xiaoyan's sister. Which one do you think is good? Su Xiaoyan skimmed her mouth as if. None of them are very good looking, they all look the same. And Xiao Xiao heart that is a sweat face, really women's eyes, sports car is the biggest but not the car label. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyan pulled up Qin Chuan, towards the deepest part of the exhibition hall. She pointed to a Ferrari placed in the innermost, said Xiao Chuan, this is good looking, with the other are not quite the same, I think it is very suitable for you. And Xiao Xiao quickly followed, only to see that the car Su Xiaoyan pointed to was Ferrari's top flagship supercar, the LaFerrari. Chapter 19 Ferrari worth $500 million, swiped the card to buy. LaFerrari, commonly known as Lafa in Chinese, equipped with a 6.3 LV12 naturally aspirated engine, its maximum output is 800 horsepower, the external motor is able to provide 163 horsepower, the maximum torque is 900 Nm, matched with a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission. The acceleration time of 100 kilometers is less than 3 seconds. And Xiao Xiao was full of consternation and wanted to speak. The two people in front of her looked like people who didn't know anything about cars, and they were afraid that they didn't know what Lafa meant. Qin Chuan looked at Lafa and said, since Xiaoyan said yes, we will buy this. And Xiao Xiao hesitated for a moment and opened her mouth and said, Mr. Qin, this is a Lafa. It is Ferrari's top of the line. Limited edition flagship model, and its selling price is higher than any current Ferrari, and it is not just a star and a half higher. And Xiao Xiao used as much euphemistic language as possible to express the difference of the Lafa. She was also implying to the two people in front of her that Lafa was an unattainable existence for them. To know, this Lafa in front of you, the starting price alone is 25 million yuan. Ladder plus private customization options, there are a series of costs down a variety of taxes. May have to reach the level of 50 million. $500 million of luxury cars, even a billionaire, have to weigh their own strength. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, has a face that doesn't care, and asked flatly how much it costs. Not counting the later options and taxes, the starting price of 25 million yuan. Su Xiaoyan heard, only to feel the whole person a little dizzy, small mouth slightly open. 25 million yuan? Her reaction, and Xiao Xiao looked in her eyes and was not surprised. In her heart, she laughed coldly, the little girl is still too young and has not seen much of the world. Seeing Su Xiaoyan so surprised, Qin Chuan was afraid that she was heartbroken about the money, so he let Su Xiaoyan go to the VIP lounge to take a short rest, and came to talk about the price himself. When Su Xiaoyan left, Qin Chuan was calm. 25 million, plus the Ferrari's late options and taxes, then, almost 50 million, right? And Xiao Xiao nodded. If the configuration is pulled full, it is needed that much. Then, order one. Qin Chuan said casually. And Xiao Xiao froze, feeling that she had tinnitus and misheard. Mister. What do you mean? Qin Chuan said again, ordering one. Only then did Xiao Xiao react. She hadn't misheard. The young man wearing a tracksuit and looking like a student in front of her was talking about ordering one. She wasn't mentally prepared at all and slowed down for a long time before she got over it. Mr. Qin, the procedure for buying a Lafa is a bit different from other Ferraris. First, we need to check the capital with you. And Xiao Xiao replied cautiously. There was someone who came to the store before, and he came up to order the Lafa. Only to find out later that the other party is a Douyin anchor. In fact, I cannot afford to buy a Lafa. He came over to order the car just to shoot a video to get traffic. Qin Chuan nodded, took out his credit card, handed in. Xiao Xiao, take up the brush, or do you want to see the balance in my bank? And Xiao Xiao took the card in Qin Chuan's hand, and at the first glance, she recognized that it was an Express Centurion black gold card. My goodness, it's actually a black gold card, the legendary king of cards, a credit card with no limit on the amount of credit, which theoretically allows you to buy any item of value. With this card, it was more authoritative than any asset proof report. Seeing that Xiao Xiao didn't say anything, Qin Chuan thought it was because the other party didn't recognize the black gold card. So he opened his cell phone, tapped on the Huabank app, and then went to the personal total assets section. After passing the face recognition verification, he handed the phone to Xiao Xiao. The other party took the phone, only to see a long string of numbers above the phone balance. And Xiao Xiao silently recited in her mind, individual, 10, 100, 1,000, husband, father, grandfather. After counting to 100 million, she sucked in a breath of cold air and didn't dare to look any further. These are not stocks, real estate, those unreal numbers, but real cash deposits, nah. Now, I'm considered to have passed the capital inspection, right? And Xiao Xiao's pretty face was a little stiff, timidly said Wen. Of course. Having a black gold card and nearly 1 billion worth of deposits, if this is not qualified, then there are not many people in the world who can qualify. I didn't expect such a young boy in front of me to have so much wealth. What exactly is he? At this moment, all of Xiao Xiao's proud body, appearance, and so on became worthless in front of this young man. The ethereal sense of distance, the high and cold temperament of rejecting people was gone. All her pride, in front of Qin Chuan, is not even a fart. She, who had treated herself as a cold and noble goddess, was so inferior that she was a little afraid to raise her head and look straight. At this moment, Xin Hui, the supervisor of the Ferrari Center, walked over. He had been sitting in his office on the second floor drinking tea and saw two students come into the store. Thinking that most of them were coming in to see a novelty, he did not think so. But after half a day, the other party did not have the intention to leave. And in Xiao Xiao's expression is still very difficult, concluded that the other party is teasing their own employees. He had to get up and come over to relieve Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? Xin Hui didn't talk to Qin Chuan directly, but cared about his own employee first. And Xiao Xiao stammered back to the supervisor, this Mr. Qin wants to order a fight. Xin Hui was instantly confused, as if he hadn't heard clearly. And Xiao Xiao repeated that. Mr. Qin would like to order a fight. Xin Hui was stunned. What kind of cowhorse, come up to order half a small target Lafa? Xiao Xiao, as a professional salesperson in the Ferrari sales center, did you not tell the customer clearly the price of the Lafa? Xin Hui intentionally raised his pitch a bit so that Qin Chuan could hear him. And Xiao Xiao timidly returned, supervisor, I said. Xin Hui froze. Then did you explain to the customer that ordering Lafa requires a capital check? Just now Mr. Qin showed me his Hua bank account balance, which has close to 1 billion yuan in cash. Saying that, and Xiao Xiao handed Qin Chuan's Express Centurion black and gold card to Xin Hui. Xin Hui's body shook as he sucked in a breath of cool air. What? There was $1 billion in cash? There was actually a black gold card with an unlimited limit. His attitude immediately turned 180 degrees, hands rubbing grip, respectfully said to Qin Chuan, hello Mr. Qin, I am the sales director of the Ferrari sales center, Xin Hui. Qin Chuan nodded. I just checked, the capital also checked. Now you can always order a car, right? Your efficiency is too low, I am in a hurry. Xin Hui's forehead broke out in cold sweat. This young man in front of him is not the concept of money. This is $500 million of supercar. He just entered the door less than half an hour. In his mouth out, how with the market to buy chickens as casual. Xin Hui did not dare to be slow, and quickly led Qin Chuan into the matching room. He handed Qin Chuan an LPAD. Mr. Qin, please take a look at the configuration. Need to add something? Not? Don't need to see, just according to the showroom and the color, wheels, and interior to A, the rest of the configuration pull full on the line. Xin Hui sweating, configuration full, really half a small goal is gone. At this time, and Xiao Xiao hurriedly ran in from outside. Xin Hui some displeased, Xiao Xiao, you are in a hurry, look too out of shape. And Xiao Xiao leaned over and whispered two sentences in Xin Hui's ear, only to see Xin Hui's face change and lock the screen of the LPAD in his hand. Then with an apologetic face, he said to Qin Chuan, I am really sorry, Mr. Qin. You cannot purchase this Lafa. Chapter 20. You need qualifications to buy a Lafa? Then come directly to 5 units. Qin Chuan was surprised. Why? Xin Hui said with some embarrassment, I am really sorry, Mr. Qin, it is the negligence of our work. Because the headquarters has regulations, want to buy Lafa, it has a prerequisite. That is, the buyer's name has at least 2 limited edition Ferrari models or owns 5 Ferrari. Just now we checked, you don't have a single Ferrari under your name. And Xiao Xiao was also remorseful. How could she have never imagined that Qin Chuan, who owned a black gold card and hundreds of millions of dollars, actually didn't have a single Ferrari under his name? This order was going to fly today. It was a big order of $50 million, enough for her to sell 10 ordinary Ferraris. To know that Ferrari, this kind of luxury car, belongs to 3 years do not open eat 3 years, a person a year hold up also sells 7 or 8 cars. Xin Hui was very disappointed. Selling a Lafa is something that cannot be found. He will definitely get a promotion and a raise, and double his year-end bonus. But now, Qin Chuan had a glowing face. Ferrari still has this kind of rule. Well, I'm really sorry, Mr. Qin. And Xiao Xiao still bowed and apologized. Then is it okay for me to buy 5 Ferraris first, and then buy the Lafa? Well, theoretically yes, Mr. Qin. And Xiao Xiao replied. Qin Chuan pulls out his black gold card and pushes it in front of and Xiao Xiao just won each of the Ferrari Roma you just introduced, Ferrari Portofino, Ferrari SF90 Spide, and Ferrari F8. It seems that there is still one missing. I heard that Ferrari is going to come out with a SUV, right? Order one together. This way, 5 cars will come together. You do sales to use your brain, this little thing will not be able to deal with flexible. And Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded at the scene. Who would have thought of buying 5 Ferraris first and then Lafayette immediately after? To change into other customers, he said this program shall not be killed on the spot. Xin Hui is dumbfounded, he has been in the business for many years, never seen so by Ferrari customers. Even if the national husband Wang principle to come, but also just ordered it just. He rushed to operate the next process. And Xiao Xiao's heart fluttered wildly at this time. She took out her cell phone. Mr. Qin, is it convenient to leave a prestige? In the future, if you need anything, you can contact me directly. In the face of this top tycoon, and Xiao Xiao has long been moved, just in the way of Su Xiaoyan presence, the other side of the face value of their own have to retreat. But men, she has seen a lot, there are a few do not like to play exciting. And Xiao Xiao was glad that her performance just now was still passable and she didn't judge people by their appearance, otherwise she would have missed a great opportunity. Qin Chuan nodded and took out his cell phone to scan the code for her. After adding friends, Qin Chuan asked, which car can I drive away today? And Xiao Xiao said very apologetically, Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry. We are customer's order, sent to the headquarters audit production, the fastest need 3 months to pick up the car. I can't even drive one away today, she said. And Xiao Xiao apologized and bowed, seeing the other party's attitude so sincere, Qin Chuan could only helplessly shake his head. He had bought 6 cars himself, but in the end, he still had to take an online car. He came to the restroom. Sister Xiao Yan, let's go. Su Xiaoyan trotted into Qin Chuan's arms. Did Xiao Chuan buy it? The car still has to wait for 3 months, we still have to take a taxi first. This way. And Xiao Xiao immediately took out her cell phone, ready to take a taxi, but the result is that the number of people in the queue has reached 3 digits. When Xiao Xiao saw the opportunity, she immediately grabbed it and said, Mr. Qin, why don't you use my car first? Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, well, thank you, I'll give it back to you when I'm done with it today. And Xiao Xiao's car is a white Mercedes-Benz C200, priced at about $300,000. Qin Chuan drove all the way to the Starbucks in the city center. Kyoto, downtown Starbucks. This was the shopper's paradise in Kyoto, where hipster men and women would always gather no matter if it was a weekday or a weekend. Dressed in the most fashionable clothes, carrying large and small shopping bags through the various brand counters. Su Qian and her group had long been sitting in the Starbucks located all the way down the street to take a break. Starbucks, as a representative of light luxury drinks, was once regarded by young people as a dating mecca. Su Qian and her entourage have been sitting in the Starbucks for a while now, and the photos have been taken over several Gs. Hey, Xiao Qian, I heard that today Xiao Yan wants to bring his boyfriend? A girl with a pretty face and long wavy hair asked. She is also Su Xiaoyan's best friend, named Zhao Yu. Yes, I specially invited him. Quickly tell me, which luxury young man is it? Xiaoyan has such a high vision, I just want to know what kind of person she will choose as her boyfriend. Su Qian laughed coldly. LOL, it's her childhood friend. You say Su Xiaoyan how to think, put so many luxury big young do not want, have to find a poor boy. That boy looks okay, is the whole body through a poor and sour. No, I don't believe it. Didn't someone say that Su Xiaoyan got into a Lamborghini during orientation? Lamborghini? Either it's another guy, or he rented it. I saw that boy take the bus, and when he got off the bus, he ran all the way, as if he was afraid to be seen taking the bus to school. Ha! What a disgusting scum, Xiaoyan must have been cheated. Su Qian smiled in disbelief. At this time, a clamor came from the crowd not far away. Only to see a black big G lead, followed by a BMW X5, Audi Q7, and 2 luxury cars, parked on the side of the road. The big G car walked down a man dressed in a fashionable manner, a look of an aristocratic son of a man. He led the rest of the 2 car owners and walked straight towards Su Qian, Zhao Yu, and the 2 of them. Zhao Yu's hands were sweating nervously. Wang. Why is Wang Cheng here as well? Wang Xiao has come here today especially to honor me. Su Qian proudly got up and welcomed Wang Cheng. Zhao Yu warily stood up as well, her two long, white jade-like legs unabashedly on display. Wang Cheng slightly side-eyed and glanced at Xiao Yu. You are also here. Zhao Yu was full of joy. A top-rich young man like Wang Cheng actually remembered himself. Wang Cheng searched around and asked if Su Xiaoyan didn't come. Xiaoyan said that there is some traffic jam on the road, soon too. Oh, what car is still traffic jam? I drive my big G time never feel traffic jam. The words just fell, only to see not far away, a white Mercedes-Benz C-Class slowly parked on the side of the road. From the car down a body value of the top girls, people formerly financial university school flower Su Xiaoyan. Su Xiaoyan wrapped her arms around Qin Chuan's arm and walked towards Su Qian and her party. Xiao Qian, happy birthday! Chapter 21, Can't even afford Starbucks. When Wang Cheng saw Su Xiaoyan, the harumphs were dripping from the corners of his mouth. However, seeing Qin Chuan beside Su Xiaoyan again made him very upset. Big beautiful Su, who is this? Wang Cheng said knowingly. My boyfriend, Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, right? Where are you? It looks like you're doing well, and you're young enough to drive a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Wang Cheng said teasingly. Several of his friends around him are red in the face and stifling laughter. I am a freshman at the University of Finance and Economics. That car is not mine, a friend. Qin Chuan said lightly. Oh, borrowed scared me. I thought the young people are now so fierce up to open the Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Su Qian saw the situation, also spoke Qin Chuan, has not introduced you. This is Wang Cheng Wang's son, postal university students, the family is doing hotel business. The 5-star hotel at the South Gate is his family's property. This is Gu Xiao, his family is in the garment business, he owns a garment factory in the south, with annual sales of $40 to $50 million. This is the moneyless, Kyoto indigenous, the south has 3 suites in the Shiyuan district, each set is nearly 100 square meters, that is a square meter 30,000 yuan of luxury housing. Su Chen did not move to introduce the identity and background of several people. Invisibly put pressure on Qin Chuan, they are facing some of the rich and famous son of a rich family. His borrowed Mercedes-Benz C simply cannot be on the stage. Qin Chuan, what does your family do? Gu Xiao stepped forward next and asked. My parents are ordinary workers in a clothing factory in Jiangning. The 3 great young men sniffed, the corners of their mouths curled up, revealing a hint of seeming contempt. Damn, what grade, actually can tease Su Xiaoyan. Su Chen greeted the 2 Qin Chuan. Xiaoyan, what do you want to drink? Point a cup matcha Starbucks. Su Xiaoyan said. Qin Chuan shook his head. I don't like coffee. Su Chen heart cold snort, this man is too stingy to Starbucks are not willing to order a cup. It's okay Qin Chuan, my treat. Really no, thank you. Qin Chuan still refused. Seeing that the other party was so thick-skinned, it was not good for her to continue. Wang Cheng saw the opportunity and immediately ran to buy Su Xiaoyan a cup of matcha frappuccino. Xiaoyan, your boyfriend is frugal enough a cup of Starbucks are not willing to buy. No, Xiao Chuan, he really cannot get used to drinking coffee. Wang Cheng heard, angry. Fuck, this is still defending the dead poor guy. Su Qian saw the jealousy on Wang Cheng's face, thought for a moment and opened his mouth to say Xiaoyan, today it was not agreed that we would gather at noon, why did you come at this moment? Is accompanying Qin Chuan to borrow a car? Wang Cheng saw Su Qian so on the road, cannot help but cast a satisfied look. Aya, Qin Chuan you also really, out to play why go to borrow a car? Directly let Xiaoyan make a phone call to me, I come over to pick you up. Said, he pressed the big G car key. Not far away, the square, mighty and domineering big G flashed 2 warning lights. Su Xiaoyan put down the hands of the Star Islu, said we are to buy a car, the results of the payment only to know that the car to be half a year later, because of the rush to come over, the sales of her car loaned to us. Wang Cheng laughed with a playful face and said oh? Buy a car to go What car to wait half a year to pick up the car? Honda Accord? Toyota Highlander? Or the new Mercedes-Benz C-A? Qin Chuan said Ferrari with a calm face. Wang Cheng thought he had a problem with his ears and misheard Are you talking about a Ferrari? Su Xiaoyan nodded yes, it is a Ferrari. There was a dead silence in the room. Wang Chang, Gu Xiao, and Xian Xiao's faces instantly turned iron blue. Su Qian was also energized at first, and then looked at Qin Chuan again. In her heart, she didn't believe a million times, because how to look at the other party didn't look like a rich person. She tentatively asked which one she bought. Su Xiaoyan blinked her big eyes. Xiao Chuan, what is the name of the one we are looking at? Rafa. Qin Chuan faintly returned. Lafa? Rafa. Rafa. Wang Xiao's trio's faces instantly turned red from iron blue. On the sidelines, they laughed and laughed and laughed. Su Qian didn't understand why the three of them suddenly lost their composure, so she asked Wang Xiao, "What are you guys laughing at?" Wang Cheng slapped his thighs and said, "Oops, sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that Qin Chuan's jokes were so funny, I just couldn't help it." Gu Xiao pinched his thighs, stifled laughter, said, "Ferrari's Lafa, starting price of 25 million that car? Ha 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 ha, do you know how much the whole car option plus taxes total? 50 million. $500 million small goal ah." Shen Xiao added that the purchase of the Lafa is not something that can be done by just anyone at any time. It is a supercar that is limited to 499 units worldwide. The buyer must be a loyal customer of Ferrari, and either have 2 limited edition Ferraris in hand, or at least 5 Ferraris, only then can they qualify to buy the Rafa. May I ask if you have 2 limited edition Ferraris? No. Qin Chuan replied frankly. Su Qian was a bit unable to look at it. Qin Chuan was too much of a pretender, he didn't even make a draft when he lied. Since you don't have one, how did you buy the Lafa? Wang Chang relentlessly pursued the question. Because I bought 5 Ferraris directly on the spot, and then I was qualified to buy Lafa. Qin Chuan said lightly, as if buying 5 Ferraris and 1 Lafa time at a time was insignificant. Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cool air. How could they not expect Qin Chuan to actually be able to say this kind of operation? This was followed by a group of laughter. Ha 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 ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Holy shit, this brainhole is simply amazing. It would be a shame if you didn't go write a novel. 5 Ferraris and 1 Lafa, it's almost $100 million. Even national husband, Principal Wang, is not as bold as you are. Su Xiaoyan was also shocked. Qin Chuan hadn't even mentioned the extra Ferraris he had just bought to her. Seeing this, Xiaoyu walked to Su Xiaoyan's side, pulled her sleeve, attached her ear and whispered to Xiaoyan, "Quickly let your boyfriend not say anything. Wang Xiao, they are people who have seen the world, your boyfriend cannot bluff people." Qin Chuan in the face of Su Xiaoyan, "Do not argue with these people, after all, these people have met today after one side, the future will not have contact." Wang Cheng saw Qin Chuan did not respond, so from behind him took out a dark brown handbag. "Qian, happy birthday." The first time Su Qian saw the handbag, her eyes let out light. That was a handbag with Lao's Voltoen printed on it, and she couldn't wait to take the handbag and open the package. Only to see inside is an old flower pattern shoulder bag. Wow, is this year's new LV shoulder bag ah? Wang Cheng smiled and said, "Small, but also more than $20,000. Wang Xiao, too expensive it." Su Qian's mouth is polite, but has already put on the bag and started to take a selfie. Wang Cheng looked meaningfully at Qin Chuan and asked Qin Chuan, "Shanshan's birthday, you cannot come empty-handed. What is your gift?" Chapter 22 Birthday Gift? Sending you a Ferrari. Qin Chuan thought about it. It seemed like he hadn't prepared a gift beforehand. But just in time, just bought 5 more Ferraris for Rafa, too many cars to drive. So said, "I have nothing to prepare, just send a Ferrari." Su Qian froze. She was never expected Qin Chuan actually said to send a Ferrari. A time to be shocked, opened his mouth and asked, what Ferrari? Now there are Ferrari Roma, Ferrari Portofino, Ferrari SF90 Spide, Ferrari F8 and a Ferrari newly released SUV Purosang. Su Qian, you see which one you like to talk to me, by the time the car came to bring you together to pick up the car is. But waiting for the car may take half a year, Ferrari Purosang then estimated nearly a year. The words out, Wang Cheng several people laughed in front of the back and forth, and even clapped their hands. Ha 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 ha, send Ferrari, why don't you send an atomic bomb? I've seen bragging, I've never seen such bragging. Qin Chuan, do you know how much a Ferrari costs? Just what you just said, Roma, 1 down to small 3 million. Qin Chuan realized that the other party's attitude is a bit of a problem. The temper began to come up. You do not believe? Let's go to the Ferrari center to see it. Su Qian's face was green and white for a while, and it seemed like she was being fooled. She secretly glared at Su Xiaoyan, thought she deliberately instigated her boyfriend to make fun of himself, so he did not have the good sense to say, "Oh, Ferrari is too expensive, I cannot afford it," or "You keep your own, open it." Su Xiaoyan did not want her girlfriend's birthday party to be unpleasant, so she pulled Qin Chuan's corner. Xiao Chuan said in a low voice, "Forget it, don't be general with them." With Su Xiaoyan's words, Qin Chuan pressed down the anger in his heart and stopped arguing with these people. Zhao Yu saw the atmosphere is not right, quickly rounded off the scene and said, "Aya, since everyone is so happy, we want to change a venue to play ah. Always sitting in Starbucks, the buttocks are going to grow calluses." Wang Cheng got up and said that the second half of the game has long been arranged, let's go to MLXXX. When Su Qian heard it, her eyes let out light to Wang Xiao, "You were talking about the top nightclub MLXXX in Kyoto?" "That's true, otherwise there is no other nightclub in Kyoto that dares to call itself by that name. But I heard that the consumption of MLXXX than other nightclubs are higher than a large cut, a small card seat of the low consumption are to $30,000 to $40,000 nah, today is still the weekend." Wang Chan waved his hand, "Hey, how can other nightclubs be compared to MLXXX? I have booked a card seat, $50,000 only. Shanxian, you have a birthday, how can you be shabby?" Su Qian smiled with a flamboyant smile, "MLXXX, that is a place for high society to socialize. She is all ready to empty the memory of her cell phone, tonight must shoot enough material for a whole year." Wang Cheng glanced at Qin Chuan and snorted coldly. "Damn, dead poor bastard, why don't you say anything this time? The money I spent on alcohol for one night is the living expenses of your whole family for a year. What the hell are you going to fight with me for Su Xiaoyan? And Ferrari, yuck." After saying that, several people drove to MLXXX nightclub. MLXXX is located in the East District of Kyoto, and can be considered the largest nightclub in the whole of Kyoto. With an area of 5,000 square meters, it has more than 90 large and small seats. There are 3 luxury boxes. The overall industrial style is cyberpunk. World-class top 100 DJs are invited to perform here all year round. National husband's favorite to come here to spend, but also created a night of consumption over 1 million records. From last year's opening to date, every day full, the door will always have countless handsome men and women waiting in a 100-meter-long line to enter. When Qin Chuan and his party arrived at MLXXX, it was already the prime time of the evening. The queue at the entrance is lined up to the corner of the road, a glance at the net is stocking's long legs. Night MLXXX nightclub entrance, 20 to 30 security guards are maintaining order. Wang Cheng drove his big G, ready to park the car in front of MLXXX. A security guard went up to the car and parked it in the basement. Wang Cheng is not happy, this is a big G. The security guard laughed coldly, "Sir, you see for yourself what kind of cars are parked in front of the entrance, you have the nerve to drive this and park next to them?" Wang Cheng looked to the MLXXX entrance, only to see the entrance at the parked McLaren Senna, Ferrari 458, Porsche 918 Spider. The company's main goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers. Wang Cheng, a Mercedes-Benz G500 parked on the side of these luxury cars, simply a joke. He said with a face of embarrassment, "How did so many ruthless people come today? Where does the basement go?" Wang Cheng went to the basement, behind him Gu Xiao, Moneyless X5, Q7 is not on the stage, without saying a word, automatically follow the basement. Qin Chuan drove a Mercedes-Benz C200, saw an empty space at the entrance of the MLXXX, ready to park over. Only to see a security guard hurriedly ran over, shouting, "Stop, stop." The handsome men and women lined up on the side looked at the sound and couldn't help but laugh. Another soil pussy, do not know the rules. A Mercedes-Benz C200, how dare you park there, he does not mind shame. How dare he parked in front of the door, my Audi A6L can only be parked on the side of the road, really embarrassed for him to pick his feet. The security guard panting up to understand the rules, blind parking, parked on the road. This is not a place why cannot park here? Qin Chuan questioned. You do not open your eyes to see, the door of what cars, you a Mercedes-Benz C200 also have the cheek to park here. The parking space is used for parking, it is difficult not to be divided into 3, 6, 9, etc. on the parking space? The security guard first saw such a thick-skinned people, said in a bad mood, "Hey, you're a really interesting person, the skin can be really thick. Do you know what this place is MLXXX? Its main entrance is that there are 3, 6, 9 classes respectively." Qin Chuan coldly snorted, "I have to stop here today, call your manager and say Qin Chuan is here." The security guard crossed his arms and waist, "I tell you, it is not good to call anyone. But a moment later, the security guard paused and hesitated. Qin Chuan? This name is so familiar, it seems like I've heard it somewhere. Wait, during the meeting the day before yesterday, the supervisor seemed to have said that MLXXX had changed to a new boss with the name of none other than Qin Chuan. The security guard's face bristled with iron, cold sweat whooshed and dampened his back. He couldn't decide if the person in front of him was the new boss or not. But the aura displayed by the other party was simply not an ordinary person now. He hurriedly took 2 steps back and pressed the intercom's call button. Manager. The general manager of MLXXX is called Daijun. At this moment, he was in the office with the Atmosphere Group's girl, discussing car skills. Being interrupted by a series of calls on the intercom, Daijun said in a bad mood, "Fuck, what kind of idiot keeps occupying the channel? Is your mom dead or the sky is falling? Do things without a little bit of proportion." The security guard returned to the manager with fear and trembling. "There is a customer called Qin Chuan said to see you." "See you paralyzed, you when I Atmosphere Group is a guest to see on C," said. Daijun suddenly realized that it is not right. A push away from the side of the girl, pinching the walkie-talkie loudly asked what you said. "The customer called? Qin Chuan." The security guard returned. "I Nima." Daijun stumbled and ran out of the office. Chapter 23 Showdown, I am the boss of the top nightclub. Daijun flew to the front door of MLXXX and looked around. In the crowd lined up on the side, there were MLXXX regulars who recognized Daijun and let out exclamations of surprise. "Crap, look, the general manager of MLXXX now." "You mean the one in the suit?" "Yeah, as the general manager of the biggest nightclub in all of Kyoto, he really has a different aura." Daijun saw a security guard standing by a small Mercedes. He pulled on his collar, straightened his messy hair, and walked forward briskly. Daijun made an effort to look at the main driver's seat of the Mercedes and saw that the young and handsome person in the driver's seat was the one on the profile. His face hung up a smile. "Qin boss, I am Xiao Dai, Daijun MLXXXX's general manager. Today to inspect the work, how not to notify in advance, I can prepare for the preparation." Qin Chuan coldly grunted. "I came to still have to report to you? You have a big official authority." Daijun heard that the big boss was angry at the first meeting. He looked around and immediately reacted, and kicked the security guard in the ass. "You have fucking eyes and don't recognize him, tape. This is the big boss of our MLXXX. Am I qualified to park here now?" Qin Chuan said in an impatient tone. Yes, too much, Boss Qin, this little thing, I will help you park it." With that, Daijun respectfully opened the car door for Qin Chuan. For a moment, the surrounding people were all astonished. Just now they were still mocking each other for not knowing the rules. Thick skin, a small ragged Mercedes-Benz also have the nerve to park in front of MLXXX. All of a sudden they all became mute. The general manager of the biggest nightclub in Kyoto, Daijun, was so respectful to the owner of a small Mercedes. What kind of identity must that person have? What rules? He is the fucking rules. Parked the car, Daijun small broken steps walked to Qin Chuan in front of the boss. "The car is parked for you. I will immediately arrange for you to go to the box." Qin Chuan nodded. Daijun a trot to arrange. At this time, parked the car. Wang Chang and his party came up from the basement. Wang Chang looked at Qin Chuan standing in the doorway, went up and sneered and said, "Oh, it seems that the car below 500,000 yuan, even into the basement qualifications or not, can only be parked on the side of the road." The crowd laughed. Qin Chuan pointed to the side and said, "Open your eyes to see where the car is parked." The crowd followed the direction of Qin Chuan's finger, only to see a white Mercedes-Benz C200, parked in the MLXXX door on the C seat. It was surrounded by a circle of top supercars. Su Qian covered her face and said in shame, "Aya, it is really embarrassing. How do you have the nerve to park your car there? Do you know the rules?" Wang Chang said, "I advise you to quickly move the car, or later to be called by the security tow truck towed away. You do not look at the side of what are supercars, you dare to park there." Gushao said, "Qin Chuan, Kyoto is not your small county, a Mercedes-Benz C can pretend to be Broad Place. Do you know how much those cars on your side of the gods? You open the door to cut and rub a little, your family will have to prepare to sell your house." Jiayu walked up, pulling Su Xian's hand. "Xian, you persuade Qin Chuan, those cars look to be a few million looks, really want something to happen, it's over." Su Xian's emotions are a little bit on the head, originally thinking that today is Su Qian's birthday, as a guest of their own slightly tolerated. But these people to Qin Chuan is more and more excessive, so she said those cars are nothing to Xiaoshuan. We parked the car there solely because Sichuan is the owner of MLXXX. You guys are underestimating Sichuan. Ha? Ha 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 ha, Su Xian, you said your boyfriend is the boss of MLXXX? Oops, I can't, I'm going to die laughing. Just bought a Ferrari and now he's the boss of MLXXX. Why don't you say you're the president of Rice? Su Qian said with a displeased face. Xiaoyan, I know you are jealous because you see Wang Xiao sending me LD. But please be realistic and stop talking nonsense fantasies. At this time, a sales walked out from the nightclub. Wang Cheng recognized at once, the other party is with their own contact sales Li Yuan. He walked up. Li brother, my card seat arrangement is done, my friends are all here. Li Yuan glanced at Wang Cheng and said that there are too many people today, your card seat has been robbed. What? Wang Cheng angry, I have 2 days in advance with your booking, how to say no on know it. Li Yuan lit a cigarette, said the boss came up to order 100,000 wine, you want to compare with others? The words, Wang Cheng's face are green. One night consumption of 100,000? What cow horse ah? I spend 50,000 are heartbroken half dead, to let myself spend 100,000, do not even think about it. He said with a pleasing face. Brotherly, we have come, you can't let me lose face, right? I usually do not less contribute to your performances not. Li Yuan snorted coldly, damn, your consumption of 1 or 2 million a month is a ball. There's only room at the bar. The bar? Then don't you have to sit side by side with someone? Wang Cheng looks embarrassed. Just the bar, like it or not, there are so many people waiting in line at the door to go in. Li Yuan said in a bad mood. I'm not going to be able to do that. Wang Cheng thought for a moment, it is better to be able to get in than not to be able to get in, and then see if there are any acquaintances who can put together a seat. Based on their own side of the 3 beautiful women's posture, there must be someone willing. So he returned to Su Qian in front of them with a difficult face, said our today's card seat was a big shot grabbed, the other party directly ordered 200,000 wine, the salesman Li also has no way to keep the seat. However, I persuade him to give us a bar position, let's go in first. The crowd sniffed, but it is not good to say anything. After all, the other party is a big shot who ordered 200,000 wines at once, ordinary people are not qualified to grab a seat with the other party. Just as Wang Cheng and his party were about to enter the store, Su Xian opened her mouth and said there are no seats? That's just right, we can go to Sichuan's box. Su Qian said with an impatient face, Xiaoyan, what time is it, stop bragging for your boyfriend. Wang Cheng said, do you know how much is the low cost of the MLXXX box? At least 500,000 to start. And it is still unattainable, the booking is those big bosses and big stars, ordinary people even if they have the money cannot be booked. Jia Yu at this time also skipped Su Xiaoyan's hand, she never thought that her own best friend after the boyfriend into this. All the way to favor the boyfriend, but also for him to brag and lie. She really couldn't bear it anymore, and didn't want to see her bestie fall any further, so she opened her mouth and said, Xiaoyan, can you stop bragging like Qin Chuan? Even if he is good in every way, he is just an ordinary person. No matter how much you fantasize, he can't become a rich man, a tycoon. If you really want to have a rich boyfriend, you can always change to another person. For example, a while ago, the one who drove the limited edition Lamborghini that was rumored to be crazy in school. If Qin Chuan is replaced with him, we will believe whatever you say. Su Xiaoyan listened to the words of these people in front of her, angry and amused, and was about to open her mouth to retort. Dai Jun ran out towards his side in a fiery hurry. Wang Cheng instantly recognized the outsider as the general manager of MLXXX. Only to see Dai Jun walk to the front of Qin Chuan, respectfully said boss, 001 box cleaned up, you can take your friends in. The air instantly solidified, Wang Cheng, Su Qian and other people's faces suddenly changed, their jaws are going to drop. Chapter 24 Sniping 5-star hotels, industry blocking. What is the situation? MLXXX's general manager Dai Jun called Qin Chuan boss. What boss? The boss of MLXXX. Is Qin Chuan really the boss of this nightclub? The crowd's minds went blank at this point, they simply couldn't believe their ears. Dai Jun's face was full of pandering as he led the way in front, bringing the group to the second floor of the suspended 001 box. Inside the 001 box where Qin Chuan was, the front of the box was a large glass of exaggerated size. Through the glass, one could look down on the entire MLXXX nightclub, directly in front of the DJ booth. People downstairs need to raise their heads and look up to get a glimpse of the corner of the box. It could be said to be both private and extremely atmospheric. Xian Xiao Gu Xiao was so nervous that he was about to pee his pants as he entered the box, given their millions. Tonight, the consumption of this box could be all that the two of them had. Recalling the words they had said to Qin Chuan earlier, their entire being was bad. The self-confidence on their faces, as well as their disdainful eyes towards Qin Chuan, were gone. The two of them only dared to sit in the corner with their legs clenched coyly. Su Qian and Zhao Yu were stunned when they entered the box. Although they often came to MLXXX, they had never landed in the second floor box of MLXXX. With their 7 points of poise, there was simply no luxury young man who would look at them. There was no woman who could go upstairs with less than an 8 out of 10 face value. The current Su Qian was gutted and wanted to give herself 2 slaps on the spot. How could she be so blind, helping Wang Chang to provoke Qin Chuan? In order to that broken LV bag? Qin Chuan people opening is to send a Ferrari to their own Su Qian thought, see Su Shayan bathroom gap. Even quickly stick to the side of Qin Chuan. Qin Xiao, you just said to send my Ferrari, not just half a year. Well, I can wait. Oh, it's too late, you don't have a chance. Qin Chuan said coldly. Su Qian does not care about Qin Chuan in different tone? By means of dynamic music and dim lights. Started to involuntarily show off in front of Qin Chuan, she tried to grab Qin Chuan's hand and send it to her arms. Qin Xiao, I blame Wang Chang for making me misunderstand you today. In order to express my apologies, I'll do whatever you want to play with me, as long as you're willing to take the heat off. Qin Chuan looked coldly at the flirtatious Su Qian, said sternly, roll aside. Su Qian is still unforgiving, roll wherever you can, as long as you command, I do. Thus, the crowd saw Su Qian, who has always been arrogant, lying down on the ground, rolling back and forth. The mouth also issued a wailing laughter, a hard-to-please Qin Chuan. It was a different person from when she had despised and mocked Qin Chuan before. Qin Chuan had never seen such brazen people. Coming here today and asking these people to open a box was considered giving Su Shayan all the face. Himself and the group of people in front of him are not all the way, there is no need to hard together. Wang Cheng depressed, drinking a few mouthfuls of Louis XIII, he began to get a little head. Seeing Su Qian scratching her head in front of Qin Chuan was very upsetting. How can there be a man more tricky than himself? This obviously does not put himself as the prince of a 5-star hotel in the eyes. He raised his wine glass and chided Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan coldly squinted. Wang Cheng, you blindly roar, what else? Damn, you a yakuza from the county, you think you are the boss of MLXXX, I am afraid of you. They are afraid of you, but I, Wang Chang, am not afraid of you. I tell you, you're nothing to me. This is Kyoto. This is Kyoto, not your little county of Jiangning. You're just a nightclub owner. What's the big deal? My family's 5-star hotel has a market value of $100 million, your family property in front of me, just like a child's playground. After that, Wang Cheng said, Su Qian said, you say is not. Not just a Ferrari, you serve me well tonight, I will buy you. Su Qian seems to be the point through the 2 chakras, suddenly awakened. Yes, Qin Chuan, no matter what, is only a nightclub owner. And Wang Chang was the real rich second generation, the crown prince of a 5-star hotel. She climbed up and pointed at Qin Chuan and said, damn, I was almost fooled by you. A nightclub small boss also dared to clamor with Wang Xiao. When Wang Xiao saw Su Qian's attitude, he was very satisfied and started to get on top. He held up his wine glass, stood on the sofa, and waved his hand and said, things have come to a head, I will not hide it from you. My family's 5-star hotel will soon be a strategic cooperation with a major international brand, renamed to join their group camp. By then, my hotel will be an international brand of super 5-star hotel, the market value of 5 times. The tail-clipped Xian Xiao and Gu Xiao were energized by this kind of insider information, which was also the first time they had heard it. Mr. Wang, what group are you working with? Young Wang, a 5-fold increase in market value, wouldn't that mean that your fortune will break $500 million? Wang Cheng ha 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 laughed up. Qin Chuan, when the time comes to cooperate successfully with the Western Group, I will open a bigger and more luxurious nightclub next to you, dig up all your people, and screw you. Silton Group? Su Qian's entire body was confused when she heard that, cooperating with the Western Group. That was a Fortune 500 company, anyone who cooperated with it was no different from holding a gold mountain. At this moment, she also disregarded how perverted and violent Wang Chang was. Little birdie snuggled into Wang Chang's arms. Wang Xiao, I will follow you from now on, I will be in whatever position you want me to be in. Wang Cheng pinched Su Qian's chin. You dog, you are really cheap. Woof woof woof. Silton Group? Qin Chuan frowned and took out his cell phone. Seeing Qin Chuan's reaction, Wang Cheng was even more pleased. Turtle, you do not know the Silton Group? You're still using your cell phone to Baidu. That is the world's top 500 companies, annual turnover of $10 billion of foreign companies. Rich people tend to be overly ambitious brand, the representative of luxury, the most common room is 4 digits to start. If you are afraid, let Su Shayan accompany me for one night, I can consider not sniping this MLXXX of yours. Wang Cheng did not see Qin Chuan's plea for mercy, but watched him dial a phone number. Hey, Xiaoying, is the group going to acquire a hotel called Full Star recently? Xiaoying on the other end of the phone was surprised. This big boss wasn't not inquiring about the group's affairs, why would he call today to inquire? But out of the professional ethics of the secretary, Xiaoying replied, yes boss, the group is negotiating to acquire a local hotel in Kyoto, because the group is interested in its land. Not waiting for Xiaoying to finish, Qin Chuan interrupted to call off the project, stop the acquisition, and the whole industry to put out the word, which enterprise intends to acquire the full Skystar, is against us Silton Group, I will not hesitate to snipe it in the secondary market. Xiaoying froze boss, acquisition projects are to sign. Are you the boss or am I the boss? Qin Chuan angrily rebuked. Yes. Xiaoying's timid voice came from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan looked at Wang Cheng like he was a clown. Chapter 25, Obtaining Shares in a Media Company with a National Goddess in it. Wang Cheng slammed his wineglass, despised Qin Chuan, now, you still pretend to pretend. Not a few seconds, his cell phone rang. Wang Cheng picked up and looked at the caller ID, it was his father, Wang Mingquan. The person he was most afraid of in his life was his own father. Without saying a word, he quickly picked up the phone and coyly said Dad. On the phone, Wang Mingquan hissed and growled, you a rebellious son. What the hell have you offended? What kind of trouble have you caused me outside? Now, the Weston Group has terminated all cooperation with my family, and all previous verbal agreements are null and void. Do you know what my family's debt situation is now? If this deal fails, our whole family will have to go to the rooftop. Wang Mingquan cursed and scolded his son. After a while, Wang Mingquan on the other end of the phone seemed to receive another message. He was silent for a moment, his tone of voice with despair over. The Silton Group has released words in the industry, naming us and saying that they are blocking our Wang family. No one dares to cooperate with us anymore, our Wang family is finished. Wang Cheng listened to the voice on his cell phone, his entire face instantly turned pale, cold sweat dripping down from his forehead. He was suddenly weak, and his cell phone slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground, shattering. Wang Cheng's legs went limp, kneeling on the ground, crawling towards Qin Chuan. What the hell are you? What kind of person are you in the end? Why did you do this to our Wang family? Qin Chuan kicked Wang Cheng away and looked down at him. I am the new owner of the Silton Group. From the beginning, I gave you a chance, but you didn't grasp it and provoked it again and again. The second son of a 5-star hotel in the district, yelling at me all day. Didn't your dad teach you that the water in Jiangning is deep too? I know I'm wrong. I apologize. I was wrong. I beg you, please spare our Wang family. Spare us. Wang Cheng knelt on the ground and kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic. He looked up and then looked at Qin Chuan, that young white and handsome face. At this moment, it was more frightening and suffocating than any devil. In just 2 words, he had sentenced his Wang family to death, never to turn over a new leaf. Qin Chuan looked at the room today. I will give Xiaoyan face, otherwise from your first words, each of your families will have to be the same as the Wang family. Gu Xiao Qian Xiao cowered in the corner, shivering and trembling. Su Qian was too scared to move and was covered in cold sweat. She repeatedly jumped horizontally and mocked Qin Chuan many times. Compared to Wang Cheng, there was more than enough. Suddenly, a hot, fishy liquid flowed down from the root of her black silk. Su Qian frantically tugged at her skirt to cover her ugliness. Qin Chuan turned around. The box is left for you to play slowly by yourselves, and in the future, who dares to chew the tongue in front of Xiaoyan, I will let his whole family be buried with him. Said, he opened the door and left the box. MLXXX Nightclub, outside the second floor box. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side quest, intolerable. Mission reward, obtain 50% of Jiahang Media's shares. Qin Chuan looked at the prompt in front of him and could not help but be shocked. Jiahang Media? Isn't that the company founded by Boss Yan Mi? As far as I can remember, it seems that Boss Yan only has 19% of the shares. Now that I have 50% of the shares, wouldn't I be the company's biggest shareholder, boss? Wait, it seems like Reba is also in this company. Qin Chuan decided in his mind that he would go to the company to take a look when he had time. Closing the prompt interface, at this time, the system did not directly exit like before. Instead, it jumped to a new page. Character attributes. Qin Chuan. Gender, male. Martial arts Dao, peak level 4. Medical Dao, peak level 1. Qin Chuan looked at the page, many parts of it were blank. Only the Dao of healing and the Dao of martial arts were lit up. He once again drove his mind and closed the system interface. Both eyes instantly returned to normal, and there was clarity in front of him. Why did Xiao Yin take so long to go to the restroom? Qin Chuan looked at the signage and searched for the past. Just as he was about to go down to the first floor, he ran into Su Xiaoyan, who was hurriedly walking back. Xiao Chuan, why did you come out? Seeing Su Xiaoyan look wrong, Qin Chuan vigilantly asked Sister Xiaoyan, what is wrong with you? You look uncomfortable? Su Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment and said, nothing. Sister Xiaoyan, I am a bit sleepy, let's go first. Su Xiaoyan nodded, she also did not like this noisy environment. The two held hands and walked outside. The first floor of MLXXX, the largest 001 card seat. A wearing boy big logo short sleeves, fat head and ears of middle-aged men sat on the sofa with a butt, violently drank a mouthful of beer. Indignation said he mother, just saw a face value super wow woman, looks really Nima pure. Come to the nightclub to play, there are a few serious women. I just want to call in to come to the card seat to play, see if there is a chance to bring back at night. As a result, she slapped me on the shoulder. Boss Chun, who's so bold as to slap you? Tell me what she looks like, I'll check for you. One of the chaperones on the table, who was dressed in a revealing outfit, spoke up. That bitch was wearing a white fine linen vintage blouse with yellow daisies dotting the neckline and cuffs, and a knee-length black skirt underneath. Boss Chen described it in colorful words. Is that the man? The man sitting in the main seat pointed in the direction of the doorway and spoke. Boss Chen followed the direction and looked. Yes, brother Hao, it's her. Damn, pretending to be innocent in front of me, but she was still led away by a man. The man in the main seat moved his finger and the bodyguard standing beside him bowed and went forward with his ear. Bill, take someone to bring that woman to Boss Chen. Yes, boss. Biao nodded his head, brought along the 3 men at the side, and paced away. Boss Chen was surprised and happy, hurriedly picked up his glass of wine and moved his but to go forward. How, I am afraid it is not good to come strong, after all, this is Kyoto. The man on the main seat glanced at the Qin boss, disdainfully said, there is my Zhang Tianhaoan, what are you afraid of? Or do you look down on me, Zhang Tianhao? Boss Chen was coldly sweating after being glanced at by Zhang Tianhao, and hurriedly took a sip of the wine in his cup. The Zhang Tianhao in front of him could be said to be the ruthless person in the suburbs of Kyoto and the area of Jizhou. The 2 ways to eat the big brother, Tianhao Financial Company's chairman, worth 10 million, under the financial company to support more than 100 people. Jizhou, once a director said to check his financial company, the result is that within a few days this person's position as director lost. After that, everyone knew how powerful the backer behind him was. The female companion beside Zhang Tianhao smiled Ing and said, Qin boss, although the center of gravity of Hao's industry is in Jizhou. However, his hands and eyes have been through the sky for a long time, don't worry. When Boss Chen heard this, he nodded his head repeatedly with Brother Hao around, there is nothing I can't rest assured about. Brother Hao, the development of that mine in the village, we will share half of it. Hearing this, Zhang Tianhao finally revealed a hint of a smile. Chapter 26. This is the strength of a 4th level powerhouse? Beating a level 2 is like beating a sun. Kyoto, MLXXX entrance. Qin Chuan held Su Xiaoyan, exited the nightclub, and walked towards the white Mercedes-Benz C200 sedan. After the two of them got into the car, Qin Chuan lit the fire and was just about to put it in gear and drive. Only to see 4 men in suits with serious faces standing in front of the car. Su Xiaoyan was a little scared and trembled. Xiao Chuan, they want to be sent by that person, right? That person? Qin Chuan asked in disbelief. Su Shaoyan then told Qin Chuan the complete story of what happened in front of the restroom. Xiaochuan, let's call the police. Su Shaoyan's voice trembled as she spoke. The four men in front of her were all nearly 1.9 meters in height, with gnarled muscles all over their bodies. Qin Chuan reached out and touched Su Shaoyan's forehead. It's okay, Shaoyan sister, there is me, I go down to see what's going on. Su Shaoyan pulled Qin Chuan, shaking his head. Too dangerous, Xiaochuan. It's all right, again, in front of my own nightclub. What happened? The people in the store will help me. Finished, Qin Chuan stepped out of the car, said to the car in front of the four people, what do you want to do? See limousine down a man to speak. The standard coldly said, our brother How wants to invite this beauty to have a drink, let her with us to go a trip. How? Which How? Jizhou, Zhang Tianhao, is a big man you cannot afford to mess with. Qin Chuan coldly laughed. What kind of mole dares to call himself a big shot? The corner of Bill's mouth twitched, and he gave a wink to the three people around him. The three swarmed forward, ready to forcefully subdue Qin Chuan. But before the three of them could even get half a step closer to Qin Chuan's body, they saw him knock down one with a whip leg. The remaining two were dumbfounded, frozen in place. Immediately after, two more whip legs swept. Two people fell to the ground, fainted. In just 3 legs, 3 1.9 meters strong men fell to the ground unconscious. When Bill saw this, his heart was shocked. What kind of person are you? In the martial arts? Bill didn't expect that he could run into someone from the martial arts path here. He couldn't help but pay attention. What kind of person am I? Qin Chuan crooked his neck and opened his mouth. I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. This statement of his caused Bill's anger value to pull full. You kid is too crazy. Don't you think that you can be invincible and have no one in your sight when you first enter the martial arts path? Today, you are unlucky to run into me. I will let you see that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond the people. After saying that, Bill transported his chi and mobilized the power of martial arts in his body, filling up the meridians of his entire body. He instantly changed from an ordinary practitioner to a strong martial arts practitioner. Bill was the #1 fierce general under Zhang Tianhao. It was a character that Zhang Tianhao fished out from the army dungeon in the Golden Triangle. With his explosive temper, he had once single-handedly taken out an armed squad in the Golden Triangle. In the end, a company of people was sent to capture him. For more than 10 years after being fished out by Zhang Tianhao, he had fought countless sandy piers for Zhang Tianhao and made great achievements. Back then, when Zhang Tianhao was ambushed, he repelled more than 20 people from the other side with the strength of one person. Bill's martial power was externalized, and an unnameable aura was faintly emanating above his body. The mosquitoes and flies on the scene were all deterred by his aura and flew around. You're young, and judging by the way you strike, you're at most a level 1 martial Dao peak. A peak level 1 martial Dao might be the existence of a god of war in the eyes of an ordinary person. But in the eyes of a martial arts practitioner, it is only the most elementary level of strength. As for me, level 2 martial Dao peak, you and I are a whole level apart. Saying that, Bill fiercely stomped on the ground with his left foot and slammed his fist. His figure moved fast, bringing a whistling wind with him as he traveled. If an ordinary person received this punch, they would definitely break a few ribs. Su Shaoyan sat in the car and exclaimed, Xiaochuan, quickly dodge. Outside the car, Qin Chuan was calm. His left hand was placed behind his back and his right hand was held up with one hand. The palm of his hand was open, and he used his palm to receive this punch from Biao. Biao instantly turned blue. This punch of his could punch a hole even in an iron door, but it was actually caught by the teenager in front of him with one hand. After a split second, Bill felt as if his iron fist had struck a 100-ton steel plate. The hand was shocked raw pain, vaguely have the feeling of bone cracking. He was busy retracting his hand. Didn't expect, you are also a second-level powerhouse? Bill resurveyed the teenager in front of him. So young, how could he be a second-level powerhouse? He had to use his full strength. The last punch, he was afraid to punch too heavy to make an accident. In this punch, Bill mobilized his entire body to condense the power of martial arts into his right fist. Although he couldn't tell which grade of martial arts powerhouse the other party was, Bill could no longer take it lightly. His entire body flew towards Qin Chuan. This punch was thrown by Bill utilizing the waist and horse unity technique, and all the fallen leaves on the ground were whipped up by the wind brought about by the punch's strength. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. His opponent could tell that he was going for the kill with this punch. Since this was the case, he could no longer hide his clumsiness. Qin Chuan violently raised his leg and knee, and sent a flying kick out, sending Bill flying through the air. This kick directly sent Bill flying 10 meters away and smashed heavily into the ground. The cement floor was smashed into a large depression. This was the battle power of a peak level 4? Qin Chuan was fighting for the first time using the power of martial arts, and his assessment of his true battle power was a little less accurate. A mouthful of blood hit Bill's chest as he looked incredulously at the teenager in front of him. You're not level 2. You lied to me. Qin Chuan walked over one step at a time and looked down at a beacon. When did I say that I was a second level? Biao's eyes bloodshot skyrocketed red. He looked at Qin Chuan in despair. He looked at Qin Chuan with despair. The gap between himself and this young man is as different as mud, and the other party wants to kill himself as if he were an ant. Stop. Only to see not far away from the sound of a storm. A middle-aged man came. The other party was none other than Zhang Tianhao. He was in the nightclub and saw that his men had not returned for a long time. In his heart, he guessed that Bill was afraid of getting into some kind of trouble, so he personally came out to check it out. As a result, when he came out, he saw his most capable man actually fell to the ground. Little brother, where are you from? Zhang Tianhao asked without moving. Qin Chuan squinted and replied, you don't deserve to know. Zhang Tianhao froze, then ha laughed. Little brother, it looks like you can fight. However, nowadays in this society, what is the use of being able to fight? Then you can fight, I have also seen, but his final end. Oh, even more capable of fighting people. I just need a phone call. Tomorrow we'll go to jail. Business to do. Zhang Tianhao, this class, say behind no one is impossible. The Jianghu is not a fight, the Jianghu matter of human feelings. He tried his best to threaten Qin Chuan with official words. Oh, now no afraid? I look down on you martial artists, only know how to move fists and feet, do not know how to use the brain. I tell you, you have offended today. You cannot afford to offend people. If you cut out of me now and apologize, and let your girl play with me for 7 days and 7 nights, I can consider letting you go. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes showing killing intent. Without resolving Zhang Tianhao, I'm afraid that Xiao Yan would be in trouble for the next period of time. But if he solved it now, the problem would become tricky, just as he was considering his next step. Suddenly the phone in his arms rang. Chapter 27, Lifting a Stone and Stoning His Own Feet. Qin Chuan frowned, took out his cell phone from his arms and looked at the caller alert. Xiao Chen? Upon seeing Xiao Chen's name, Qin Chuan was first puzzled as to who the other party was. Then he remembered that Xiao Chen seemed to be Kung Fu's bodyguard. After thinking about it, he still picked up the phone. Hello, how are you? Is this Mr. Qin? I'm Xiao Chen. The old man is coughing badly again today. The lady asked me to ask you if you can spare some time to come over and take a look. On the phone, Xiao Chen's voice was very respectful. Qin Chuan paused for a moment and returned, I have encountered some small trouble on my side, and may not be able to get through for a while. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen quickly asked Mr. Qin, what kind of trouble have you encountered? Can you tell me about it? The old man once said, Mr. Qin is a benefactor of the Kong family, your business is the business of the Kong family. Although I am only a guard at the old master's side, I can still solve some minor problems for you. Qin Chuan thought for a moment and said, it was at the entrance of MLXXX, there was a man named Hao, who said that he wanted my girlfriend to accompany him for 7 days and 7 nights, or else he would kill me. When Xiao Chen heard it, he looked nervous. How, brother? Kyoto has never heard of this number of characters. The sound of a car starting came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Qin, wait a moment. MLXXX door? I will arrive in 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chuan was not surprised. Zhang Tianhao stood in place and watched Qin Chuan finish the phone call, without the intention of blocking. Damn, a young man driving a Mercedes C, what forces can be behind? Oh, it's useless even if you find 100 helpers. I tell you, kid, you are kicked to the steel plate today. Now your woman is not played by me. Waste, this matter will not pass. Bill, lying on the ground, showing his teeth, said, boy. Even if your martial arts strength is higher than mine, so what? In front of absolute power, you are nothing. When Hao finishes playing with your woman, I won't let her go either. I'll also tie you to a chair and watch me play. Qin Chuan looked at Bill on the ground and wanted to give him another kick. But right now, he didn't know how to control his strength at the peak of level 4 martial Dao. With another kick, Bill would definitely not be able to see tomorrow's sun. So, Qin Chuan directly raised his foot and stepped on Bill's mouth. Instantly, Bill's entire mouth crumbled and broken teeth filled the entire mouth. Bill whimpered in pain, no longer able to speak. Seeing Bill's miserable state, Zhang Tianhao angrily rebuked the brat. "You wait for me." Saying that, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Team Lu? I, Tianhao, came to Jingdu today to talk about business. As a result, someone is now trying to threaten me, and he even injured my men. 10 minutes? Fine, thank you Team Lu, I'll be waiting for you at the MLXXX entrance." Saying that, Zhang Tianhao took back his cell phone. "Kid, let me tell you, you're done for life." In less than 10 minutes, only 2 black and white cars came. It was the car of the Public Security Department, and a plainclothes policeman stepped down from the car. He got out of the car, puffed out his chest, saw Zhang Tianhao and walked slowly. Zhang Tianhao hurriedly went forward, took out a cigarette, and handed it over Team Lu. "I'm really sorry to trouble you." Team Lu looked arrogant, his gaze full of disdain and pride. He took the cigarette and put it in his mouth, and Zhang Tianhao hurriedly pulled out the fire and lit it. "Zhang Tianhao, you don't change your ways, why do you still mess with things? Mess with things is just, but also mess with Kyoto." Lu Team toned with displeasure. "This is the superior to the following people a demonstration." Zhang Tianhao face humble Lu Team, "You say what words?" "I came to Kyoto City today to discuss business, which thought, encountered such a kid, out of hand, injured my men." Team Lu frowned and scanned the scene. Seeing the ground lying 4 pugilistic man, some surprised to ask each other a few people? One. Team Lu was even more surprised. Zhang Tianhao pointed to Qin Chuan who was a few steps away as him. Team Lu, deliberately injuring someone like this is tantamount to murdering someone for money. He attempted murder, he'll have to be sentenced severely. Lu sneaked a look at Qin Chuan and the car behind him. Seeing that the license plate is not a special number, Qin Chuan's face is also very familiar, the heart put down a stone. Lu Team saw Qin Chuan stood still, no intention to act rashly, then opened his mouth and asked you, "What is called, why hurt people?" Qin Chuan, "I do it because they molested my girlfriend." Lu Team pointed to the 4 people on the ground. "No matter what the reason, the people on the ground is not your hand?" Qin Chuan sneer hard. "Not just self-defense is also wrong? Dare, what is your status, dare to talk to me like this? You just answer yes or no." Qin Chuan understands that the other party is obviously digging a pit for himself to jump. If the answer is yes, it is exactly what the other party wants. You and Zhang Tianhao as a gang. Zhang Tianhao see Qin Chuan was Lu Team 3 words to say, cannot help but begin to be complacent. "Boy, we are a gang how? I told you a long fucking time ago, you cannot fight me. I let you live and you live, I let you die and you have to die." Lu Team said, "You are now refusing to cooperate with the investigation of our security department. Do you know that this is to be a crime?" The 2 sides stalemate, a little tense meaning. Lu Team ready to greet team members, arrest Qin Chuan. A black Audi S6 came whistling, parked in the middle of the 2 sides. From the car walked down a shaved flathead, wearing camouflage top, military pants and military-style leather shoes of a tough man. The man was none other than Xiao Chen who had just spoken to Qin Chuan. He got out of the car and briefly looked around. Then walked to Qin Chuan in front of. "Sorry, Mr. Qin, I came late, are you okay?" Qin Chuan nodded. "All right." Seeing Qin Chuan safe and sound, Xiao Chen suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhang Tianhao and Team Lu behind him. The moment Team Lu saw the Audi license plate, his face was already abnormal. When Xiao Chen saw Team Lu, and saw him standing close to Zhang Tianhao, he instantly understood what was going on. He angrily shouted, "Lu Chang, what are you doing here?" Lu Chang fiercely tightened his body and stood straight. An incomparable Chen. "Brother Chen, I am investigating the case." "What case?" This boss Zhang said, that man committed murder and hurt people. Xiao Chen stepped forward and slapped Lu Chang, who stumbled and almost didn't stand still. "Put your mama's bullshit, don't you think Zhang Tianhao what kind of person I don't know? Let me tell you, this Mr. Qin is a friend of the old master, a VIP of the Kong family." Lu Chang sniffed and looked at Qin Chuan with a face full of incredulity. He's a friend of the old master? A VIP of the Kong family? In Lu Chang's impression, the one from the Kong family was already over 80 years old. Which of his friends was not a person who was close to old age, with a high position of power and amazing status? This young man in front of him, looking at about 20 years old, how could he be the old man's friend? What, you don't believe me? The old master hosted a banquet today and personally sent me to receive Mr. Qin as a guest in his residence. Lu Chang suddenly realized that it was not difficult to explain why this A6 special car was here. This special car was assigned to the old master by the state to reward him for his contribution to the defense of the country. This kind of car generally will not open out, but where open out is bound to receive very important people. Xiao Chen sidled up and respectfully asked Mr. Qin, "What do you think about this matter?" Qin Chuan had already seen at this point that Kung Fu's identity was much more special. Since this is the case, one does not need to do it personally. I don't want to see him outside again, Qin Chuan said expressionlessly. Chapter 28, Investigate to the end, start with life imprisonment. Completing new tasks, getting rewards, upgrading skills. Xiao Chen's sharp gaze looked at Lu Chang today. You must give Mr. Qin an explanation. Otherwise, when the old man is angry, your life will come to an end. Lu Chang had a jolt and immediately realized the meaning, and quickly returned yes. I understand. I will immediately go back to report, set up a special case team, strictly investigate all wrongdoings of Zhang Tianhao, and deal with them severely. Zhang Tianhao on the side heard, the whole person's scalp numb. What's the situation? How come the rescuer I moved to become the one who wants to arrest me? Team Lu. He was just about to open his mouth when he saw a silver bracelet fly in and cuff him firmly. Zhang Tianhao, it is now suspected that you are related to multiple injury cases. Now arresting you, I hope you don't resist and cooperate well with us. Zhang Tianhao felt that the sky was going to collapse. He just came over to drink and pick up a girl. Why do you want to turn over my old bottom? What exactly is that, young man? His legs went limp and he knelt on the ground, kneeling towards Qin Chuan repeatedly, making a bow. Brother Qin, Mr. Qin, I have eyes but I don't know Matai, I'm stupid, I'm a bastard, I drank a few more mouthfuls of horse urine and I'm blind. I shouldn't have offended you, I was wrong. Please let me go, I'll get out of Kyoto right away, I won't dare anymore. Qin Chuan retracted his gaze, no longer even looking at Zhang Tianhao, and said to Lu Chang with his criminal record, can he be sentenced to life imprisonment? Team Lu was horrified in his heart, this young man was really ruthless. He quickly replied, I will definitely track it down properly and investigate it thoroughly to the end. With my understanding of Zhang Tianhao, at least it will start with life imprisonment. Qin Chuan nodded, good, I will send a flag when the time comes. When Zhang Tianhao heard this, his eyes went black and he fainted, and then he was framed by Lu Chang and taken away from the scene. Mr. Qin, the matter is settled, please come with me. Seeing that Xiao Chen had solved the trouble for himself, Qin Chuan could not refuse at this time. He first pacified Su Shayan, and then called a chauffeur to send Su Shayan back to the University of Finance and Economics, and he himself took Xiao Chen's car to the Kong family. Su Shayan is a girl who knows and understands things. She saw that Xiao Chen helped Qin Chuan solve the immediate crisis, a person with quite a lot of energy. When a man does something, it is better for a woman not to follow as a burden. So after hugging Qin Chuan tightly for half a minute, she left first. Qin Chuan sat on the A6 and drove toward the northern outskirts of the city. Just got on the car, Qin Chuan immediate system prompts rang. Congratulations to the challenger. Completion of side mission, eradicating evil. Mission reward, 100% experience reward for medical skill, promotion to level 2 medical initiation. As the reward prompt dissipated, the character attribute panel appeared. Character attributes. Qin Chuan. Gender, male. Martial arts, peak level 4. Medical Dao, level 2 initiation. Medical Dao has advanced to level 2? After Qin Chuan closed the system prompt interface in front of him, he only felt that his entire brain was forcefully stuffed with a vast amount of medical knowledge. The knowledge disease was accompanied by many clinical experiences, techniques. Most importantly, one's knowledge of the original liquid of life had been further enhanced. Qin Chuan, who had received all the information, felt physically and mentally exhausted. He handed his entire person over to the rear seat of the A6 and lay down on it, gasping for air in small gulps. This A6 was a bit old, as could be seen from the headlights and the shape of the car as well as the relatively retro CD machine in the center control. However, the leather seats inside the car, as well as the roof of the tumbled leather is still as good as new, the entire chassis texture is still solid. It can be seen that the owner's family rarely uses this station, and it is very well maintained. Xiao Chen drove the car and looked at Qin Chuan through the rear view mirror. Mr. Qin, I think you must be very curious about the identity of the old man. Well, this one is not an ordinary car. Before getting into the car, Qin Chuan saw the Warzone license plate on the front of the car and the Warzone pass on the windshield, and he had already realized the true value of this car in his heart. Xiao Chen nodded. Since he wanted to pick up Qin Chuan to go there, it was better to tell him about the old man's identity beforehand. The old man joined the army when he was young, and later participated in countless battles, big and small, and guarded the southern border, making great achievements. He and the other 7 generals became the 8 great war gods of Huaxia. The 8 great war gods of China. Qin Chuan was slightly moved. This title had been gradually forgotten in today's peaceful world. But a few decades ago, it represented the guardian gods in the hearts of countless Chinese people. Qin Chuan looked at the peaceful traffic outside the car and secretly made a decision. No matter what, this god of war who has made significant contributions to China must be cured. The car drove along the third ring, all the way out of the city center, after passing through a lush and dense forest and lake. It stopped in front of a large gate with green bricks and green tiles, behind which was a compound surrounded by a tall and solemn fence. Mr. Qin, this side is the senior sanatorium of the Northern War Zone, and it is filled with retired senior War Zone military officers. Old Master. Oh no, we should call him Old Chief here, he also lives here. Saying that, Xiao Chen led Qin Chuan out of the car and to an electric sightseeing car. Mr. Qin, the people living inside the sanatorium are all big names who have fought for the country. They are very old, so in order not to disturb their recuperation, after entering the gate, they need to change to the electric sightseeing car. Xiao Chen explained, starting the electric car with ease. Qin Chuan did not mind this. He has high respect for these old generation who fought for the country. The electric car traveled along the quiet path, and on the side of the road came and went old men and white-clothed caregivers. Each of these old people is a legend, despite their age, but the essence of the spirit is still deeply imprinted on the body. Xiao Chen saw an electric car not far away, also toward the old man's house. A closer look, they can see the person in the car. Missy also came on. Missy? Qin Chuan asked in disbelief. Xiao Chen busy explaining Missy refers to the old head of the daughter, the head of a total of 2 sons and a daughter. The oldest Kong Xiang inherited the mantle of the old man to serve the country, guarding the southern border. The second daughter, Kong Meng, on the other hand, works by the book, is a workaholic, is still unmarried, and is now employed at Kyoto Television. As for the youngest son, alas. Xiao Chen wanted to stop talking, and finally said as for the youngest son, he is always taking advantage of the family's relationship, and is out there doing wrong. In Kyoto, Jizhou, Jiangning generation activities, although not as good as the older brother and sister, but it is also considered to be mixed out of a human model. Qin Chuan nodded. He wasn't too concerned about other people's family matters. The main reason he was here today was because he had promised Kung Fu to save his life. Xiao Chen's speed was faster, and he quickly stopped at the entrance of a villa along with the car in front of him. Getting out of the car, he turned to the woman in the car beside him and respectfully greeted Missy. The Kong Meng in the car was estimated to be around 30 years old, and the whole person was very well maintained. There was not a single wrinkle on her fair face, and she looked no different from a girl in her 20s. Her exquisite and generous makeup, coupled with a well-tailored lady's suit, emphasized her competent aura. Kong Meng glanced at Xiao Chen, and when she saw Qin Chuan in the car, she said in a solemn tone, "Xiao Chen, who is he?" "This is Mr. Qin, he is here to treat the old head." "Oh? Which hospital?" Xiao Chen, momentarily difficult, do not know how to answer. Qin Chuan frankly opened his mouth and said, "I'm not a doctor, I'm a freshman at the University of Finance and Economics." Hearing Qin Chuan's self-introduction, Kong Meng's originally indifferent face suddenly turned angry. "Xiao Chen, you nonsense. What kind of person are you looking for to treat my father?" Chapter 29, clowning around to get my Kong family's attention. Kong Meng grew up in a high-ranking family. The people who come and go are all the top power in the country. Naturally, she exuded an overbearing aura from the inside out. With her question, even the battle-hardened Xiao Chen couldn't help but thump in his heart. But his old head's order in front, Xiao Chen cannot disobey. "He is sorry, miss, this is all the meaning of the old head. My father is old and occasionally confused. You are a person close to him, could it be that you are also confused?" Cough. 2 coughs broke Kong Meng's lecture. Only to see from within the villa gate, a young and beautiful young girl, assisting an old and decrepit old man, slowly walked out. The young girl, Fang Qiong, was wearing a white sports suit, looking energetic. The slightly loose fit of the sportswear was somewhat compacted by her proud figure. The old man Kung Fu was dressed in a dark blue satin practice suit, and his entire person appeared indistinct and illusory. "Little dream, are you scolding me behind my back for being confused?" Kung Fu asked majestically. Kong Meng was shocked and hurriedly bowed and went forward. "Dad, I told you earlier, you have to believe in science, you have to believe in the doctor." "Xiao Meng, your father, I have not reached the point of dementia, know what is right and what is wrong." Kong Meng sighed and shook his head. Every time he talked to his father about his condition, he always used these words to excuse himself. Today, when he himself was in a meeting at the station, he received a call from Fang Qiong, the girl that his father had adopted. Saying that her father's body had an abnormality, she hurriedly left the meeting and hurried back home. "Dad, it's useless to say anything today. I invited Dr. Wang from Kyoto City Hospital No. 2 to the house. He's a world-renowned internal medicine specialist. He has saved hundreds of lives in his hands, and with him treating you, he will surely be able to cure your stubborn disease." After that, Kong Meng helped his father back into the house. He then stepped aside to make way for Dr. Wang. "Dr. Wang, thank you." Dr. Wang nodded and proceeded to prepare the equipment. Kong Meng gave Kung Fu a serious introduction. "Dad, Dr. Wang is the leader of the younger generation of doctors in Kyoto City Second Hospital, and at the age of 30, he became the youngest chief physician in the hospital. A hand of internal medicine can be said to be famous in China, the whole country to come to seek medical treatment. The appointment number has been grabbed until next year to go." Dr. Wang stroked his glasses, looking calm and confident. He has been practicing medicine for many years and has won countless awards, so he has the capital to be confident. Dr. Wang walked up, first gave a look at Kung Fu's tongue, and then listened to the heartbeat. Immediately after carefully looking at Kung Fu's MRI results, CT, the ultrasound, and a series of conventional, non-conventional radiological examination. Then the blood tests were adjudicated. Half an hour later, Dr. Wang combined all the judgments and stood up. Kong Meng rushed forward. "Dr. Wang, how is it? My father, his illness." Dr. Wang smiled and rolled up the stethoscope in his hand, saying that the old man's illness is nothing serious, and the results of the radioactivity test showed normal. At his age, coughing and feeling weak are normal. After all, the age is there. Only the blood test, a few values are low. I guess it is nutritional bias, the old man picky eaters, resulting in the said. He looked at Kong Meng calmly. Kong Meng was stunned, busy to pick up the conversation. "Dr. Wang can be really God, simply look at it, know that my father picky about food. He likes to eat meat, but also likes to eat pork, fat meat." Dr. Wang smiled. "That's right, just eat meat cannot be our old man, to nutritional balance, otherwise the body less can a certain nutrient elements, people will have problems. I used to have a patient is like this, after the operation diet does not pay attention to, nutritional lack of systematic supplementation, people day by day more and more thin. I was immediately to his examination and treatment, and then prescribed a needle vitamin B12 injection, less than a month, it gained 5 pounds, the body is very good, and now can also winter swimming." Kong Meng heard, eyes put out light, and quickly asked Dr. Wang, "My dad specifically how to do?" "Small matter, I give the old man to open some nutrients, then you buy back, on time to the old man can be served. The old man will be fine if he is properly conditioned for half a year." Kong Meng looked at her father, Kung Fu Dad, with a pouty face. "Look, it's a small problem, you're dragging your feet and refusing to see a doctor. How did it turn out? Once Dr. Wang came, he solved your years of problems in half an hour." Kung Fu smiled, got up and said to Dr. Wang, "Dr. Wang, is it really as you said, just take a few supplements, I can get rid of the disease? Don't worry about it, old man, I want someone to their own point of medical skills or have confidence, listen to my quasi-right." "Oh." A disdainful laugh came from the back of the crowd. Kong Meng's face sank, looked over. "What are you laughing at?" Only to see Qin Chuan stepped forward and said, "Laughing at your ignorance. If the old master doesn't hurry to be healed in the right way, I am afraid that he won't live for more than 48 hours. The whole room was silent at this statement. Dr. Wang frowned and said, "Nonsense, the old man's body is very strong, just lack of some micronutrients." Kong Meng angrily said, "You this person, how dare you curse my father? Xiao Chen, blow him out. Where did he come from? He is trying to attract the attention of the Kong family." Xiao Chen lowered his head in some embarrassment and stood in place. He thought for a moment and turned his gaze to the old head. Seeing his daughter being so overbearing and powerless towards Qin Chuan, Kung Fu was so angry that he got up and wanted to argue a few words. But just as his buttocks lifted an inch in height from the chair, he violently coughed violently and spat out with blood. A few moments later, Kung Fu fainted without warning, and his entire body collapsed on the sofa. At once, everyone in the Kong family gathered around to check on Kung Fu's condition. Fang Qiong was so frightened that she even shouted, "Grandpa, Grandpa." Kong Meng gently shook her father's arm. "Dad! Dad!" Xiao Qian stepped forward and stretched out his index finger to probe his nose. Seeing that there is still a faint hot breath coming out of his nostrils, he was slightly relieved. Dr. Wang's face suddenly changed. How did the old man pass out properly? Mo is not intentionally play me. He quickly took out his stethoscope and ran forward to check. Listened to the heartbeat, and then flipped the eyelids. Heartbeat, pupils are not particularly large, abnormal. Dr. Wang was horrified. At this time cannot care too much, first save the people matter. He first gave Kung Fu did artificial respiration, and then pressure. A set of first aid process down, no effect. Under no circumstances, he ran back to the car. Took out the portable stunner, ready to Kung Fu for the highest specification of first aid measures. Kong Meng saw the stunner and panicked a little. This thing is going to be used. Even if his old man wakes up, he will have to lose half of his life. Dr. Wang. There is no other way. Do we have to use the stunner? Dr. Wang frowned tightly, positively said, now in the golden period of the patient's resuscitation, if it is delayed further, it will definitely be life-threatening. Miss Kong, you have to believe me. Kong Meng was now the most vocal person in this villa. Only if she opened her mouth, Dr. Wang could proceed to the next step of administering help. Dr. Wang held the electroshocker in both hands and waited for Kong Meng's nod. Ignorant, what you are doing is no different from plotting against Elder Kong. A voice came from behind the crowd. Chapter 30. Those who insult me will be slaves and maidservants for 10 years. To show a small punishment. At this time, Kong Meng no longer cared about the manners of a young lady from a large family, and shouted out, Xiao Qian, didn't you hear my words? Throw him out. Xiao Qian has seen Qin Chuan take care of Kung Fu's scene, that bottle of golden potion down. Kung Fu immediately recovered his sanity, and the spirit of the gas is more vigorous compared to before. To know, before this, Kung Fu has seen the whole country famous doctors, all have no effect. He defied Kong Meng's words and turned to Qin Chuan with a clenched fist and arched his hand. Mr. Qin, please take a hand to save the old head. As long as I can save the old head, I am willing to go through fire and water for you. Xiao Qian was so sincere that tears flowed down from his eyes. Kong Meng was so angry that her face turned red, but she didn't have time to care about so many things now. Dr. Wang, please hurry up and save him. I'm afraid that if we delay any longer, my father's life will be in danger. Dr. Wang actually didn't have much certainty in his heart. Because Kung Fu was all normal from all physical characteristics. The electric shock device can only be used on patients who are dying. If used on a person with a normal body surface, it will damage that person's normal internal organs and is an irreversible first aid measure. Dr. Wang. Kong Meng became anxious and urged again. Dr. Wang thought for a moment, and his teeth clenched. The dead horse will be treated as a living horse. With that, he unscrewed the power supply and prepared to press the 2 discus into Kung Fu's chest. Just as his hand was about to fall, Fang Qiong pounced forward and blocked in front of Grandpa Kung Fu. Her tears have long since cried her delicate makeup auntie, the taser goes down, Grandpa will be paralyzed even if he is saved. Xiao Qiong, do you know what you are doing? Get out of the way. Auntie, just let Mr. Qin give it a try. Kong Meng was furious. It's okay for Xiao Qian to be like this, he's always an outsider. But even Fang Qiong, whom her father regarded as his granddaughter, was like this, she couldn't understand. She pulled Fang Qiong away with one hand, but how could she, an ordinary person, fight against a girl at the level 1 martial Dao minor achievement realm? Little Qiong, I agreed for you to learn martial arts, not for you to use it against your own aunt one day. Fang Qiong ignored her aunt's rebuke and turned her head towards Qin Chuan and said, Mr. Qin, I implore you to take action to save Grandpa. Fang Qiong's words completely enraged Kong Meng. Fang Qiong. Do you know what you are saying? You are a member of the Kong family in Kyoto, how dare you beg in such a lowly manner? Do you know that you've disgraced our Kong family? Saying that, Kong Meng walked towards Qin Chuan and pointed at him, saying I've seen a lot of people like you climbing up the ladder, you're just waiting for an opportunity to find a way to get closer to our Kong family. It was purely a fluke that you saved my father last time, and I didn't take it personally when my father was fine at the time. Today you still want to fool around. I, Kong Meng, will never agree. Qin Chuan pupil shrink slightly, icy cold, said your Kong family, not yet worthy of my Qin Chuan climb. I just think of Kong old man fighting for the country, quite admired, so I would like to heal his wounds. If you forcefully use electric shock to wake up Kong Lao, his condition will definitely worsen and even become paralyzed. What nonsense! Ms. Kong, time is of the essence, please make a decision quickly. Dr. Wang reminded from the side. Kong Meng once again stepped forward and wrapped her hands around Fong Qiong to hold him. Away! Dr. Wang immediately pressed 2 iron plates onto Kung Fu's chest. With a current zipping sound, Kung Fu's body was like a leather ball, leaping up high and then falling down. Qin Chuan could not bear to watch and exited the room alone, walking outside. Inside the house, Dr. Wang saw that Kung Fu did not wake up, and his forehead began to sweat. This blow, it seemed, was ineffective. He turned the knob and adjusted the current of the device up 1 notch. Immediately afterward, the pressure continued. Kung Fu's body popped up again. 2 times in a row, Kung Fu still did not wake up. Everyone on the scene began to get a little nervous. Fong Qiong cried out, Xiao Chen's fists clenched tightly. A rare panic also appeared on Kong Meng's face. Dr. Wang's heart was beating wildly. He took a sharp, deep breath and adjusted the power of the device to the maximum. Another electric shock came down. Cough, cough, cough. Finally, Kung Fu's small cough broke the crowd's taut nerves. Fong Qiong broke away from her aunt's hand and jumped to her grandfather's side. Grandpa! Grandpa! Kong Meng also went forward and looked at her father. Dr. Wang let out a long sigh of relief. Xiao Qiong. Little Meng. Kung Fu slowly raised his eyelids, his mouth whispering to his granddaughter and daughter. Dad, I'm here. Kong Meng held up her father's hand. In the next second, Kung Fu's pupils contracted, and he said in shock, why can't I move my body? My hands. How come I can't feel my hands? Kong Meng was startled and let go of his father's hand, only to see Kung Fu's hand fall down like a fallen leaf. Kong Meng hurriedly questioned Dr. Wang, saying, Dr. Wang, what's going on with my father? Dr. Wang's bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down as he hurriedly checked. After a quick examination, he did not see what was wrong at all. Old master. He stammered, not knowing how to answer. But the expression on his face had already betrayed him. At this time, Kung Fu looked up to the sky and shouted, why is it like this? Dad, don't worry, let's go for a checkup, a full body checkup, get another doctor to take another look. The corner of Kung Fu's eyes shed unyielding tears. Xiao Meng. Why do you want to harm father? Kong Meng does not understand. Dad, how am I harming you? Just now you passed out and it was Dr. Wang who woke you up. The current situation is also better than losing your life just now, right? Kung Fu's eyes revealed despair and disappointment in his daughter. I invited Mr. Qin to come, and it could have saved my life. But my daughter obstructed it at every turn, and now I'm paralyzed. I think I, Kung Fu, have spent my entire life in the military, and although I can't be a horse, I can't be an invalid. Meng, your father can't stand this kind of life. I beg you, give me a pain in the ass. Kong Meng saw her father like this, her heart ached. The scene of her father carrying her up the mountain and down the sea when she was a child was vivid in her mind, as if it was yesterday. Kong Meng bent her legs and knelt in front of Kung Fu, crying bitterly. A moment later, she seemed to remember something. Hurriedly running towards Qin Chuan outside the house, she flung herself down and knelt in front of him. This was the eldest young lady of the top family in Kyoto, a heavenly daughter that many people sought after and admired. Now, she was as humble as a maidservant in ancient times, kneeling in front of Qin Chuan. Her words were cheap, begging and saying, Mr. Qin, please save my father. As long as you can cure my father, how much money you want can be, no matter what your conditions, I will agree. Qin Chuan, hands behind his back, hanging down his eyes, looking down at the dignified and elegant in front of him, elegant woman. Opened the door and said, money I have plenty, you Kong family, that point of savings I do not see. I can save people, but you just denigrated me, unforgivable. To save my life can be, from now on, you serve me as a slave for 10 years, to show discipline, this is my condition. Chapter 31, What's so hard about being reborn with a broken limb? For me, Qin Chuan, everything is as easy as a slap in the face. Kong Meng's willow brows knitted tightly, she had never been humiliated so much. 10 years as a slave and servant girl, serving this college student in front of her who was only in his early 20s. Not to mention that she is the top miss of Kyoto's rich and powerful family, just counting her status as the director of Kyoto television station, she can't condescend to degrade herself. Agreeing to Qin Chuan's conditions would mean that she, who is just 30 years old and at the peak of her career and emotions, would have to lose both her career and her love. Kong Meng bit her lips, heart infinite struggle. But looking behind her, because of her own stubbornness, insolence led to paralyzed father. Her eyes desperate release, with the most important 10 years of lifelight, in exchange for the father's health. Okay, I promise you, as long as you can save my father, I am willing to serve as a slave for 10 years, serving you around. Kong Meng trembled and said reluctantly. Qin Chuan ignored her and walked straight towards the house, towards Kung Fu's side. Mr. Qin. The paralyzed Kung Fu could no longer turn his head, he could only tilt his face towards the sky and softly called out. No need to say anything, I will cure you. After saying that, Qin Chuan put his right hand on Kung Fu's wrist pulse. Closing his eyes, he carefully felt the pulse beat. Everyone in the room held their breath, waiting for Qin Chuan's result. After a minute, Qin Chuan opened his eyes and said with words of indignation that the old man had originally just gone off the deep end and his meridians were disorganized. Now after the electric shock, the fragile meridians are broken, especially the meridians connecting the spine at the neck, but also by the high voltage generated by the electric shock is broken, even if the strongest doctor's surgery, but also cannot be connected. Hearing the words of Qin Chuan, Kung Fu ha 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 laughed. The meridians are all broken, the meridians are all broken. Ha 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 ha, thank you Mr. Qin, let me die before I die. I can live to see the country and the people live in peace and happiness, is considered to be contented. Mr. Qin, please give me a hand, so that I can go easier. I really can't stand being like a living dead person. Although it is known that a paralyzed person is unlikely to have a chance to recover again. But Qin Chuan's words were still like a sharp knife stabbing into everyone's heart. Xiao Chun, with a handful of snot and tears, kept wiping himself. Fang Qiang sobbed uncontrollably, lying on Kung Fu's chest. Dr. Wang had long since sneaked away, and Kong Meng watched without stopping. Everything was caused by her arrogance and prejudice. At this point in time, even if she was a slave or a servant, it would not help. She understands her father, living in the world is impossible, that is no different from torturing him. Kong Meng desperately took out her cell phone, ready to dial to her two brothers, informing them to come back to the old man for the aftermath. But she didn't wait for her to make the call. Qin Chuan's reply surprised everyone. Old master, with me here, even if the meridian is annihilated, I can still make it grow back. Moreover, this small injury of yours is nothing in my eyes. It only requires an upgraded version of the original life liquid. The moment these words came out, everyone present violently shrunk their pupils. There wasn't even a precedent for the rebirth of a severed limb. Qin Chuan actually said that he could reorganize the annihilated meridians. What was this if not a fantasy? Not caring about that much, Kong Meng knelt and crawled to Qin Chuan's feet, hugging his thighs and begging him to let my father get back on his feet. Qin Chuan glanced at Kong Meng and let out a cold smile, then looked at Xiao Chun. I now need a pound of water of heaven and earth as a medicine. Xiao Chun looked confused. Water of heaven and earth? Qin Chuan sighed, the secondary medical Taoist medical book knowledge in his mind used all the words used in the ancient times, he blurted them out in his haste without going through his brain. So Qin Chuan changed the expression of the water of heaven and earth as dew. The dew I need has to be 10 minutes before dawn and after 10 kinds of dew. The container to catch the water can only be ceramic, not other materials. With this explanation, Xiao Chen immediately understood. Fortunately, the sanatorium was in the middle of the woods in the suburbs, the most convenient place to get dew. If it was in downtown Kyoto, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to pick up even 10 milliliters a night. After he received the order, he immediately ran out and mobilized everyone to catch water together. Qin Chuan wrote another prescription of herbs, and although none of the herbs in it were famous or expensive, but there were a few medicines that only martial artists could recognize. After writing it, he gave the prescription to Fang Qiong. You go and grab the medicines according to the prescription. Remember, each medicine is 3 taels and 2 coins. You go and return quickly. Fang Qiong did not dare to delay for a moment, took the prescription and ran out.
Qin Chuan slowly put Kung Fu's hand back into the blanket.
Then soothed the old man, "You first rest. When they have gathered the ingredients, I will treat you, don't worry, everything will be fine." Kung Fu's eyes glistened with tears and were filled with longing. "Mr. Qin, do I still have a chance to stand up?"
Qin Chuan laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha ha ha, old master, not to mention standing up. When the time comes you will have no problem climbing Mount Tai."
At these words, Kung Fu broke into tears and could not help but be excited in his heart. The prostrate kneeling Kong Meng also raised his head.
Looking at this in front of her, the master she would serve in the next 10 years, her eyes were complicated. At this moment, she imagined hundreds of things that might happen in her mind. As a TV station director, she had seen countless amounts of news material. The more capable and the calmer the man on the surface, the more evil thoughts often prevailed. Thousands of strange tricks would play with people as if they were as good as dead. After putting Kung Fu to sleep, Qin Chuan walked to the window with his hands and opened his mouth and said, "The contract between us will take effect from now on for 10 years. Within 10 years, you may not go against my wishes and can only obey. But whenever you move your little mind, you will be responsible for the consequences." Kong Meng didn't dare to say more, and could only clasp her hands together, lower her head, and agree. The man in front of her was unpredictable. Being able to cure her father also meant being able to keep her father paralyzed without her knowledge.
"Yes, master, I would never dare to have second thoughts. You don't have to follow me daily, continue with your shift. Turn on your computer 24 hours a day on weekdays, and go to the villa on weekends, at your disposal." After saying that, Qin Chuan no longer glanced at Kong Meng and walked to the sofa at the side to sit down and rest. For Kong Meng, this kind of childhood pampered, no one in sight of the luxury family Qin Chuan sensed disdain. Growing up with a golden spoon in her mouth, the people around her were obedient to her and would only flatter her. Let these people develop, what they say that is the truth, their cognition that is the right idea. Unbeknownst to them, the world is so big that there are people stronger than them all over the civil world.
Not Kong Meng, but also for Kung Fu taught his daughter. The dawn before the break of dawn, the most quiet. There were only 3 people left in the villa, the sleeping Kung Fu and the speechless Qin Chuan and Kong Meng. Soon, the eastern sky splashed with a hint of gold, and the sunrise rose. Xiaoqian carefully held a Celadon porcelain water bottle and walked in. "Mr. Qin, the water was fetched."
Fang Qiong followed closely behind, carrying a bag of herbs. Chapter 32. Reward 50% of the shares of BYT Group. Lying down can make a fortune.
All the things gathered, Xiaoqian looked at it, basically nothing very special.
To mess up like this, will it work?
He muttered in his heart.
So he tentatively asked Mr. Qin, "Is this all the life original liquid you mentioned?" Qin Chuan nodded and then counted the items.
Although Xiaoqian wanted to raise his question, he was worried about being too abrupt and offending Qin Chuan.
He could only swallow his curiosity back into his stomach.
Although it was Qin Chuan's first time making the life original liquid, his strength in grade 2 medical Dao allowed him to handle it with ease. During the process of making it, Qin Chuan was also secretly thankful that he was now at the peak of level 4 martial Dao. Possessing the strength to externalize the power of martial Dao, one of the most important medicines in the original liquid of life was the power of martial Dao of a strong martial Daoist. Every 10 milliliters of the required martial Dao power was the entirety of a peak level 1 martial Dao and half of a peak level 2 martial Dao. As for Qin Chuan, he was a peak level 4 martial Dao. What he consumed was a quarter of his martial Dao power. After externalizing his martial Dao power, he would need a long time to recuperate before he could recover. The loss of martial Dao power was fatal to a martial artist. The amount of martial Dao power Qin Chuan used to make a bottle of life original liquid was enough for his strength to fall by 1 step. From the peak of martial Dao level 4, he fell to martial Dao level 4 grand completion. And the upgraded version of the life original liquid that he was making now would at least cause him to fall to martial Dao level 4 initiate. But even so, Qin Chuan didn't care. For being able to save a hero like Kong Lao who had shed blood and sold his life for the country, what was the harm in sacrificing a little bit of combat power? After a whole day of production, finally in the evening, a vial of 10 milliliters of the upgraded life original liquid was produced. Qin Chuan immediately took it and came to Kung Fu's side, calling out to the old master. Kung Fu slowly opened his eyes and drank the life original liquid under everyone's gaze.
"Dad, how is it?" Kong Meng anxiously asked. "Grandpa, must get better." Feng Qiong knelt at the edge and prayed.
Xiao Chen clenched his hands into dead fists and watched with unblinking eyes.
Kung Fu's eyes drooped, looking breathless.
Suddenly, his eyes snapped open.
In the next second, Kung Fu
only felt that his originally senseless body felt like it was strung together by a rope. Each blood vessel was like a waterway through a canal, constantly circulating blood.
Within the dantian, a nameless fire began to burn. The body was like an internal combustion engine starting to run.
He dabbed and sat up, taking a deep breath. Afterward, turning his body, he stepped his feet onto the ground and stretched hard. A needle fell in the room, and the only thing that was quiet was the sound of the people's breathing.
What was this? A medical miracle?
Even Feng Qiong and Xiao Chen, who had seen the power of the life original liquid, could not believe what was in front of them. Kung Fu, who had just been paralyzed all over, was now actually able to stand up and stretch. Looking upwards, he was still in high spirits and seemed to be in a better state than before. Kong Meng's mouth was slightly open, also startled by the scene before her. She thought that Qin Chuan's administering help was a gradual, month-by-month progress. But it never occurred to her that the effect was so fast. At this moment, she had a subversive understanding of Qin Chuan. The best way to conquer a strong woman is to be stronger than her and crush her three views with strength.
Kong Meng's heart was beating wildly, her chest undulating.
When she looked at Qin Chuan again, there was no longer any trace of disgust or hatred. Only admiration for him remained, and there was even the expectation of a young girl in love. Ignoring the surprise of the crowd, Kung Fu ran towards the front yard of the villa. Under the bright moonlight, he wantonly stretched his muscles and bones, and played 2 sets of Kong family boxing.
Painful. It's a pain in the ass.
It's been more than 10 years since I've had such a painful feeling.
I feel like I'm back in my 30s.
Mr. is truly a man of God. Kung Fu finished his fist fight and smiled as he stepped into the house. Qin Chuan fell asleep sitting on the sofa in the corner because he had used up too much of his martial power. Xiao Chen excitedly tried to go and wake Qin Chuan up, but was stopped by Kung Fu with one hand. Don't disturb Mr. Qin, he used up too much of his mind to heal me. Xiao Qiong, you go and clean up the guest room.
Xiao Chen, you carry Mr. Qin to the room. Feng Qiong and Xiao Chen led the way.
In the living room, only Kung Fu's father and daughter remained.
Kong Meng knelt down in shame. Dad, I was wrong.
Kung Fu sighed and helped Kong Meng up. Being a father, how could he blame his daughter? Little Meng, Mr. Qin is a man of great talent, and will certainly have a great future.
Moreover, he has benefited our Kong family. You can't be rude to Mr. Qin like that in the future. Kong Meng nodded. Father, I won't.
In fact, she still wanted to say that she was willing to follow for the rest of her life, but in the end, she was too shy to say it. The next day, early in the morning, before dawn, Qin Chuan opened his eyes in a trance. His body showed some fatigue after dropping 2 levels of cultivation in a row yesterday.
Congratulations to the challenger.
Completion of side quest, Fallen Realm Rescue. Mission reward, 50% of the shares of BYT Group. BYT Group is the second largest rechargeable battery producer in Blue Star, with businesses in 4 major industries: automotive, new energy, electronics and rail transportation. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. This time the reward was actually 50% of BYT Group's shares, which was 20% more than Wanda Group.
BYT Group was a domestic industry giant not weaker than Wanda Group.
Qin Chuan gasped slightly, even if the system no longer directly stuffed him with money. With the shares he currently owned in these large groups, the dividends brought in each year was an objective amount. Qin Chuan looked around. He was lying on a large 2-meter bed, with one person sitting beside the bed. Kong Meng was sitting with her head propped up on one hand, leaning on the edge of the bed. She was wearing a muslin nightgown, her voluptuous figure was hidden.
The unique charm of a 30-year-old woman was embodied to the fullest.
Qin Chuan glanced at his cell phone. The time was 4:15 a.m. He secretly said a bad word. Today is the first class of the school. There was a reminder in the main quest that one must finish school unconditionally without a single class being delayed.
Qin Chuan immediately got up and prepared to dress.
His movements woke up Kong Meng, who was surprised and carefully asked, Master, it's only 4:30 now, don't you want to sleep for a while? Qin Chuan did not even look at her, coldly said, Today there is a class, I must rush back to school.
After saying that, Qin Chuan put on his clothes and went downstairs. Kong Meng's eyes flashed a flash of loss. She looked down at herself.
Could it be that the master still holds a grudge against me for yesterday's outburst, and only today did he not even look at me? Without thinking too much, she immediately changed her clothes and went downstairs, chasing after her. Master, Xiao Qin is still sleeping, I send you to school. Qin Chuan looked at the time, can only be so. The two drove all the way to the Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. The sanatorium was located in the outskirts of Kyoto, and when they got on the third ring road, the road began to become congested. Countless workers in Kyoto all choose to live in the suburbs. For no other reason, the price of housing in the suburbs is cheaper. This also causes everyone to concentrate in the morning, 4, 5 o'clock to go out into the city. The road into the city is then congested every day. When Qin Chuan and his duo came out of the sanatorium, it was already close to 5 in the morning. Even though Kong Meng changed lanes all the way to overtake the car, it was 8:50 a.m. when they arrived at the University of Finance and Economics. As soon as the car stopped, Qin Chuan unbuckled his seatbelt, pulled open the door, and prepared to get out of the car. Master, then I. Kong Meng weakly called out. I said that you can still go to work on weekdays, you don't have to follow me. Qin Chuan dropped this sentence and left in a hurry. Looking at Qin Chuan's back, Kong Meng murmured, but I want to follow you all the time. University of Finance, Moral Education Building, 3rd floor, trapezoidal classroom. At this time, the classroom was already filled with students. Qin Chuan stepped on the class bell and entered the classroom from the back door. On the podium, a tall girl wearing a college-style halter denim skirt was wiping the blackboard. Chapter 33. It's a good sister, just Vini 10,000. Lao Si, this. Tang Yuming bent over and called out to Qin Chuan in a low voice. Qin Chuan walked over and sat down. Who is she? The teacher? Her name is Tian Xin. She is not a teacher, she is at most an active member of the class, not even the class president. She took advantage of the early start of the school year to get on the good side of the homeroom teacher, and now she's kind of a substitute homeroom teacher. But she is quite cute and has a good personality. So her contemporary class president, everyone has no problem. Qin Chuan realized that there are always one or two outstanding performers in every class. Teachers would pay attention to them at first glance and entrust them with important tasks. Of course, this also had the advantage of allowing more teachers and school leaders to recognize them. It's easier to do things at school afterward. Today's class was only a half day, and there would be no class in the afternoon. Qin Chuan planned to go to a supermarket and purchase some food for healing. Having fallen 2 realms in a row, even though he had the system boost, he hadn't even triggered a realm enhancement reward recently. He checked the navigation and prepared to pack his backpack and go out. Just 2 steps out of the school gate, a Volkswagen Golf sped up on the road. A shared bicycle ghost probe appeared at the intersection. The Golf violently and sharply hit the steering wheel, crashing towards Qin Chuan on the side of the road. Fortunately, he possessed the talent of a 4th-level martial arts path and backed up in time. Since there was a river ditch behind him, Qin Chuan could not retreat and could only physically carry the damage. There was a clang. The Golf came to a sharp stop. The driver of the car turned white with fear. It hit someone. She hurriedly got out of the car to check. Only to see the front end of the Golf and the knee of the man in front of her on top of each other in a hand-to-hand position. The front bar of the car was dented. The driver looked up. Qin Chuan? Tian Xin? The 2 men were in the same class. Tian Xin, full of guilt, said sorry, Qin Chuan, I did not mean to, I was avoiding the single car just now. Qin Chuan waved his hand. All right. Having a body of the 4th-level martial arts realm is completely capable of resisting the impact of a full-speed sedan. This little bump was no different from scratching an itch for him. Tian Xin didn't know anything about this, and kept shouting to take Qin Chuan to the hospital for a checkup. Arguing for half a day, Qin Chuan did not agree. Since you do not agree to do a checkup, then where do you want to go? I send you, as an apology to you. I want to go to the supermarket. Tian Xin's eyes lit up just as I also want to go to the supermarket. So Qin Chuan got into Tian Xin's car and the 2 of them set off together. After more than 40 minutes of driving, Tian Xin brought Qin Chuan to a foreign brand supermarket, Mountain Mother Supermarket. Located at the edge of Kyoto's western 3rd Ring Road, this Mother Mountain Supermarket has a huge space of 20,000 square meters plus 2 floors. The shopping experience inside is very smooth and does not seem crowded.
Tian Xin didn't actually plan to come to the supermarket, she just felt guilty and wanted to compensate Qin Chuan. She made up her mind to grab a single checkout at the checkout to apologize. Qin Chuan pushed the shopping cart and walked in front, while Tian Xin checked her prestige balance at the back.
When she saw that there were still more than $2,000, she was relieved in her heart.
Secretly said okay, should be enough.
Just looked up, but saw Qin Chuan reached into a small cabinet to take a plastic box packaging goods, put into the shopping cart.
Tian Xin pretended to wander around, walked to the side of the cabinet, glanced at the commodity price tag. Lightly dried Liaoshan 500g, 20 to 40 heads. Price, 11,888. Tian Xin immediately felt bad. What the hell, a sea cucumber that costs over 10,000 a caddy? What does Qin Chuan want? Eat it to cultivate immortality?
But Qin Chuan had already walked away, and Tian
Xin wanted to cry without tears.
Gritting her teeth, she followed, sending a message to her best friend Huang Wenwen for help in the meantime. Tian Xin, Wenwen, Jianghu Rescue, is a good sister on V10,000 to me.
Huang Wenwen? The other side thought that Tian Xin was stolen number, directly pulled her black. Tian Xin had no choice but to make a phone call, the ins and outs were carefully told.
Xin, you're stupid, how can you take him to the mountain mother? Even if he does not take the sea cucumber, the inside of the things casually take 1,000 or 800 ah.
Xin, just don't talk about me.
I think he should have done it on purpose, after all, his leg was hit by a car like that.
Oh, Xin, you're too kind.
Okay, I'll lend you 1W first, you can't fall into it, just in time to stop his crazy spending.
Oh la, good sister, love you yo, moi da. After hanging up the phone, Tian Xin caught up with Qin Chuan.
Next, Qin Chuan purchasing things are relatively normal. Basically, it is fresh food, meat, aquatic products. Even so, the huge shopping cart has been stuffed to the brim. Tian Xin followed behind, one by one, calculating the price, has exceeded 20,000 yuan. In the middle of the journey, she was saved once more by the rivers and lakes. Watching Qin Chuan head towards the cashier, she finally breathed a sigh of relief.
It was finally coming to an end.
She went up and forced a smile and said, Qin Chuan, you bought so many things, putting them in the dormitory will be bad, right? Qin Chuan froze. This I did not expect.
According to Tian Xin's script, at this time Qin Chuan should take out some goods.
But instead, he pushed the shopping cart, went up the straight ladder on the side, and returned to the upper floor.
Tian Xin a black line. This is a joke, have no choice but to follow.
Only to see Qin Chuan all the way to the home appliance area, called the staff.
Hello, want of this? Qin Chuan pointed to a 588-liter Panasonic refrigerator and said. Tian Xin looked at the price of 20,299.
Did not wait for her to react to, and see Qin Chuan pointed to a Mena washing machine, this to a matching dryer, also wanted Taiwan, and that Hisense laser TV, Banana A9 audio. The staff wrote down, sir, these appliances you see yourself pull away or we deliver to the door.
Home delivery, tomorrow. Yes sir. Tian Xin on the side has already looked dumbfounded.
At first glance, the appliances Qin Chuan just ordered have exceeded $100,000.
Qin Chuan, are you moving to a new home? And buying up home appliances? No, these were bought for the dormitory.
Tian Xin's heart was dripping blood, and now if she were to save the day again, her best friend would have to run over and beat herself to death. She cried and mourned and followed Qin Chuan to the cashier. What to do? More than $100,000 nah, how to do?
Call mom and dad to confess?
I bumped into a classmate and brought him to the supermarket to make up for it. Then the other guy bought over $100,000 worth of goods in less than an hour. Mom and dad had to beat their little cotton coats into rags when they heard that.
Just when Tian Xin was torn whether to persuade Qin Chuan again and close his hand.
The cashier politely reported the price, Mr. Hello, a total consumption of 138,769 yuan.
Swipe the card. Ta-da-day.
Hello sir, this is your receipt, please keep it, welcome to the next visit.
Tian Xin felt like he was hallucinating. $130,000 of spending, and he paid for it himself?
Are you not buying anything? Qin Chuan turned back to the dazed and frozen Tian Xin and asked.
Chapter 34 Rolls-Royce Cullinan, used as a grocery cart. Tion Xin is a bit incoherent. That, I don't have any more to buy, he.
Along the way, she was kicking herself for how she had imagined Qin Chuan as that kind of bad guy who blackmails people.
The two put everything in the car. Tion Xin inserted the key, ready to start back to school.
Qin Chuan thought about it. The refrigerator has not yet arrived. Things to pull back to the school is afraid to be bad.
First send me to the Shun district. I will freeze the things first, and then take them back to the dormitory when the refrigerator arrives. You have friends living over there, too. It just so happens that our friends are having a party tonight, so why don't you come and play together? I don't think so. It's okay, come on, they are very nice. Tion Xin face a pitiful look, so that Qin Chuan a moment difficult to refuse. See, Qin Chuan did not object, Tion Xin happy ready to start the car. But 3 times in a row, did not light the fire. The car is broken? This can be done.
Qin Chuan also got on the hand to try, and found that the engine should be a problem. Probably cannot drive away. I call a tow truck to tow the car to the store to repair.
Tion Xin beamed, can only be so.
Then, Qin Chuan opened the taxi software. But found that the number of people in the queue has reached 3 digits, waiting to row to their own at least more than an hour later. Kyoto's traffic, horrible as it is. Qin Chuan couldn't wait. Most of the things in the trunk are frozen refrigerated goods, can't be exposed to room temperature for a long time. He got out of the car and turned around. And looked at it. Why don't I buy a car? It just so happens that there is a car sales store on the side.
Tion Xin thought her ears were out of order, a face of confusion. Sound off? What do you mean?
I said, I'm short of a grocery cart, so I'll buy one to avoid taking a cab every day.
Tion Xin, still confused, got off the car and followed behind Qin Chuan. Wow. The automatic glass door senses the arrival of the customer and opens automatically. Welcome.
The male salesman blurted out the welcome words.
The next second to see 2 students look like boys and girls hurriedly walked in. Qin Chuan walked straight to the male salesman. In front of your store, which car has a car?
A short distance away, the 2 female salesmen rolled their eyes in unison, whispering to each other that this year's pretenders can be so many, and opening to the car, our home, this luxury car sales store, how can there be no car?
The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal on a car.
That is, to pretend not to choose a what Honda, BYD store to pretend.
Come to our place, it's funny. The male salesman swallowed his saliva and said, our entire showroom is the current car, sir, which car you want? Qin Chuan thought about the space to be big.
Male sales nodded. Oh, understand, is to meet the needs of family travel, is it?
Qin Chuan shook his head. No, just bought more food.
Need a large space, good to put those meat and vegetables. Male sales are speechless. This is what cattle and horses to buy a car reason.
By vegetables car you go out and turn left to buy yachty to go. You come to me for what? The 2 female salesmen laughed out loud and almost burst into tears. Quickly, take out your cell phone to shoot this year. Rely on this joke for the new year. Tion Xin's face was filled with embarrassment. She pulled the corner of Qin Chuan's coat. Qin Chuan, that. Are we in the wrong place?
Qin Chuan looked around the showroom, appraisal back to the wrong. Although this store is not a professional single brand Ford store. But his family sells models of large size, is in line with my needs.
Tion Xin ahead of Blackline Big Brother, which are Rolls-Royce, Bentley and Maybach, of course, models big.
Qin Chuan frowned. I recognize these car labels.
The male salesman wiped the sweat on his forehead. The conversation between the 2 people in front of him was too weird. Is it not a couple? Then what are they doing? Acting for me? Or are they mystery shoppers from the head office?
There was no way. The male salesman held onto his heart that was about to collapse, and led Qin Chuan to the side of a full-size SUV.
He introduced the Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB Edition, the first Rolls-Royce SUV.
It has an improved 6.75-liter V12 twin-turbocharged engine that produces 563 horsepower, while guaranteeing the right amount of torque, 850 Nm, at a lower speed, 1,600 RPM. The entire car has been given a special smoked finish and is especially unique with the sculpture of the Goddess of Jubilee on the front end.
The car. Sir, are you looking for a test drive?
Sorry, this car is not available for test drive for the time being. As you know, luxury cars care about their kilometers, and every kilometer is quite expensive. And, in case of cuts and scrapes, it's hard to say. The saleswoman covered her stomach and laughed, ha 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 ha. The original mess half a day is to rub the license plate ah. Xiao Hui is too poor, almost off work, but also by the odd customer to get.
The two saleswomen are hiding in the corner, sneering and laughing.
Tian Xian realized that Qin Chuan was waiting for a taxi for too long, so he came over to test drive to kill time. If I had said so, I wouldn't have been scared. We are all consumers, normal store to see test drive is not illegal.
Just when Tian Xian felt that she saw through everything.
But see, Qin Chuan pulled out a bank card. I don't test drive, I am in a hurry, the meat is about to put bad. You hurry to finish the car pickup procedures, the provisional license is played, I want to drive away immediately. The whole scene was dead silent, the showroom back music inexplicably stopped.
Qin Chuan's surroundings are all silent, as if time has stopped. Did not hear what I said?
Qin Chuan raised the volume of voice to the male sales said. Only then did the other party come back to God, shocked, took Qin Chuan's card.
Turned his head and ran to the finance office.
But did not run 2 steps, and folded back. Sorry sir, this car is Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB version, the top option, the price is higher than the ordinary version of about 1.7 million, the package landing price is almost 10 million or so.
Qin Chuan
The male salesman was puzzled and asked if the gentleman wanted to reconsider. After all, it is 10 million nah, the other party's attitude is too much child's play. Also used to load vegetables and meat, take Rolls-Royce as a grocery car, President Wang did not do so.
See sales do not go, Qin Chuan anxious to hurry to swipe the card to do formalities to go my dishes are almost bad.
The male salesman violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Inema, this guy is what God ho, less than 5 minutes to buy a 10 million Rolls-Royce.
He couldn't care less and immediately went to do the paperwork, not daring to delay a moment. The two saleswomen were shocked and their jaws were about to drop. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Where can someone buy a Rolls-Royce like this?
This single, commission of at least 10W.
They just missed it.
Both of them regretted, the heartache of the stockings are to be pulled by the hand to break. Male sales efficiency is fast, not a few moments to do the whole set of processes, the provisional license to play well. Qin Chuan took the key, directly drive away.
Tian Xian is like a dumb melon, stupidly standing on the edge of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, motionless. Chapter 35. Do you think I am suitable to be a star? Kyoto, 3rd ring elevated, Shun district direction. A brand new SUV was traveling on the road.
On the immensely crowded 3rd ring elevated road, this car was the only one that was empty all around. All the other cars coincidentally kept a distance of 2 cars from it.
A Chang'an net car, the passenger patted the driver's shoulder, said Master, the first day out to run a car
Speed is only 30 miles per hour, with the front car to maintain such a long distance, super it Net car master that a sweat buddy, you see clearly what car is not, Rolls-Royce Cullinan or BB version.
BB version is not the baby version, very powerful?
Net taxi master hola speechless buddy, so to speak, I want to overtake accidentally hit, I have to go home to sell the house. The passenger was shocked. Inema, that car is so expensive
Estimated to be 1,000 it.
The car suddenly quieted down, the passengers also do not want the driver to overtake the car. Inside the Rolls-Royce Cullinan car.
Tian Xian sat in the car with a starry sky roof and Hermes orange interior, the whole person was still confused.
Before this, the most expensive car she had ever sat in was her best friend's Porsche 718. Suddenly sitting in a multi-million-dollar level top luxury car, she was completely not in the mood to be excited or pull out her cell phone to take a selfie. Instead, her legs were tightly clamped, not daring to move her body freely. The luxurious and incomparable interior showed the taste of money everywhere. Every place is carefully crafted by artisans, and every position in the car is soft package leather.
Tian Xian was afraid that he moved, accidentally rubbed, not where.
He could not afford to pay for it even if he sold his golf ball. Just when she was constrained and did not know how, she saw Qin Chuan in the driver's seat suddenly stretched out his hand. Tian Xian's heart tightened, the other party reached over at an angle, precisely in the direction of their thighs. Not wearing stockings today, underneath the short skirt were her own long bare legs.
Tian Xian closed her eyes in fear, did not dare to resist, and could only let the other party touch.
But after several seconds, she did not feel the temperature of Qin Chuan's hand. She opened her eyes and saw that the other party's hand was reaching for the center control area on her side to press a lever on it.
After Qin Chuan pressed the lever, Tian Xian felt the whooshing cool wind in front of her stop.
"You're shivering hard, cold on the air conditioning off, well, do not freeze," Qin Chuan said with some reproach.
Tian Xian was embarrassed. What was I thinking just now? How could Qin Chuan be that kind of person?
"And where am I cold? I am scared, okay."
Of course, these words Tian Xian only dared to spit inside, embarrassed to say it out. Hey, thank you. Tian Xian is the kind of girl with a big personality, just reserved for more than 10 minutes, then let go.
She thought in her heart, anyway, people are hundreds of times richer than herself. Not so much as to have bad thoughts about such a small minion as her. So she slowly let go of her guts and stretched out her long legs.
Adjusted the seat, the whole person half lying down.
Qin Chuan is quite fond of this kind of girl, getting along with Tian Xian, without so much bending and hooking emotions.
Hey, Qin Chuan, what does your family do? How come you are so rich, $10 million of car said to buy? My parents are workers in a garment factory in Jiangning.
Qin Chuan replied, never shying away from what kind of people his parents were. He didn't discriminate against his parents' origins and professional status like some children who suddenly became rich.
You started your own business?
Sort of.
What kind of business do you do?
Do a little business, but also do a hotel, sell cars and so on, and recently also want to enter the film and television industry.
Tian Xian combed a bit, muttered in his heart. Oh, the original is to do BB, use car, no wonder so rich.
Also into the film and television industry, that is, doing small video cackling.
Tian Xian smiled and asked that you recently want to shoot what subject matter of the video, you see if I can guest star, hey, I want to also go to try the feeling of being a net red.
Qin Chuan looked at Tian Xian, 1.7 meters tall, close to 1 meter long legs. Today, she was wearing a loose green pullover sweater, and the lower half of her body was a pair of black ultra-short hot pants. The length of the sweater covered the hot pants, better emphasizing her unmatched long legs. Her features looks extremely similar to Yang Chaoyue, head tied double high pill head, the overall appearance of youthful and lively, playful and cute. It matched perfectly with her big-hearted personality.
The style is diametrically opposite to Su Shayan, but the face value is not similar to Su Shayan.
Your condition is quite good, I will go to the company and tell them at that time, and give you a try in the mirror if there is a chance.
Really? I'm so happy. Tian Xian happily danced with her hands.
Then hold their exquisite face with a longing face set eye of fire, may have the opportunity to work with Hot Bar together in the future.
Do you know Reba?
My favorite actress, she is too good looking, the goddess in my heart.
And Boss Yang, if you meet Reba, you can definitely meet Boss Yang too.
My whole family loves her plays, especially The 3 Lives, my mom has watched it N times.
Looking at Tian Xian's excitement, Qin Chuan's mouth moved.
Was about to open his mouth, you just work with them, no need to wait for later.
Tian Xian, however, pointed to the front not far out and said, Qin Chuan, over there, is that neighborhood?
Qin Chuan stopped speaking and drove the car in the direction of her finger.
Thank you, Qin Chuan, then you finish putting things over. I'll wait for you. Qin Chuan nodded his head, since he promised the other party, he had to come tonight no matter what. After Tian Xian left, he opened the navigation and found that this neighborhood was only one step away from his Kyoto Manor, and he turned a corner and arrived. Kyoto Manor, Villa 1.
When Qin Chuan returned, the villa was empty, Xiao Charan was not here. He took out his cell phone and dialed Xiao Charan's number. Where are you?
How come you are not in the villa? Is it that you don't want this job anymore? Xiao Charan stammered and gulped. Boss. I haven't finished with the TV station yet. On the other side of the phone, Xiao Charan's background sound was a bit noisy, like she was at a dinner party. From time to time, a man scolded Xiao Charan, what are you doing? Who are you talking to on the phone? Do you know the rules? Come over and toast to Mr. Wang? Xiao Charan quickly said to Qin Chuan, boss, I promise, to complete my handover of the work at hand, I will return to the villa. I did not finish, Xiao Charan. That in came busy tone, as if by someone forcibly hung up the same. Qin Chuan looked at the phone that hung up the point. Heart vaguely feel a hint of wrong, Xiao Charan, this person everything is good, is too strong sense of responsibility. Now must be bumped into something difficult. It seems to have to find the day after class to go over and take a look at it. Chapter 36, He's Not From the Same World as Us. Kyoto, Shun District, Shochuangshiro Villa Neighborhood. Huang Wenwen went to the entrance of the neighborhood to greet her best friend Tian Xin. Xinshin, why are you so late? Did you send your classmate back?
No, my mom's car broke down and my classmate sent me here. Huang Wenwen thought that the boys called an online car to send, did not care, laughed at how he is interested in you, but also specially sent you to Tian Xin's lovely face suddenly red, small fists raised pretending to hit people no matter, how can he look at me? Yo, with your family conditions, how many boys waiting behind to chase you? Huang Wenwen's words are not false, Tian Xin's parents are both state-owned enterprises middle management. The family's annual income is close to $1 million, a figure that would be considered middle class in the whole of Kyoto. Huang Wenwen went on to ask where his family lives. What do his parents do? He said his parents are workers in a garment factory in Jiangning. Huang Wenwen frowned. The small place to come, not Kyoto people? Parents are still workers in a garment factory in a small place. Xinshin, you have to be careful, you can't be fooled by this kind of guy. Now how many foreigners want to settle in Kyoto? Some people will cheat marriage to get a household registration. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to get a good deal on a new one. He is very capable of doing his own used car business, open a bed and breakfast, but also to make Duoin shooting video. Huang Wenwen snorted coldly in disdain and said that he could earn a few dollars from those small-time activities. Qin Chuan is not a small business. Huang Wenwen poked a finger to her best friend's head. You is a love brain. Let's not talk about anything else, just this Shochuangshiro Villa community we are in now. A square meter will be sold to 40,000 yuan, each house is at least 10 million. Xinshin, 10 million he has to struggle for several lifetimes to earn. Tian Xin tilted her head and faintly said Qin Chuan just spent $10 million on buying a car. Huang Wenwen had a question mark on her face, then pouted. Tian Xin. Have you ever listened to me, you stop love brain, wake up. How can you still talk nonsense for him? Tian Xin some anxious, straight stomped his foot and said oops, people did not say nonsense, people say are true. See girlfriend some anxious eyes, Huang Wenwen tone weakened a few points. Well, then you say, just what happened, why did he buy a car for good reason? Tian Xin began to say in a serious manner. Originally Qin Chuan did not have the idea of buying a car, but because my car broke down, the internet car and have to line up for a long time. He was worried that the meat and seafood bought in the trunk would go bad at room temperature, so he dragged me to buy a car. In the end, Tian Xin also felt that Qin Chuan's motivation for buying a car was really a bit ridiculous, and it was a bit weird to describe it to herself. The corners of Huang Wenwen's mouth twitched. This is the most ridiculous reason for buying a car that she has ever heard in her life. Just because you have to queue up for an online car, and you're afraid that the meat and seafood you bought at the supermarket will go bad, you turn around and buy a car? Tian Xin, are you questioning my intelligence? Wenwen, I'm not. Tian Xin shook her head like a rattledrum. Huang Wenwen clasped her hands over her chest, her 34D breasts being held up by her entire body. The angry gasps made her breasts bulge more and more. Then you continue to make it up. Oh no, you continue, what kind of car did he buy? Tian Xin thought for a moment and said Rolls-Royce Cullinan, oh yes, or the BB version, which is the Cullinan Black Badge model. Huang Wenwen's eyes drooped, as if looking at Tian Xin like a fool. Xin, let me run through it and see if things are like this. Oh. You mean to say that your college classmate, a classmate from a small county, does used cars, opens a famous house, and shoots Douyin Qin Chuan? Because of the queue to call the net car, and then afraid of waiting too long just bought meat and seafood to spoil. So turned around and went to buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB version. Right? Tian Xin opened her big black and bright eyes and nodded vigorously. Right, how much does this Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB edition cost? Huang Wenwen's tone was very soft and kind. $10 million. Huang Wenwen raised her small hand, clapping her hands and said wow, $10 million. Tian Xin pursed her lips, she felt her best friend's yin and yang. Then, Huang Wenwen suddenly changed her face and started ranting about Tian Xin into her bestie's ear. Are you treating me like a fool? Where under the sky is such a person? Does his family's money fall from the sky? You don't even think for yourself how outrageous this story is before you make it up.
After saying that, she pulled Tian Xin up. As soon as you stop talking, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I've called you here today to solve your life's problem for you. I don't want to hear it. What lifelong matter, I don't want. I don't want it. Just think of it as meeting new people. Tian Xin shook off Huang Wenwen's hand with one arm. Wenwen, if you don't make it clear, I won't go up with you.
Huang Wenwen saw the situation, so she had to tell the truth that it is that he Xiaohua.
I've seen you on my birthday and he's been pestering me to say he's in love with you.
You didn't care about him last time, and he left early. This time, he specially invited you to come and play at a banquet at his home, and the rest of us are just green leaves to accompany him.
Tian Xin's pink face rarely shows anger. Wenwen, why didn't you tell me the truth earlier? The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty.
The first thing that you need to do is to get rid of the problem, and then you need to get rid of the problem, and then you need to get rid of the problem. Xin, he Shuhua is arrogant and has the capital to be arrogant. Look at the neighborhood where he lives. The house alone is worth 10 million, not counting the 5 million in decoration. His father is the head of the Hua Bank branch, and he is a first-class person in terms of social status and connections.
That Qin Chuan, even if he is rich, can he be as rich as He Xiao's family? Can he have the social status of his father?
Huang Wenwen persuaded her bitterly, but He Shuhua didn't give her any favors. She's doing this out of the goodness of her heart, wanting her sister to have a better life.
Xin, we are all adults. This kind of love thing, a little bit is good, don't be too obsessive. A man may be handsome and good to you, but as long as he doesn't have money, it's all bullshit. Be realistic, my little cutie. Huang Wenwen cupped Tian Xin's delicate white face with both hands and said.
At this time, Tian Xin's cell phone rang. She hurriedly picked up. Hello, I am Qin Chuan. I put my things away, and now I am at the entrance of this neighborhood.
Tian Xin's eyes lit up, a plan came to her mind, and she hurriedly returned. You wait for me over there, I will come out to pick you up. Huang Wenwen's small mouth pouted, very unhappy look.
Xin, don't blame being a sister for coming down too hard. I am also for your own good. Outsiders are always in a different world from us Kyoto people.
Chapter 37, $10 Million Mansion. Kyoto, Shun District, the gate of Shouchuang Shiro Villa neighborhood.
Tian Xin ran in front of Qin Chuan, her hands together, crying, said Zhenghu rescue, Qin Chuan you have to help me, wait to say I do not care what to say, you cooperate with me a little.
Okay, please. Qin
Chuan ahead of question marks, but in the face of a classmate, had to nod. Seeing the other party agreed, Tian Xin turned from worry to joy, immediately revealing a loving smile. She came up and wrapped her arms around Qin Chuan's arm, startling Qin Chuan who subconsciously wanted to take his hand back.
Tian Xin had expected, dead tug, lowered his voice and said you promised me, do not regret. Huang.
One after a step to, see girlfriends embracing Qin Chuan, it is angry. And look at Qin Chuan a casual dress, ordinary. Only a little handsome, and then said in a bad mood, the car into it, He Xiao's parking space is very large, sure to put down your Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Qin Chuan laughed the car did not open, I see the two sides close, walk over. Because of the continuous fall of two realms, Qin Chuan needs more time to exhale and practice on his body.
Shun District is far away from the city and is the best place to practice. Huang Wenwen couldn't help but pull down her face. Sure enough, he is a liar, scum. As soon as it is time to check the authenticity.
Just lie about something like the car broke down, put it at home, and today the driver drove away such excuses. On the way to lead the two to the villa, Huang Wenwen secretly sent a message to He Xiao. Let He Xiao be ready, must dismantle the scums and save his good girlfriend. A few people arrived in front of a townhouse, and Huang Wenwen rang the doorbell. Only to see a youth with a white shirt and white pants walk out from the house. The other party had long hair. The hair was combed back with hair oil, looking meticulous. The white shirt had a very good texture and was drapey, and it appeared sprightly and ethereal when worn on the body. The loose straight pants were paired with a pair of flip-flops, a very rich school dress. He Shuhua opened the door with a smile on his face, and a glance landed on the sweet and lovely Tian Xin. He pretended to be calm and enthusiastic. Welcome the two big beautiful women to visit, quickly please come in, please come in.
Then, knowingly asked this brother is? Huang Wenwen took over and said he is Tian Xin's classmate. Tian Xin a mouth, retorted that no, he is my boyfriend.
Hishuo's face flashed a cold smile that was not easy to detect, and then still kept the smile and said, "Come on in, everyone is here." Said, Hishuo took the lead, leading the three into this mansion worth millions of dollars. Into the villa courtyard, Huang Wenwen said enviously, "In the inch of land in Kyoto, can have a townhouse people can be considered successful people. If the villa has a garden of 20 to 30 square meters in front of it, it is simply a winner in life." Tian Xin looked at the arrangement of this villa's small courtyard and exuded a fond look. Hishuo proudly opened, "This garden is not casually messing around. My mom is to ask the designer specially designed for its planting, and those planting vegetables and fruits of the small farmhouse has a world of difference. The fact that we are in such a condition, we have to pay attention to the quality of life." Huang Wenwen sighed, "Really still have money? Good. Wow, Hishao, the green of your neighborhood is also very good. Walking in has a feeling of returning to nature." "That's not true, our neighborhood green area reached 45%. After all, there are only villas here, not the kind of 100 square feet of small suites." Tian Xin heard, opened his mouth to ask a mouth. "Qin Chuan, your neighborhood is not in this neighborhood. How about its green area? Compared to this neighborhood, the gap is not big." Qin Chuan thought about it and remembered that his own garden should be 1,500 square feet, so he said, "I estimate that it should be more than 50%. Hishuo laughed out loud. "How it could be more than 50%, the developer does not earn a." "Brothers, do not understand, don't talk nonsense." Huang Wenwen face for the embarrassment of girlfriends, she pulled Tian Xin so that Qin Chuan do not brag. Inside can be Kyoto has a face of the big young. Wenwen, in case Qin Chuan did not brag, you may not be able to underestimate people. Huang Wenwen rolled her eyes, her own BFF looked hopeless. Hishuo shook his head, not bothering to bother with Qin Chuan anymore. In his heart, the gap between people when it reaches a certain level is not bothering to hit the face. Has anyone ever seen a Hangzhou horse go and show off his wealth to a lower level employee? People will only say, "I'm not interested in money, I've never touched money." With this kind of listen to the very Versailles words to stimulate you. And you can't find any reason to refute them. Because people have that capital to be so pretentious. Several people walked into the villa was decorated very luxuriously. The 18th century Baroque architectural style everywhere highlights the strong financial strength of the owner of this house. The 5 or 6 meter long crystal chandelier hung down from the top of the 10-meter high living room. Sofas imported from Europe and marble floors imported from Italy. Every inch of the house was the flavor of money. Even Huang Wenwen and Tian Xin, who had seen some of the world, couldn't help but whisper in awe. "It's too luxurious, isn't it, Hishao? How much did the decoration cost?" Huang Wenwen couldn't help but ask. The corner of Hishuo's mouth curled up, hiding his smugness, and said, "It's only 6 or 7 million. The two girls sucked in a breath of cold air. 6 or 7 million? With the money spent on the renovation, one could purchase a property in Kyoto." Hishuo laughed. "How's this kind of thing? Not the more the better, the more expensive is fine. After all, people can only sleep in a bed every day, right?" Qin Chuan looked around full of unconcern. Huang Wenwen saw this and said in her heart, "You, a small county from the scum, came to this kind of high-grade decoration of the villa revealed it. I have to reveal your true colors today." She pretended not to ask Qin Chuan, "See, you look so carefully, the first time to see this style of decoration, right?" No wonder, the Baroque architectural style is an architectural and decorative style developed on the basis of Italian Renaissance architecture. Its main feature is that, when decorating, you need to use a lot of precious materials to decorate, but also colorful atmosphere. The general small cottage is no way to decorate this historical sense of gravity. Qin Chuan nodded. Huang Wenwen's analysis was considered relatively correct. "You are right, but there is one point that has not been mentioned. That is, the most important characteristic of the Baroque architectural style is the flaunting of wealth." Huang Wenwen froze. The other party actually knows the line. Qin Chuan went on to say, "However, the Baroque style of this villa is still missing some flavor. Should not have invited the top Italian designers, but people from other places. Inside, the lack of some of the Italians characteristic of the sky, in the frescoes and chandeliers on the choice, tend to be conservative. The floor marble is also not selected to superior quality, it looks just first-class quality." Qin Chuan's analysis, a few people listened to, a few dumbfounded. Chapter 38. Your plan, I did not agree to. Hishuo face showed displeasure. Huang Wenwen know his temperament, quickly jumped out to round up Qin Chuan. "What do you know?
The internet to learn a couple of sentences out to show off. People decorate a few $1,000,000, the decoration materials can be poor?
He then pushed Hua to go in and let him introduce his other friends. When entering the living room, Huang Wenwen turned back and glared at Tian Xinxin Xian, "This is the last time I will help you. You tell Qin Chuan to keep his mouth shut and stop pretending." Hua was a little upset in his heart, and he didn't want to bother with Qin Chuan beforehand. But I didn't expect people to stomp on their noses. Several people walked to the living room, only to see the hall sat four almost big young people, 2 men and 2 women. Each dressed in fashion, covered in expensive clothing, luxury brand bags. Hua introduced the 3 into the bureau, reached out to introduce, "This is Zhang Haoyu Zhang Yang, the family is open restaurant, the recent very hot net red hot pot Zhang Hajuang, is their family's industry," but also invited the star endorsement, "The country now has 500 stores," next to his girlfriend. Huang Wenwen hurriedly owed her greeting, looking very enthusiastic. Zhang Haoyu, with one arm around his female companion, glanced at her, hummed in a small voice, and didn't bother. Hua pretended not to see and continued to introduce the other. "This is the founder of the TT Group, Long Tian, Long Xiao." When Huang Wenwen heard it was TT Group, she immediately said excitedly, "TT Group, Long Tian, I know. It is that the national shopping mall inside the beauty brand store TT. I like this brand of cosmetics, so every time you send the cost of living, are going to spend." Long Tiandian heard a fan touting, put down the cocked legs, handed over a bottle of beer and said, "There are beautiful fans of the favorite. I Long Tiandian doubly honored. In a few days the company is going to come out of the winter of the new products, beautiful women to leave a contact information, by the time I send you a set." Huang Wenwen was flattered, went forward and took the beer with both hands. "Thank you Long Xiao, I will always support TT." Hua appeared to be introducing in a cloudy manner, but in reality, he was selling his connections. Speaking out the strength of his close friends at home was also a way to show his strength. Afterwards, he introduced up Huang Wenwen. "This beauty is freshman Huang Wenwen of the Kyoto Film and Television Academy, our future movie queen."
"Shao, if you say that, I'm too embarrassed."
Huang Wenwen spat out her little tongue and said jokingly. Hearing that it was a freshman from the Kyoto Film and Television Academy, the few people in the audience immediately became excited. They had seen a lot of beautiful women and were tired of playing with them. The future stars, however, must not be seen more often. Zhang Haoyu was no longer indifferent and finally turned his head and sized up Huang Wenwen. Then, Hua reintroduced Tian Xian. "This beauty is a senior student of our Kyoto University of Finance and Economics, called Tian Xian." Once several people heard this, their interest was not that high. Although Tian Xian's face value is comparable to Huang Wenwen's, her figure is even taller. However, there are many good-looking female college students in Kyoto, so it's nothing unusual. But Hua's next sentence provoked the interest of several people. Only to see him mysteriously said that our Xinxin sister, but by tonight's mysterious guest of honor who looked at it.
Mysterious guest? Mysterious guest? Mysterious guest?
The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, completely baffled by Hua's words. Even Huang Wenwen, who had been helping out, was shocked. He grabbed the corner of Hua's coat. "Shao, what do you
mean? How come I don't know anything?"
Hua grunted and laughed, not covering up tonight's bureau in the slightest. "I am not the protagonist.
The protagonist is someone else, a big man.
In order to invite him, I have spent countless manpower and resources, and climbed many connections to invite him." Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard Hua's words. There was a big shot coming today, and they were completely unaware of it beforehand. The two had come to Hua's home tonight as guests purely because the business had some financial problems. It wanted a bank loan, and Hua's father was the head of the branch of the Hua Bank in Kyoto. Because of this relationship, they came to be guests. "Hua, why didn't you tell us beforehand?" Zhang Haoyu was a bit angry that Hua's actions had left him in the dark. Based on this, he thought that Hua had not given himself any face at all.
Long Tian said, "Shao, emotionally you are using us as pawns."
The two men's words were sharp and did not give Hua face. But Hua laughed and said, "Long Xiao, Zhang Xiao, you guys are overstating it, I am just selling a secret. Today, this big man just need a word, your small trouble will be a fart." He slightly moved his finger, "Everything can be solved."
Long Tian tasted the flavor of the other side of the words, opened the door to say, "Oh? Yes, he less effort to help us, what do you want?"
He Shuhua said straight to the point that I like the dragon less fast, so I help you two to pull no less than 500 million financing. You give me 1% of the company's shares, how, very reasonable. Long Tian, Zhang how you heard, eyes slightly narrowed. In their hearts, they said, son of a bitch, He Shuhua originally came to be a fixer. Although the two of them cursed He Shuhua in their hearts to take advantage of the fire. But now in the way of the company's capital chain problems, the urgent need for large sums of money into. They can only continue to sit with their heads held high. Zhang Haoyu said He Shuhua, as long as the money is in place, the shares of the matter is good to say.
Long Tian said you first say who is that big shot. Just when He Shuhua was ready to reveal the mystery, Tian Xin yelled He Shuhua. What do you take me Tian Xin for? A tool of your wealth? He Shuhua heard, disdainfully looked up and glanced at Tian Xin. People look on you, is your good fortune, you do not look at their own goods. Huang Wenwen did not expect things to reverse into the current situation. She pulled up Tian Xin, let's go. What kind of bullshit young man actually is a pimp for others? But she just pulled up Tian Xin's hand. He Shuhua leisurely spoke Tian Xin, if you dare to go out of this door today, your father's loss of 10 million can be no one to help you cover the bottom. Tian Xin violently stopped in her tracks, flabbergasted on the spot. His father embezzled public funds to speculate in the stock market and lost 10 million things, how does He Shuhua know? You? He Shuhua laughed, ha ha ha, Kyoto Circle is so big, your father's little scandal, how can it be hidden? The good thing is that the company is trying to save face by letting your dad make up for the shortfall in the deadline, so they can be lenient. Time is running out, there are only 3 days left. Tian Xin lowered her head, she knew about her father. The family has long been in a mess, the company has a deadline of 7 days to make up the $10 million hole. But the family's $6 million house has been on the market for a few days. The agent did not intend to help out at all, but also a pressure on the price. Time is running out and it's impossible to pay back the $10 million. Can you lend me $10 million? Tian Xin let go of her best friend's hand and asked in a low tone of voice. That's natural, as long as you serve the big man well, $10 million is just a grain of sand in his hand to him. Tian Xin sighed good in despair. He Shuhua smiled up to the sky when he heard this. Tonight's innings, everything was under his control. Suddenly, a voice came from the corner. Your plan, I didn't agree to it. Chapter 39, in my eyes, everyone here is trash. Everyone present followed the voice and looked, only to see that the person who spoke was a man wearing ordinary casual clothes. Other than a slightly more handsome appearance, he was mediocre. He Shuhua got up and cynically walked forward. Oops, sorry, I forgot about you, Tian Xin's boyfriend. Then can you bear the pain and give up your girlfriend? He Shuhua did not put Qin Chuan in his eyes at all and spoke recklessly. Facing such trashy provocation, Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his hands clenched into fists, killing intent rising and falling. Seeing this, He Shuhua was fearless as he pulled out his bulging wallet from his bosom and drew out a thick stack of $100 bills from it. He threw them one by one at Qin Chuan. Little Yakuza, I've tolerated you for a long time. From the time you entered the door, you have been acting like a self-possessed, pushy person. Who the hell do you think you are? I can smash you to death with money. Money is king when you're in Kyoto. I'll give you a chance, I'm in a good mood right now, sprinkle as much money as you can fit, just go ahead and pretend, then take the money and get the hell out of here. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, coldly said on your strength, also dare to bark in front of me. Tian Xin is in deep despair, at this time she cannot feel the words and deeds of the people around her, just stay low. Huang Wenwen is a girl who knows what's good for her, she is unable to help her best friend, then she can only pull her best friend's boyfriend. She walked to Qin Chuan's side and said, Qin Chuan, let's go, their strength is too strong, it is not your 1 or 2 words of bravado you can muddle through. The matter of Xinxin's father is too big for you and me to help. For her own good, you give up. Qin Chuan coldly snorted 2 small bosses of small micro-enterprises and a garbage fixer who only relies on his father's connections, what kind of bullshit strength can they have? In my eyes, everyone here is trash. You. What kind of cow or horse are you that you dare to talk about us like that? The good-natured Zhang Haoyu was the first to get up, pointing at Qin Chuan and said angrily. Oh, the Yakuza who learns to pretend to be a pussy in the small video of Douyin and actually doesn't have a single penny in his pocket, don't disgrace yourself here.
Long Tian Tian often brushed Owen, watched too many episodes of The Dragon King's Son-in-Law, and now Qin Chuan is exactly the same. However, he simply didn't believe that Qin Chuan could have any strength to call their bluff. He Shuhua got angry and said in a loud voice, "Speak to me about strength, right? Good, I will tell you what strength is. You look down on the design of the villa when you enter the door. This is to invite the domestic top designer Su Shirgwa personally hand-designed, spend 500,000 yuan. You look down on the chandelier, is the original Italian imports, spend $150,000. You think the low-quality marble flooring, the whole house with a total amount of 1 million. These alone are savings you couldn't afford to save even if you graduated for the rest of your life." Everyone in the room was shocked at what they heard. Just the design fee, the chandelier and the floor, spent nearly $2 million.
This handwriting, even the two company founders can't afford it.
After all, their value was mostly stock value.
The actual money in their hands is not that abundant.
Garbage house, I really don't understand. A townhouse you also have the cheek to show off.
The eye is so low, you still want to be a fixer to earn information difference.
He Shuhua was said by Qin Chuan's red face and ears. Well, this is a garbage house, you have a better than this, let us see.
I'd like to see what other villas in Kyoto can compare to mine.
I'd like to see what other villas in Kyoto can compare to my house. Said, a few people went to drive together, to go to Qin Chuan's house to see. When they arrived at the parking lot, the three of them got into Long Tiantian's Range Rover.
And Qin Chuan pulled Tian Xian into Huang Wenwen's Volkswagen Polo.
Zhang Haoyu rolled down the window, shouted at the Volkswagen Polo, "Not even a car, what the hell do you pretend to be, to point the face, okay?" Inside the car, Huang Wenwen looked embarrassed. "Qin Chuan, or I will send you to the subway entrance, you go on your own." Qin Chuan did not pay attention to her words, said, "You go out to the east door, and then go straight, turn right at the traffic light to the southwest door of my neighborhood, the door from my home closer." Huang Wenwen saw really cannot persuade, can only gently sigh, give up.
At this time is 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky is dark.
Huang Wenwen carefully drove her own car, driving out of the neighborhood, according to Qin Chuan's instructions to go. Land Rover car, Zhang Haoyu cursed and cursed. "Fuck, what kind of car does that bitch drive, 30 miles per hour, we can only get there tomorrow." Long Tiantian sneered, "Oh, you really think that kid is taking us to his house?
Is not it?"
He Shuhua said he probably wants to let Huang Wenwen put him to the subway entrance, and then run away.
Several people in the car laughed out loud. The next moment, a few people looked up.
They saw the Volkswagen Polo stop at an intersection.
"You guys see, I was right. He Xiao is a god, he can even guess this. He Xiao is awesome." But next, the Volkswagen Polo in front of them started up again and turned right.
The three of them were speechless and followed unhappily. After the intersection turn, the Volkswagen Polo straight to a giant stone columns built in front of the neighborhood. The security guard stopped the car, said seriously that this is a private neighborhood, foreign vehicles are not allowed to enter. Huang Wenwen lowered the window, she is the first time to see such a grand and spectacular neighborhood gate.
For a moment, she did not know how to talk to the security guard.
Qin Chuan, who was in the back of the car, lowered the window and said to the security guard, "This is my friend, I'm taking them home, and the Land Rover behind them is also together." The first time the security guard saw Qin Chuan, he recognized him.
Kyoto Manor Building 1, the owner of the king of the building.
This time, even face recognition is not needed, directly let the car in.
"Okay, Mr. Qin, have a nice life."
Huang Wenwen drove the car into the neighborhood, and she felt her entire being fluttering with an unbelievable feeling.
Long Tiantian's land.
Rover followed closely behind, a few people who knew their way around. Upon arriving at the gates of Kyoto Manor, they had realized that something was wrong.
Here they all knew.
It could be said that as long as someone with a little bit of money in Kyoto, they all knew.
The house in Kyoto Manor was the dream house of every rich person.
It was a status symbol. But the ridiculously high selling price dissuaded 99.99999% of the people. Living here could only be the top 0.00001% of the world's bigwigs.
He Shuhua only wanted to find a crack in the ground at this moment.
The two cars drove into Villa one after the other. Then, both got out of the car. When stepping onto the 1,500 square feet of garden, it was as if they were in the Versailles Palace in France.
Huang Wenwen pulled the disoriented Tian Xian and walked in this big garden, everything was so dreamy. Qin Chuan really had a house in Kyoto?
At a glance, the specifications of this neighborhood were countless times more advanced than Hishua's neighborhood, the kind that crushed his neighborhood. Inside this are detached villas, townhouses are a slag. There are also gardens, more than 1,000 square feet is the garden. Hishua's house is at best a flower garden.
Qin Chuan led the way at the front, Huang Wenwen pulled Tian Xin right behind her.
Hishua's three were like three little chickens, wordless all the way, following closely.
Chapter 40, You dare to molest my girlfriend without weighing it up?
On the way towards the villa hall, Huang Wenwen secretly took out her cell phone.
Baidu, Kyoto Manor Building 1 information. Soon, the search results came out.
She looked at the screen and read Kyoto Manor, number 1 villa is the king of the district building. The interior decoration is luxurious, all with the top materials. The entire villa plus garden covers an area of 10 acres, building area of 3,300 square meters, with 12 bedrooms, 10 oversized parking spaces, and indoor and outdoor international standard swimming pools, spa, dry and wet steam, jacuzzi, billiard hall, gym, audiovisual room and other supporting recreational facilities. According to the latest news, the king of the building is currently being bought by a mysterious customer, and the conservative estimate of the transaction price is not less than $1 billion.
See the end, Huang Wenwen cannot help but exclaimed 1 billion?
This house is worth 1 billion.
She looked at her best friend Tian Xin beside her and put her hands on her shoulders. Xin, you've earned a lot.
Qin Chuan is an invisible tycoon, living in a $1 billion house, he is worth at least $10 billion or more. Tian Xin's eyes flashed a trace of surprise, but quickly dimmed when I told you that Qin Chuan is not an ordinary person. Aya, Xinshin, it's my fault, it's me who has eyes to recognize the mountain. Why are you still sad? The boyfriend is so rich, your father's business, for him, is a matter of numbers. Tian Xin helplessly smiled to herself when Qin Chuan is not my boyfriend at all, he is just my college classmate. Besides, he has already helped me a lot, how can I be ashamed to ask him for money to help again, and still 10 million? Huang Wenwen hugged Tian Xin, showing sympathy on her face, her heart flashed with a trace of gladness. Hishua's trio's faces were as ugly as if they had eaten shit. How arrogant they had been just now, how embarrassed they were now. In front of a mega-rich man like Qin Chuan. What the founder of a 500-store nationwide net red hot pot restaurant, what the main manager of a well-known beauty brand, were all shit. The capital that the two men's businesses had to finance by working hard and being cows and dogs was not enough to pay for a house. Two people's faces are difficult to see the extreme, afraid of their own business, and Qin Chuan have any contact. The other party is not happy, directly sniper blocking them, then it is finished.
Several people entered into the villa hall. Only to see the house French-style decoration, extremely luxurious. All sorts of furniture, decorations, chandeliers at a glance all look expensive.
Qin Chuan stood still, turned to the crowd, pointed at Hishua and said my villa compared to his, whose is better? Long Tian on the spot water, said you're good, your villa with Hishua's villa compared to, that is called a mud difference. Qin Chuan is most accustomed to this kind of villain, not to take care of. He pointed to the crystal lamp on the ceiling and said this crystal lamp is the cheapest Swarovski crystal chandelier in the house.
It costs 1.88 million, and the marble floor on the first floor is worth 5 million.
Hishao, I really can't figure out how you have the nerve to talk to me about strength. Hishua was choked and didn't dare to squeak, so he could only lower his head. In front of the absolute strength gap. He was useless even if he was the strong-mouthed king of Aeolian. Suddenly, Hishua's cell phone rang. He pulled it out and saw that the caller was none other than tonight's big shot. Before he answered the call, he had a plan in mind and hurriedly ran outside the house. A few minutes later, Hishua walked in with his head held high as if he was a different person. He pointed at Qin Chuan's nose and said, Qin Chuan, I was not expecting you to have 2 brushes.
Relying on dumping
second-hand cars, making ABB, and shooting Douyin to earn such a wave of money. I admit, standing on the wind mouth, pigs can also fly. But fast money is just a little bit, you're only worth $10 billion. Compared to the big shots tonight, you are still a younger brother. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. Hishua continued as the saying goes, those who know the time are wise, your $10 billion is not worth mentioning in front of the big man and his family. He has a bad temper and dislikes it the most when people steal his woman. I still advise you not to interfere, a woman. I will find you another day, we are all decent people with status, there is no need to make unpleasant. Hishua words, the surface looks like good advice. In fact, it is a threat to take advantage of the situation. The fox pretends to be a tiger. Qin Chuan sniffed and was a little curious in his heart. What kind of person was it that still couldn't look at a $10 billion rich man? At this time, Qin Chuan's cell phone rang. It was the Cellgate security. Hello, Mr. Qin, there is a friend of yours at the Cellgate who wants to pay a visit. May I ask if he is released? Qin Chuan was stunned. He did not invite anyone to come. Then it occurred to him that this person was probably the big shot that he Shuhua was talking about. So he said back, release, thank you. He Shuhua immediately came into the spirit when he heard the word release. The big shot had come. He immediately spread his retreat and ran outside the house to personally greet him. The rest of the people stayed in the villa, quietly looking in the direction of the gate. 10 minutes later, only to see the cast iron gate weighing 3 tons, 10 meters long and 5 meters high slowly open. A red Rolls-Royce slowly drove in. He Shuhua attentively pulled open the back door of the Rolls-Royce. The back seat of the Rolls-Royce walked down a man dressed in casual clothes and wearing a duck-tongued cap. He Shuhua bowed and led the way like a dog. As the two walked into the villa, He Shuhua's aura completely blossomed. Everyone, this is the big shot that has been mentioned to everyone, the crown prince of the Wanda group, Wang Tsong Wang Xiao. Long Tian, Zhang Haoyu and the others were stunned. What the hell? He Shuhua had actually invited the crown prince of the Wanda group. This Nemo was too unreal. This kind of super rich, the crown prince of a powerful family. Completely not in the same class as a small minion like them. Long Tian, Zhang Haoyu rushed up to do their own. I introduced. Wang Xiao is the one who owns an angel investment company and is the real gold master father. He Shuhua slightly raised his chin and looked at Qin Chuan. I seem to say, you damned now goat. Your tens of billions of dollars is simply not enough to look at in front of others, not enough. Even if you have a mansion, so what? Rich further up is to talk about the family, talk about industry. There is no physical industry, ultimately are bubbles. The people who speculate in the coin circle are the previous lesson. He Shuhua hurriedly pulled Wang Tsong to Tian Xin in front of Wang Xiao. This is the Tian Xin that you have been talking about, Miss Tian. I've gone to great lengths to help you invite her here. Miss Tian has been admiring you for a long time, isn't that right, Miss Tian? He Shuhua gave Tian Xin a wink, and Tian Xin helplessly lowered her head. He Shuhua, you know my heart very well. Wang Tsong laughed. He was attracted to sweet and cute girls. Previously, after meeting Tian Xin once at a banquet, he couldn't forget her. He Shuhua could see through Wang Tsong's mind, which was why tonight's bureau came about. Just as Wang Tsong wanted to further chat with Tian Xin. Sitting on the sofa, Qin Chuan coldly said, Wang Tsong, you do not dare to molest my girlfriend? When this statement came out, the room suddenly quieted down, and everyone held their breath. Qin Chuan actually dared to provoke Wang Tsong. That's Wanda Group, the crown prince of a company with a market capitalization of nearly $1 trillion. Qin Chuan, is he crazy?